1241. You don't believe me? I'll use someone else to chat with you. Over the past few days when the battle between Tribulation Transcenders was taking place, Pavilion Master Chu was still able to handle going against 4 by herself. She activated her human weapon mode, which caused her long hair to fly around while magical treasures would be tied at the end of each braid and use their own attacking patterns to fend off the opponents. Even though there were 4 of them, the Tribulation Transcender Beast Cultivators were actually on the losing side, and they were constantly suppressed by Pavilion Master Chu. The blood of the Tribulation Transcenders continuously dripped down. Some of their blood would tear the space and disappear into the chaotic layers of space. There were also drops that would fall down all the way to the crystal-clear water pavilion below. Each drop of blood that did so was comparable to a meteor hitting the ground, and they caused catastrophic damage to the crystal-clear water pavilion. As for Pavilion Master Chu, she was only getting bolder as she continued to battle. During the entire battle, she wore a calm smile on her face. If there were no accidents, Pavilion Master Chu would be able to repel the 4 Tribulation Transcenders in the end. Plus, if she could seize the right opportunity, she might even be able to kill 1 or 2 of the Tribulation Transcenders. However, an unexpected event had suddenly taken place. 2 more Tribulation Transcender-level Beast Cultivators broke through space and joined in the battle. The initial 4 Tribulation Transcender Beast Cultivators, namely the Tiger-Stripe Tribulation Transcender, the Eagle-Wing Tribulation Transcender, the One-Horn Tribulation Transcender, and the Cow-Horn Tribulation Transcender, were surprised. Among them, the One-Horn Tribulation Transcender, who was the best at spatial manipulation, slightly laughed. It then took a step back and cast a secret technique to lock the space of the entire crystal-clear water pavilion. This would make it so that Pavilion Master Chu would be unable to escape by using spatial power. For this operation, they had to dispatch an entire 6 Tribulation Transcenders in one go. This caused them to become determined to subdue Pavilion Master Chu. At the same time, the 6 Tribulation Transcender were all strong combatants. The Tribulation Transcender Beast Cultivators did not mean to kill Pavilion Master Chu. Before they completely controlled the crystal-clear water pavilion, they would still need Pavilion Master Chu to maintain the crystal-clear water pavilion. Therefore, the best result was to seal her and get her to act as the humanoid energy source of the crystal-clear water pavilion, at least in the short term. The 2 new Tribulation Transcenders were more powerful than ordinary Tribulation Transcenders, and they were even able to contend with Pavilion Master Chu. These 2 Tribulation Transcenders had also felt about their path, and were just one step short of reaching the immortal realm. On the left was a dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender, who stood in place and remained unmoving while space seemingly collapsed around him. His body seemed as if it were a black hole, and he wanted to devour all the matter and energy around him. The one to the right appeared not to have a fixed form, it seemed to be a pool of liquid, and was quite similar to the liquefied Song Shuhang. However, on its body, black and purple gas continually emerged, and it appeared to be extremely poisonous. After the 2 new Tribulation Transcenders appeared, they immediately attacked Pavilion Master Chu. The liquefied Tribulation Transcender spewed out some mist at Pavilion Master Chu. The mist directly crossed through space, appeared right beside Pavilion Master Chu, and then began surrounding her. This was a poison that even Tribulation Transcenders would not be able to bear. It contained the power of the liquefied Tribulation Transcender's path. It was the embryonic form of the path of toxicity. Pavilion Master Chu wanted to avoid it, but the 4 Tribulation Transcender-level Beast Cultivators continued to clash with her, causing her to be unable to escape. The highly poisonous mist enveloped Pavilion Master Chu as well as the 4 Beasts Cultivators. The Tribulation Transcender Beast Cultivators did not fear the mist, as the liquefied Tribulation Transcender would naturally not hurt its own allies. Cough, cough. Pavilion Master Chu coughed several times, and her face turned ugly. The poisonous mist had directly broken through the several layers of defense she had, and began affecting her body. Pavilion Master Chu extended her hand and made a hand seal, leading the immortal energy within her body to burst out. A magical technique that took on the shape of a ring burst out around her body. The magical technique contained the power of ice, as well as the power of space. The four beast cultivators that surrounded her were relentlessly assaulted and forced back by this ring as the space around them would constantly crumble, making it impossible for them to maintain the encirclement for a short while. A feeling of powerlessness filled the four tribulation transcender beast cultivators as Pavilion Master Chu showed the overpowering gap in strength between them. At this moment, Pavilion Master Chu's figure rushed forward and appeared beside the liquefied tribulation transcender. The magical treasures controlled by her hair and the sharp swords controlled by her hands all stormed towards the liquefied tribulation transcender. All kinds of attacks, such as ice, space, and water, gathered on the other party and slashed their body apart. The liquefied tribulation transcender's body was chopped into pieces as fluids splashed all over the place. Some parts of the other party's body were turned into ice, while some others were thrown into a chaotic layer of space, and the rest was assimilated by the water. However, when Pavilion Master Chu's attack concluded, the ice, water, and even the parts of the other party's body that had been thrown into the chaotic space condensed behind the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender and reformed into the liquefied tribulation transcender. Other than a small shrinkage in size, there was practically nothing that had changed. Such a terrifying attack, it almost felt like I was going to die. The liquefied tribulation transcender displayed a vulgar smile, and said, however, fellow Taoist Chu, did you really just directly attack my body? Did you forget that I'm an incarnation of poison? As soon as he finished speaking, Pavilion Master Chu collapsed weakly, unable to maintain her posture of standing in the air, and she directly fell towards the ground. The liquefied tribulation transcender then took on a human form and turned into a man in a tuxedo. After that, he took off the hat on his head and paid a gentleman's salute to Pavilion Master Chu. When you attacked my body, I sent a total of 1,241 poisons back at you while my body was being continuously chopped. I hope you like it. When Pavilion Master Chu's figure was halfway to the ground, she finally stabilized. She slowly descended with a sword in both hands as she stared at the liquefied tribulation transcender. Go on, she is a weakened state right now, the liquefied tribulation transcender said while making a hand seal. Pavilion Master Chu had a variety of dark purple, dark, and green patches constantly emerging on her body. It was the highly poisonous substance in her body that was being activated by the liquefied tribulation transcender. Seeing this scene through the eye of virtue, Song Shuheng became slightly worried. It had only been the liquefied tribulation transcender who had made a move. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender was still standing in the air, and had yet to launch an attack. Yet, Pavilion Master Chu had been poisoned, and even fell into a disadvantageous position. Pavilion Master Chu still isn't leaving, does she have a plan? Song Shuheng gently tapped the table with his fingers. On the screen, after the liquefied tribulation transcender activated the poison, the four tribulation transcender beast cultivators broke away from the crumbling space layer around them, and each brought out their own best moves, which then descended upon Pavilion Master Chu. Pavilion Master Chu lightly said, "It's just poison." After saying that, all of the poison that had entered her body seemed to have been rejected and gathered on her blade. In the air, the liquefied tribulation transcender's face changed. The four other beast cultivators also slightly paused. My crystal clear water pavilion fears poison the least. A calm smile appeared on Pavilion Master Chu's face once again as she grabbed a sword pill. Sword chi and the 1241 kinds of poison rushed towards the four tribulation transcender level beast cultivators. The liquefied tribulation transcender gritted his teeth, and said, "Dodge them, those poisons are no longer under my control." At this time, the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender solemnly said, "I'm going." He took a step forward, and everything in the air collapsed towards him. As he stepped forward, his body crossed through space and blocked Pavilion Master Chu's sword chi. And so, the poisons and the sword chi all assaulted him instead. However, the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender remained calm, and neither resisted nor attacked. The sword chi and the poisons seemed to have suddenly twisted as they approached his body. In the end, it was as if they had been swallowed by a black hole and disappeared. The embryonic form of the path of devouring? Pavilion Master Chu used her sword as support while her long black hair fluttered in the wind. Her long hair was several times longer than her body, making it appear like there was a big black cloak that was fluttering behind her. Yes. It appeared that the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender's words were like gold, as he spoke only as much as he had to. You have great ambitions, but no one has ever succeeded on this path. Pavilion Master Chu did not rush to attack, and instead chatted quite casually. I will succeed. Tribulation Transcender Dragon Scale had a confident face. Pavilion Master Chu chuckled. Everyone who had stepped onto this path said so as well. However, they all ended up dying sooner or later. The way of devouring all things was a path to immortality that had no end. The liquefied tribulation transcender laughed strangely, and said, It's useless to say any more, are you still going to stubbornly resist? The 6 tribulation transcenders encircled Pavilion Master Chu. In the distance, there was also the one-horned venerable with the group of 5th stage and 6th stage beast cultivators who were all busily arranging some rune formations to completely lock the space of the crystal-clear water pavilion. The dragon-scale tribulation transcender said, You can't escape, just surrender. If you do so, we'll let you keep your life. It's not like we're cold-blooded killers. Pavilion Master Chu responded, Hee hee. It seems that fellow Taoist Chu has prepared to resist to the bitter end. The corner of the liquefied tribulation transcender's mouth rose. You will no longer have another chance. This has already dragged on for long enough, we can't keep wasting our time on you. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender said, I'll deal with all of her attacks. Just focus on attacking her. The liquefied tribulation transcender responded, with it being 1-on-6, she has no chance at all. Ha ha ha. At this time, Pavilion Master Chu suddenly began laughing. Although it was a crazy laugh, there was an unspeakable charm that emanated from her body. I'll let you 2 in on a secret. Actually, everyone in the entire crystal-clear water pavilion is currently a clone of mine, and I truly mean everyone. If you don't believe me, how about I get someone else to talk to you? Pavilion Master Chu winked at the liquefied tribulation transcender and the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender. She looked extremely cute while winking. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender looked puzzled. The liquefied tribulation transcender replied, I don't know what nonsense you're talking about, but stubbornly resisting us will only increase your own suffering. In addition, it will also cause greater damage to your dear crystal-clear water pavilion. The second half of their sentence held what they deemed the most important. They hoped to get a perfect crystal-clear water pavilion rather than a crystal-clear water pavilion that was ruined because of a battle between tribulation transcenders. So, if the crystal-clear water pavilion gets destroyed, don't regret it. The liquefied tribulation transcender chuckled, trying to scare her. The crystal-clear water pavilion was the most important thing to Pavilion Master Chu. With this, she was definitely going to surrender in the following battle. However, just when the liquefied tribulation transcender's words fell. Beside him, the cow-horn tribulation transcender beast cultivator suddenly said, Hee hee hee, I'll let you 2 in on a secret. Actually, everyone in the entire crystal-clear water pavilion is currently a clone of mine, and I truly mean everyone. If you don't believe me, how about I get someone else to talk to you? The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender? The liquefied tribulation transcender? At the same time, the tiger-striped tribulation transcender beast cultivator smiled, and said, I'll let you 2 in on a secret. Actually, everyone in the entire crystal-clear water pavilion is currently a clone of mine, and I truly mean everyone. If you don't believe me, how about I get someone else to talk to you? After that, the one-horned tribulation transcender also smiled and repeated the same statement. And then, the eagle-winged tribulation transcender repeated the same lines. 1242 Come and kill me. It was not only the 4 tribulation transcender beast cultivators, as even the 5th stage and 6th stage members that had been led by the one-horned venerable in the distance also turned around, snickered, and then repeated the same lines in an orderly voice. The orderliness caused the sound to become very imposing. At the same time, the 4 tribulation transcenders that had originally surrounded Pavilion Master Chu all switched sides and surrounded the liquefied tribulation transcender and the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender. What did you do to them? The liquefied tribulation transcender's face went dark. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender's face also turned ugly as he could no longer keep his calm. Their mission had been to retrieve the original heavenly city, but none of them had thought that the crystal-clear water pavilion would be so weird. Pavilion Master Chu snickered. He 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 he. He 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 he. The 4 tribulation transcenders laughed as well. He 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 he. In the distance, the one-horned venerable and his subordinates laughed in the same way. Pavilion Master Chu's long hair fluttered in the wind as she slowly said, "Why do you think I've been fighting your 4 companions for such a long time? Did you actually think that the 4 of them would be able to keep me occupied for so long until you 2 could arrive here?" The eagle-winged tribulation transcender said, "The reason I've been dragging the fight out for such a long time was all for this moment." The one-horned tribulation transcender said, "Everyone who enters the crystal-clear water pavilion shall become a part of my body as long as I will it so." The cow-horned tribulation transcender said, "This is my path." The tiger-striped tribulation transcender said, "Now, it's 5 on 2, come, let's see just who's going to be dying today." Heavens, Pavilion Master Chu's skills are simply overpowered. Song Shuhang, who was watching the battle at the crystal-clear water pavilion through the Eye of Virtue, was taken aback by the means that Pavilion Master Chu had used. Was this the path of the ancient heavenly city's heavenly emperor? Pavilion Master Chu was only at the tribulation transcender realm, and she had yet to step onto her own path. Despite it, she could still take control of 4 tribulation transcenders. If it was so, then just how powerful was the heavenly emperor, who had completed this path and was comparable to the scholarly sage? While he was in thought, the battle in the crystal-clear water pavilion continued. The 4 mind-controlled tribulation transcenders went on to attack the liquefied tribulation transcender and the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender. Without anyone noticing, the cow-horned tribulation transcender had gotten a hold of a wolf-teeth club. The spiked club was 10 meters long. Roar! The cow-horned tribulation transcender waved the club and swung it at the liquefied tribulation transcender. When the club was waved, everything would be destroyed. Everything that stood in front of the club had to be crushed. This was the cow-horned tribulation transcender's full power blow. Even the liquefied tribulation transcender did not dare to block it. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender took one step forward and blocked the attack by standing in front of the liquefied tribulation transcender. He waved his hand like a knife and made a cut toward the club. Boom! The hand knife and the club collided, causing space to continuously crumble and twist around. The immortal energy of both sides collided, producing a harmful aftermath that was similar to radiation. Cultivators who were below the 7th stage would have their spirits and minds injured just from watching this scene of the collision between the 2 powerhouses. The hand and the giant wolf teeth club were in a deadlock. Suddenly, the cow-horned tribulation transcender's muscles swelled up and its body enlarged, while a beast-like roar came from its mouth. Roar! At this time, the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender shouted, "Break!" A dull breaking sound rang out. The club in the hands of the cow-horned tribulation transcender had broken from the middle. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender shot his palm through the air towards the chest of the cow-horned tribulation transcender. Moo! The cow-horned tribulation transcender screamed as it was sent flying. Although the 2 sides were both tribulation transcenders, the difference in their strength seemed to be akin to the difference between a small mountain and Mount Everest. Although they were both mountains, the gap between their height was undeniable. Pavilion Master Chu laughed, and said, "The path of devouring truly is quite powerful. Your strength is much greater than this bull's, but it's still slightly worse compared to mine. It's unfortunate. If you had applied a little more force to that palm just now, you could have directly crippled this bull, causing him to lose any fighting power. However, your heart was too soft." The corner of the dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender's eyes twitched. The cow-horn Tribulation Transcender that had been beaten to the ground rose back up, and patted the dust off its body. "It's unfortunate. If you had applied a little more force to that palm just now, you could have rendered me useless. However, your heart was too soft." After saying that, he threw the broken club aside, and brought out a thicker and longer mace. He then patted his chest with his other hand. "Be a man, be a bit crueler. Come and beat me up again, beat me to death." The eagle-winged Tribulation Transcender shouted, "Come and beat me up, both of you know my weakness, use that to your advantage." The one-horned Tribulation Transcender said, "If you won't beat me to death, I shall keep on fighting you both." The tiger-striped Tribulation Transcender roared. "Roar!" The liquefied Tribulation Transcender gritted his teeth. *TCH. Pavilion Master Chu smiled, and this smile was especially sweet. The dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender said, "The four of them won't be able to stop me. As long as we subdue you first, we can rid the four of them of your control." Pavilion Master Chu was not afraid. She simply taunted them in reply. "Come on, I will stand still and wait for you. If I move, I'm your mother." Those who stayed near vermilion became stained red, and those who stayed near ink became stained black. Pavilion Master Chu, who had maintained a close relationship with slow-witted Song for a long time, had inevitably been affected by him in some ways. While they were talking, the liquefied Tribulation Transcender, who had been hiding behind the dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender, had disappeared. In the next moment, he quietly drilled out of the ground right behind Pavilion Master Chu. He turned his right hand into a syringe and slammed it towards Pavilion Master Chu. The syringe-like attack was designed to break all kinds of defenses. At the same time, it could instantly inject highly toxic poison into the enemy. This time, he poured in the strongest poison he had as he wanted to knock down Pavilion Master Chu in one go. Rip! The needle had pierced into her flesh. Success! The liquefied Tribulation Transcender thought. He was sure the blow connected. As he willed, the poison was quickly injected into the other party's body. Scream, Fairy Chu. This dose of poison will not kill you right away, but it shall place you in a state of unrelenting despair, a state where you can choose neither to live nor die. Pavilion Master Chu, who had been injected with the poison, crashed down to the ground and rolled about in pain. She opened her mouth and began to scream. However, the scream that came from her mouth was not one of a woman. Roar! The scream that resounded sounded like it was that of a tiger. The liquefied Tribulation Transcender's heart chilled as he got a bad feeling. He. In the air, the tiger-striped Tribulation Transcender twisted and changed into Pavilion Master Chu. On the ground, the Pavilion Master Chu that was rolling around the ground similarly twisted and changed into the tiger-striped Tribulation Transcender. Roar even in death, I will not move. Roar if I move, I am your mother. Roar. The tiger-striped Tribulation Transcender roared, screamed, and rolled about. He repeated the same lines with due diligence. How is this possible? The liquefied Tribulation Transcender couldn't believe it. He had strength that was at the peak of the 9th stage realm, and he had also condensed the embryonic form of his path. His strength should not be much weaker, if at all, than Pavilion Master Chu's. However, he could not see through the illusion. In the end, he'd regarded his companion, the tiger-striped Tribulation Transcender, as Pavilion Master Chu without noticing anything amiss. What kind of illusion technique was that? The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender asked in a deep voice. Even he had not seen through the illusion. Illusion? It wasn't such a thing. Pavilion Master Chu continued to wear a calm smile. The one-horned tribulation transcender chimed in, enough chit-chat, I don't have the habit of explaining my methods to the enemy. The eagle-winged tribulation transcender said, come on, today, we either die in your hands, or you too will die in our hands. Pavilion Master Chu said, I did say just now that should you come at me, I would stand still and wait for you to come beat me up. If I were to move at all, I'd become your mother. Roar, roar, your mother, roar, roar, your mother. The tiger-striped tribulation transcender rolled across the floor in pain, with tears streaming down his face and a runny nose. However, he still repeated Pavilion Master Chu's words firmly. F***CK. The liquefied tribulation transcender's heart felt greatly stifled. They had gone all out, gathering 6 tribulation transcenders for a single operation, yet they still ended up being played with by Pavilion Master Chu. While looking at the tiger-striped tribulation transcender that was rolling about on the ground, the liquefied tribulation transcender let out a sigh. His other hand turned into a syringe and pierced into the tiger-striped tribulation transcender, injecting an antidote into the other party. Of course, he would not completely undo the poison that was in the tiger-striped tribulation transcender's body. Before the battle with Pavilion Master Chu ended, it was best to have the tiger-striped tribulation transcender stay out of the battle and simply watch the entire process. Rip, after the needle pierced into the tiger-striped tribulation transcender, he finally stopped twitching and rolling around. He simply remained down on the ground, motionless. The only thing that he could move was his mouth. It hurts, it hurts. I just rolled over the floor just now, and I couldn't keep still. Roar, so now, I'm your mother. Satisfaction shone through the face of the tiger-striped tribulation transcender. For a moment, the liquefied tribulation transcender really wanted to poison the tiger-striped tribulation transcender again. What do we do? He raised his head and looked at the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender. The whole development was beyond their expectations. None of them had thought that Pavilion Master Chu would be so difficult to deal with. At this time, the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender transmitted something to the liquefied tribulation transcender. Destroy the crystal-clear water pavilion. The liquefied tribulation transcender was shocked. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender continued, the only thing we came here for was the original heavenly city. As long as we can obtain the foundation, we can still rebuild it. As long as we destroy crystal-clear water pavilion, the root of her power, we might also be able to rid our companions of her control. The liquefied tribulation transcender replied, all right. In the next moment, his body merged into the ground once again. The immortal energy in his body burst out. His liquefied body unceasingly expanded as he began to spread himself all throughout the crystal-clear water pavilion. As he spread further, the ground of the crystal-clear water pavilion would turn black, the flowers and trees would dry up, and the river would become filthy. There was also toxic gas that started spewing out from cracks on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful land of birds and trees turned into a highly poisonous and polluted hell. Pavilion Master Chu held a sword in both hands, her face still calm, but her smile had receded. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender coldly looked at Pavilion Master Chu, and said, "You've lost." As long as he was willing to go and cut off the Pavilion Master Chu's roots and destroy the original heavenly city, Pavilion Master Chu would definitely be defeated. Pavilion Master Chu looked at the defiled crystal-clear water pavilion. I have always been bound to the crystal-clear water pavilion. From ancient times to the present, the crystal-clear water pavilion is my inner demon. Ever since I had reached the venerable realm, every time I advanced to the next realm, I would encounter an inner demon with the crystal-clear water pavilion as the theme. This inner demon was simply too powerful for me. As long as I stayed in the crystal-clear water pavilion, I would never be able to defeat it. However, even if I never had a way to defeat the inner demon, I could still ascend. The dragon-scale tribulation transcender suddenly experienced a feeling of uneasiness. 1243 Senior Tyrannical Song, Do you want some candy? There was not a single cultivator that liked the inner demon tribulation. Even those who had an extremely strong will would still have their times of weakness. The lives of cultivators were long, and with it being the case, there would always be weaknesses that would appear in their hearts without their notice. The inner demons were the best at taking advantage of these weaknesses. As such, if one was not careful, they could end up dying with not even their soul spared for the afterlife. It was simply exasperating. This was the first time that the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender had heard of someone that could not get over their inner demons, yet was still able to advance. It simply did not make any sense. Pavilion Master Chu calmly said, "Take a guess. Since I couldn't get past my inner demons, just where did those horrifying inner demons go in the end?" The corner of the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender's eyes twitched. He looked down at the ground. The crystal-clear water pavilion? Ha ha ha. Pavilion Master Chu laughed happily, and then shook her head. Well, I'm not going to give you the answer. You can keep on guessing by yourself. She did not have the habit of explaining her skills, abilities, and tricks. It was more interesting to see the enemy's face as they were forced to guess everything. Then, two huge trees wildly grew behind her. One was green with lush foliage, full of vitality, with white and perfect flowers on its branches. The other one was deep purple, with dry leaves and branches, on which there was an aura of death that could not be left unnoticed. Together with that were black and thorny flowers that bloomed on its branches. One that thrived, and one that withered. Pavilion Master Chu floated in between the two trees while she held her swords, her long hair fluttering. The aura on her body became deeper and deeper. It was becoming just like the starry sky, giving those who saw it a feeling of endlessness. The immortal energy in her body began to transform and undergo qualitative changes. Taking another step would bring her above the tribulation transcender realm. Was she going to set foot on the path to immortality? The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender exclaimed, "This is your path? Impossible, your path is not the crystal-clear water pavilion?" The path that was emerging from Pavilion Master Chu was not the path of the crystal-clear water pavilion, nor was it the path of the ancient heavenly city's heavenly emperor. What was her path? Pavilion Master Chu no longer responded to him. Her eyes slightly drooped, she stared at the contaminated crystal-clear water pavilion below her. The crystal-clear water pavilion was indeed her path, the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender had guessed right. Everyone and everything inside the crystal-clear water pavilion was part of her first path, and the gigantic tree full of life behind her was a symbol of this path. Then, the opposite of this path was her other path. The dark tree was the symbol of her second path. She gently said, "It's time to let go." Letting go did not mean giving up, the second path she had was simply another extreme. As soon as she stepped onto the path, the crystal-clear water pavilion would be reborn in a different form, a form that Pavilion Master Chu believed to be more suitable for it. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender gritted his teeth. He flicked open, turned into a black flood dragon, and charged toward Pavilion Master Chu. Die. Whatever Pavilion Master Chu's path might be, he was not willing to let the other party succeed. However, at this time, the one-horn tribulation transcender, the cow-horn tribulation transcender, and the eagle-wing tribulation transcender all stepped forward to block the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender. You will not be able to pass. That is, unless you kill us. Moo, scram. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender looked up and sent out dozens of magical runes. These magical runes were like black holes. One after the other, the three were pulled over by the runes. The three tribulation transcenders were sucked over to the black holes, and it was as if an immobilizing technique had been used on them, they could not move at all and were stuck in place. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender flickered, and appeared right in front of Pavilion Master Chu. I'm not going to let you succeed. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender waved his claw and swung it viciously towards Pavilion Master Chu. Collapse. Pavilion Master Chu gently let out a word. Subsequently, the crystal-clear water pavilion fell apart. The claw of the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender was only a few inches away from Pavilion Master Chu, but now this distance seemed to be as big as the entire universe. It was so close, yet at the same time worlds apart. Come on. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender roared and used everything he had to try and break through the space between Pavilion Master Chu and him. The two sides were in a deadlock. Song Shuheng watched this scene through the Eye of Virtue. The Eye of Virtue was no longer as it was originally, as it had shrunk quite a bit with the passage of time. It appeared that it was going to disappear in a short while. Pavilion Master Chu is stepping onto her path. Was this what she was planning to do from the start? Song Shuheng's gaze moved to his inner world and then to Pavilion Master Chu's statue. After that, he again wondered, is it a very dangerous thing for her to be rushing into the immortal realm? Scarlet Heaven Sword said, I feel like she's borrowing the strength of these tribulation transcender beast cultivators to break some kind of restriction that's limiting her. She seems to be taking advantage of the situation. Wait, Song Shuheng, why are you suddenly crying? Did something happen? I'm crying. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand in doubt. Unexpectedly, his face was really covered in tears. It had to be noted that these were tears, and not just liquid. He was currently in a liquefied state, yet he could still cry. What was going on? He found that he could not stop the tears in his eyes from flowing down. Moreover, it was getting even more intense, and the more he rubbed and wiped them, the greater the amount that appeared. Tears kept dripping down from his face, causing the table in front of him to be covered in them. At the same time, there seemed to be a soft spot in his heart that had been stabbed hard, and an inexplicable sadness emerged from within him. My heart hurts. Why am I getting these feelings? It's so sad. It feels like my heart is getting stabbed by a knife. Song Shuheng continued to wipe his tears, but the tears were simply too fierce, muddling his vision. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, are you sick? Do you want to take some medicine? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, stop messing around, Song Shuheng said. It feels like it's the tome of never-ending tears. Could it be Yi Si? Could Yi Si's emotions be the ones that were affecting him? Right, the crystal-clear water pavilion was collapsing. The crystal-clear water pavilion held great significance to Yi Si, and it was not just something that she treated as a home. With her character, seeing this scene would definitely cause her to cry. In addition, with the tome of never-ending tears also being a thing, Yi Si was probably not able to stop herself from crying her heart out. Yi Si was his ghost spirit, and the two of them shared the same feelings. And so, when Yi Si's grief reached its limit, it would naturally affect him as well. It was definitely that. After figuring it out, Song Shuheng suddenly found that the sorrow in his heart had become even stronger. Finally, he couldn't stop himself from crying loudly. His heart was filled with sorrow, sorrow that was even greater than when he was being punished by his father when he was a child. The sorrow was even greater than when he had to leave his playmates behind when moving homes. Song Shuheng felt that he had never been this sad in his entire life. The sorrow was simply too great, there would not even be any use if someone were to comfort him, as he would still continue crying. At this time, a pair of warm, soft arms gently hugged him. At the same time, Song Shuheng felt a soft mass. Song Shuheng raised his head slightly and saw that it was the virtuous Lamia. She gently hugged Song Shuheng and patted him on the back, seemingly trying to comfort him. Sob, thank you, Song Shuheng said while crying. The virtuous Lamia's intelligence was getting higher and higher, and the same could be said for her level of understanding. Before this, most of the time, she would have only baffled Song Shuheng with her actions. Unexpectedly, she could comfort people now. Song Shuheng felt warm in his heart and on his face. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Can you not have a runny nose while crying? The only thing I can see from this angle are your nostrils. Would you mind understanding how I feel?" Song Shuheng, "Even I don't want to be in this situation. What can I do? I am also desperate here." Besides, Song Shuheng had another thing to worry about. He was currently in a liquefied state. If he cried and lost too much water, would his body shrink? While he was busy thinking about this, bang! The door to his room had been pushed open. Afterward, Kindness curiously asked, "Senior Tyrannical Song, what happened?" "I heard someone crying." Right after saying that, she froze. She saw Profound Sage Tyrannical Song burying his face into the virtuous Lamia's chest, crying loudly with sorrow very evident from the sounds. The virtuous Lamia patted the back of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song like a child. Kindness was petrified. Such a scene was simply beyond her imagination. The person who was crying actually turned out to be Senior Tyrannical Song. In her mind, Song Shuheng's position was high above others. It was so due to him having connections with so many tribulation transcenders, being all-knowing, and even being able to treat the evil energy of the netherworld easily. Yet now, that person who appeared to be a figure that towered above all in her mind, was crying like a child. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She was stunned at the door, and neither entered nor retreated. Song Shuheng turned his head and looked at Kindness through his tears. Wah! He turned his head and buried it into the virtuous Lamia's arms again, while at the same time bursting into tears. This time, the crying belonged to Song Shuheng himself. It's over, it's all over. It was all over for his image as a profound sage, his cool style, and his character as Senior Tyrannical Song. This time, he no longer had the face to meet with anyone. Kindness was left at a loss and gaping. At this moment, the voices of the branch head and great master turtle could be heard. "Kindness, what happened?" Kindness was startled. She quickly closed the door to Senior Tyrannical Song's room, and replied, "Branch head, great master turtle, it's okay, there's nothing wrong, you don't have to worry." Song Shuheng, "Wah," great master turtle said, "Is it really okay? It seems like I'm hearing Senior Tyrannical Song's voice." "It's okay, I'm alright. I was just practicing a special cultivation technique just now, and there are some after effects, you don't have to worry about me," Song Shuheng said while crying. After hearing Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's answer, Great Master Turtle and the branch head were relieved and turned to leave. And so, the room became quiet again, besides the sound of Song Shuheng's crying. Kindness had no idea as to what she should do. After a while, she took out a candy, and said, "Senior Tyrannical Song, do you want some candy?" Song Shuheng, "Heavens, I suddenly want to die. There's a problem with Pavilion Master Chu's path to immortality." At this time, Yi Si's voice suddenly sounded. This was the second time that Yi Si was able to speak after falling into the inner demon tribulation. Pavilion Master Chu could ascend to the next realm even without getting past the inner demon tribulation, while Yi Si could occasionally come out to chat with Song Shuheng during her inner demon tribulation. Could the crystal clear water pavilion have some kind of anti-inner demon cheat? "We can't let Pavilion Master Chu go on, otherwise, everything will really be over," Yi Si said while crying. Song Shuheng said, "Everything will be over? Are you referring to the current crystal clear water pavilion?" In the picture, the crystal clear water pavilion was collapsing, and he did not know what would come out of it. For a long time, Pavilion Master Chu had maintained the illusory reality, and she had lived all alone within the crystal clear water pavilion that had already met its demise. Perhaps Pavilion Master Chu letting go of the crystal clear water pavilion wasn't a bad thing. If things go on like this, Pavilion Master Chu will die, Yi Si said anxiously. Her tone was filled with certainty. This certainty came from the information that Cheng Lin had left to her. Song Shuheng remembered the red crystal statue. Song Shuheng replied, "Isn't that why Senior Chu gave me the means of her resurrection? She knew that she might die." Yi Si cried, "The resurrection method is useless. If she continues this way, she will disappear completely, and there will be no turning back. Quickly find a way to stop her." The cause of her great sorrow was not because of the collapse of the crystal-clear water pavilion. After knowing that the crystal-clear water pavilion was an illusory reality, created by Pavilion Master Chu, her feelings for the crystal-clear water pavilion had changed. Now, she only cared about Pavilion Master Chu. She could never afford to lose her. There will be no turning back. Song Shuheng froze. He suddenly held back his tears a bit. Yi Si continued, "What do I do? She's about to step onto her path to immortality. If this continues, she will disappear completely." Song Shuheng said, "I'll be going to the crystal-clear water pavilion first. I'm going to contact Senior Turtle." He sank his consciousness into the inner world and locked onto the resting sea turtle. "Senior Turtle, how far can you teleport?" "Where do you want to teleport?" the sea turtle asked directly after seeing how anxious Song Shuheng was. Song Shuheng replied, "The specific location is within the limits of the beast realm. I placed an Eye of Virtue at the crystal-clear water pavilion. I'm not exactly sure of the distance, I can only vaguely sense its coordinates." The sea turtle said, "It isn't a problem as long as it's in the beast realm. If we can't get there the first time, we can just keep on doing it several more times until we arrive there. Give me the coordinates." Song Shuheng gratefully said, "Thank you, Senior Turtle." He opened the inner world and brought the sea turtle out. At the same time, he locked onto the position of the Eye of Virtue through the virtuous lamia. Song Shuheng said, "It's towards the southwest. The crystal-clear water pavilion was transferred there when moved to the beast realm." At the same time, he looked at the virtuous lamia. The lamia brought out the flat imperial crown, brushed her hair, and then placed the flat imperial crown on her head again. After doing so, a gorgeous robe appeared on her body, causing her to exude dignity. Song Shuheng said to Kindness, "Kindness, you stay here. I'm going to meet a senior, I'll be back soon." Kindness nodded, and said, "Senior Tyrannical Song, be careful on the way." She could see the anxiety on Senior Tyrannical Song's face. Was the senior that he was going to meet that important? The sea turtle said, "Are you ready? Let's go if you're ready." At this time, the virtuous lamia stepped forward and pressed her hand against the sea turtle. She transmitted the specific coordinates of the Eye of Virtue. The sea turtle nodded, and said, "This distance." "No problem, I can send you over there in one go." Song Shuheng said, "We'll be in your hands, Senior Turtle." Soon after, a spatial gate opened. Song Shuheng, the virtuous lamia, and the sea turtle entered it and disappeared. Then, the virtuous lamia and the sea turtle stepped out at the other side of the spatial gate. The sea turtle said questioningly, "Huh? Where's Song Shuheng?" Song Shuheng was nowhere to be seen. 1244 A Buddhist warrior under the thriving and the withering tree. The virtuous lamia turned around in puzzlement. When she entered through the spatial gate, she was still behind Song Shuheng. However, as soon as she stepped out of the portal, Song Shuheng was no longer anywhere to be seen. The sea turtle asked, "Fairy #% can you sense where Song Shuheng is?" As Song Shuheng's light of virtue, the lamia was able to lock onto Song Shuheng's position. And so, the virtuous lamia closed her eyes and tried to find Song Shuheng. Then, she suddenly stretched out her hand. In the air, a figure fell and was caught by the virtuous lamia. The figure that fell was Yi Si. She was in the middle of transcending her inner demon tribulation, and was separated from Song Shuheng. The virtuous Lamia hugged Yi Si with a soft expression on her face, which was as gentle as water. The virtuous Lamia showing such a gentle expression while being in her empress mode caused even the sea turtle to have a dumbfounded expression. The sea turtle said questioningly, "Isn't this little lass Song Shuheng's ghost spirit? Why was she the one to come out? Could Song Shuheng have been smashed into pieces during the spatial teleportation?" At the same time, in the crystal-clear water pavilion, the dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender's claws finally broke through the spatial blockade and stabbed Pavilion Master Chu. Behind it, the three beast cultivators finally broke free from the shackles of the miniature black hole, and all rushed towards the dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender. Die! The dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender gritted his teeth and let out the strongest blow that he could. All of the strength of his body gathered in his claws as he prepared to tear Pavilion Master Chu apart. Pavilion Master Chu raised her head and smiled slightly. She did not resist, and continued to stand with the help of her swords. The dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender's claws pierced her body. But right then, her body turned into light particles, and she began to dissipate. The dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender struck only air with his full-force blow. Did she fail in condensing her path? The dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender looked at the Pavilion Master Chu, whose body had begun to dissipate. Pavilion Master Chu's current state seemed to be the same state that Tribulation Transcenders would fall into after they failed to step onto their own path. Failing to step onto one's own path brought about even graver and more horrifying consequences than failing to transcend a heavenly tribulation. Failure to transcend a heavenly tribulation would still leave one with a chance of survival, albeit a small one. And then, after recovering from the injury, that same person who had failed could go and attempt to transcend their tribulation once again. However, failing to step onto one's own path would directly cause one to die. Even if they were to prepare means of resurrection in advance, all of it would become useless. However, in the next moment, the dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender overturned his previous guess. The two big trees were still growing. Pavilion Master Chu was still stepping onto her path. It was just that her path seemed rather strange, as she had to abandon her body. The dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender glanced at the two trees and the huge crystal-clear water pavilion. He thought, "Damn. I've failed." To prevent Pavilion Master Chu from continuing to condense her path, he would have to destroy the two trees behind her. However, the trees seemed to be integrated with the entire crystal-clear water pavilion. As such, the destruction of the two trees was equivalent to the complete destruction of the entire crystal-clear water pavilion, and not even the foundation would be left. As the goal of the dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender was to retrieve the original heavenly city, he had to at least preserve the foundation of the crystal-clear water pavilion. It was a dead end no matter what he did. If he tried to prevent Pavilion Master Chu from continuing to condense her path, he would have to destroy the entire crystal-clear water pavilion, causing the mission to fail. If he chose not to ruin the crystal-clear water pavilion and simply wait for her to condense her path and become an immortal, then everyone present would be beaten up by her, and the mission would end in failure. At this time, the liquefied Tribulation Transcender burst out from the ground of the crystal-clear water pavilion. On his body, there were countless tiny root-shaped things wriggling about. The liquefied Tribulation Transcender shouted, "Damn, the entire crystal-clear water pavilion is collapsing." He'd originally wanted to contaminate the crystal-clear water pavilion, but he had not expected that Pavilion Master Chu would choose to destroy the place directly. Under the thriving and the withering tree, half of Pavilion Master Chu's body had already turned into light particles. She lowered her head slightly and stared deeply at the crystal-clear water pavilion below her. In the distance, Yi Si, who was in the virtuous Lamia's hands, had tears in the corners of her eyes, which fell unceasingly. The virtuous Lamia could only helplessly wipe her tears. Without Song Shuheng, and without the next order, she had no idea what she was supposed to do, and so she could only instinctively protect EC. The dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender looked at the disappearing Pavilion Master Chu, and his mind suddenly stirred. He said, "You're going to die." Pavilion Master Chu lightly glanced at him. The dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender continued, "There is something wrong with your path. If you continue, you're even going to lose your opportunity to resurrect. If you stop now, there's still a chance." The liquefied Tribulation Transcender also flew into the air. "Stop it, stop quickly, you can still be saved." Behind him, the 3 other beast cultivators had also recovered. When Pavilion Master Chu's body began dissipating, they had recovered from the possessed state. However, Pavilion Master Chu did not respond to them. She simply raised her head slightly and stared at the void. Once again. I've reached the end. Yet the person in my fantasies, who would come to save the crystal-clear water pavilion, still has yet to show up. Placing my hope in others was a kind of weakness. Nobody can be trusted. Others are others, after all. Cultivators aren't supposed to be depending on others, but rather only on themselves. Pavilion Master Chu stared blankly at the sky while her chest was already beginning to dissipate into light particles. In a few more seconds, she was going to be completely gone. The dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender frowned. For some reason, he felt that something was wrong. Pavilion Master Chu's path was truly strange. It was quite apparent that she had failed to condense her path and her body was disappearing, soon going to be destroyed. However, the 2 trees behind her continued to grow stronger. It seemed that her path had not entirely failed, if even at all. Even if she disappeared and would no longer be in this world, her path would continue. The dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender contemplated, after her death, is there something that's going to replace her and inherit her path? Suddenly, there was a flash of light in his mind. Maybe, her inner demons? He suddenly thought of a problem. Pavilion Master Chu had asked him something before, take a guess. Since I couldn't get past my inner demons, just where did those horrifying inner demons go in the end? Where did her inner demons go? Her inner demons could not have simply disappeared, they might have experienced some sort of change instead. They might be the ones to continue her path. As he thought to this point, the dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender hurriedly said, "Quick! Destroy the 2 trees and level the crystal-clear water pavilion. Don't leave anything behind. Hurry!" There was no longer a chance for them to obtain the original heavenly city. Terrifying black holes, violent corrosive poisons, a thick and long wolf teeth club, sharp blades that filled the sky, and violent hurricanes all appeared as the beast cultivators let out everything they had. They planned on using all the immortal energy they had to destroy the place. The Tribulation Transcenders made their move and focused all of their power on the 2 trees and the crystal-clear water pavilion. At this moment, the only things left of Pavilion Master Chu were her hands and her head. She slowly closed her eyes. She had finished doing what she wanted to do. What followed was no longer her concern. But at that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Avalokiteshvara, while practicing deeply with the insight that brings us to the other shore, at the same time, a bright and dazzling fist drilled out of the void. When the word shore was shouted out, the fist punched the black hole, directly breaking it. Suddenly discovered that all of the 5 skandhas are equally empty. When the word empty was shouted out, another bright and dazzling fist punched out, but this time towards the poison. The poison was hit by the fist and directly vaporized. And with this realization, he overcame all ill-being. When ill-being rang out, a huge leg stepped out of the void and stomped on the club. The mace directly collapsed and shattered into iron dust. Mu, the cowhorn Tribulation Transcender who had been holding the club, got sent flying by the leg, causing it to issue out a long scream. Listen, Sariputra, this body itself is emptiness and emptiness itself is this body. Another equally huge leg emerged and kicked the hurricane. Bang! The hurricane was wiped out. This body is not other than emptiness, and emptiness is not other than this body. Finally, a huge bald head that was attached to a body squeezed out of the void. It was a man that had a height of 3 meters, a muscular body, and golden skin. He had not emerged through a spatial gate, but rather squeezed out from the void in a violent way. The same is true of feelings, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness. The golden man joined his hands together. He stooped slightly and protected Pavilion Master Chu with his huge body. The sharp blades descended from the sky and struck the golden man, but only a symphony of metal meeting metal echoed. These blades that fell from the sky had been summoned by the eagle-winged tribulation transcender, and the power that each blade contained was not much weaker than a heavenly tribulation hydrogen bomb. However, when it fell on the golden man, it couldn't injure him in the slightest. Listen, Sariputra, all phenomena bear the mark of emptiness. Their true nature is the nature of, wait, what was it again? The golden man straightened his back with a muddled expression. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender, the liquefied tribulation transcender, and the several other tribulation transcenders looked at this blond man in great shock. Well, that's all, I don't want to continue anymore. It's simply too much of a mouthful. The golden man reached out and touched his head. Then, he turned around and faced Pavilion Master Chu, who was only left with her neck and head. He squinted his eyes and joined his hands together again. Fairy Chu, this penniless monk has come for alms. Pavilion Master Chu looked at the golden man. There was a very serious problem. She had no idea who this guy was. The golden man laughed, and said, Fairy Chu, since only your head is left, you made this penniless monk experience a rather exotic sense of beauty. Especially with your long hair, you seem to have come out of a horror movie. Then, he reached out and patted Pavilion Master Chu gently. Pavilion Master Chu, who was originally disintegrating, suddenly stabilized. The golden man softly whispered, This time, I'm here. Pavilion Master Chu was slightly surprised. The big hand above her head gave her a warm feeling. Although the golden man in front of her looked strange, the warmth from his hands felt really familiar. It's him. This time, he finally came. The tears of grievance kept falling from her eyes. Fairy Chu, this penniless monk has figured something out, the golden man said. With only your head left, you will no longer be able to stop this penniless monk from patting your head, because you have no hands left to do so. While he was speaking, the big hand touched Pavilion Master Chu's head left and right and all over. Pavilion Master Chu's tears that had been flowing stopped at once. You bastard! 12:45 Come out, my army. Pavilion Master Chu was so angry that even with only her head left, she opened her mouth to bite the golden hand. The big golden hand casually avoided her small mouth, and then patted her head once again. The golden man gently said, Don't bite. My body is the true body of the Buddha, and it's to hurt if you bite. Of course, you're the one who's going to get hurt. The rebounding power of this body is especially strong, and you would really hurt your teeth. If you really want to bite me, I'll change my body to have soft skin and flesh so that you can bite me to your heart's content. Pavilion Master Chu, the golden man continued, You can leave the rest to me. I'll take revenge for you. Then, he turned around to face the 5 tribulation transcender beast cultivators. At this time, the 5 beast cultivators simply stared at the golden man and did not act rashly. The golden man said, 5 on 1, plus the 1 on the ground that's currently recovering, so in total, it's 6 on 1. It seems this situation's quite unfavorable for me. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender, unfavorable your ass. When the golden man had appeared, he casually punched the black hole and disrupted the hurricane. If this was his real power, even if it were 6 on 1, the dragon-scaled tribulation transcender was still uncertain of victory. The golden man opened his arms, and shouted, Well, compared to fighting at a disadvantage, this king prefers to bully the enemy with superior numbers, so come out, my army. The liquefied tribulation transcender, wasn't this guy a penniless Buddhist monk when he first appeared? When did he become a king? However, in the next moment, he figured out the answer to his own questions. Behind the golden man, a red golden space appeared. That space extended far and deep, it was as if it was the gate to a new world. Was it an illusory reality? No, a seventh stage Venerable's illusory reality had no effect nor use in a battle between those at the ninth stage realm. The golden man's ability was not an illusory reality, but rather a real world. In that red golden space, there were 70,000 soldiers in golden armor, standing in formation. These golden-armored soldiers were completely quiet. Their aura condensed into a single wave, and the heaven and earth were moved by it. Even if one were a tribulation transcender, facing such an aura would still cause them to be afraid. However, this was not the most terrifying thing about the soldiers. What was even more terrifying was that at the forefront of the soldiers, there were 7 people with incomparably strong auras standing side by side. All 7 of these men had a shining, moon-like disc on their heads, which obscured their faces. Each of the discs above the 7 people's heads would give someone a different feeling when looked at. These discs of light symbolized their status as immortals, and each was a condensed form of the path they stepped on to achieve immortality. It was like a mirror, no matter what realm a cultivator was at when seeing the light of this path, they would be reflected in it and feel various emotions. Anyway, these were 7 immortals. The dragon-scaled tribulation transcender suddenly began trembling in fear. The immortal at the leftmost wore battle armor made of ice and had long silver hair flying in the wind. There were also snowflakes falling beside him. This was an immortal who'd mastered the principles of ice and stepped onto the path of ice. Outside the crystal-clear water pavilion, the sea turtle gaped in shock. Heavens, it's my master! It couldn't believe what it was seeing. There was no mistaking it, the immortal who seemed to be the ruler of winter and the master of ice was its master, the Great Northern Emperor. Why did the Great Northern Emperor appear there? In addition to the Great Northern Emperor, the other 6 immortals were also all famous people. For example, the sea turtle recognized the 3rd immortal as well. This immortal wore a crimson royal robe, and hidden at the cuffs of the robe were what seemed to be 2 suns. It was the Great Western Emperor. He shared the same title as the Great Northern Emperor, just that he was the master of the Palace of Summer, and had stepped onto the path of fire. The door place and square of the Palace of Summer were still in Song Shuhang's inner world. As for the other 5 immortals, the sea turtle did not recognize them for the time being. However, 7 immortals appearing was shocking nonetheless. There weren't many of them even all throughout the entire universe, yet there were actually 7 of them right here. The Golden Man smiled slightly, and said, "Did you see the army of this king?" "Victory, victory, victory," the golden-armored soldiers cheered in unison. The Golden Man said, "Tell our enemies, what is the way of the king?" The Great Northern Emperor took a step forward before chuckling lightly, and saying, "Should the enemy fail to comply, we shall trample over them." The Golden Man asked again, "What is the way of the tyrant?" The second immortal stepped forward, and said, "Even if they comply, we shall trample over them." The Golden Man raised his hand again, and shouted, "What is?" The third immortal, the Great Western Emperor, stepped forward, and said, "The third is the way of the scholar. We shall speak to them before trampling over them." After saying that, the Great Western Emperor went back to his place. The Golden Man coughed, calmed down, and raised his hand again. "What is the way of the scholar?" The Great Western Emperor took a step forward, kept his hands in his cuffs, and replied, "Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about the way of the scholar, there is absolutely no fate between you and the scholars." The Golden Man was speechless. "Can't you just follow the script?" He turned his head at the Great Western Emperor in dissatisfaction. The Great Western Emperor tilted his head, turned his gaze to the sky, and began whistling. Pavilion Master Chu, the dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender, the liquefied Tribulation Transcender, and the 4 Tribulation Transcender Beast Cultivators were all speechless. Let's stop at that. Anyway, just kill them. The Golden Man pointed to the several Tribulation Transcender Beast Cultivators. Behind him, the Great Northern Emperor stood up and jumped out of the red golden space. At the same time, a spatial gate opened in front of him, and the Great Emperor entered the gate. When he reappeared, he was already behind the liquefied Tribulation Transcender. The Great Northern Emperor extended his hand, touched the liquefied Tribulation Transcender, and used the power of ice. The poison of the liquefied Tribulation Transcender had met its nemesis, and was instantly frozen before it could even be unleashed. This was the gap in the power between immortals and Tribulation Transcenders. Even if the liquefied Tribulation Transcender had already condensed an embryonic form of his path, he was still much weaker than an immortal. At this moment, the dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender on the side shouted, "Devour!" A black hole appeared next to the Great Northern Emperor, and attempted to devour him. The Great Northern Emperor's figure was sucked towards it, causing him to slightly pause. On this occasion, the dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender once again revealed his dragon form. He grabbed the liquefied Tribulation Transcender that had been frozen into ice, and with a swing of his dragon tail, he opened up a spatial gate and entered it. The several other Tribulation Transcender Beast Cultivators also opened the spatial gates and entered them. When the one-horned Tribulation Transcender was fleeing, he grabbed his juniors and took them away with him. The dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender's figure flashed and fell beside his allies. He then quickly wrapped around everyone and disappeared into the spatial gate. If one's strength had reached the Tribulation Transcender realm, and as long as space wasn't locked, it would be difficult to kill them all. Using their spatial prowess was simply the best means for them to escape with their lives. The Golden Man's eyes narrowed. "You think you can escape?" As he had to protect Pavilion Master Chu, he couldn't leave his position. It was especially so with how he had to continuously pour immortal energy into her body to keep it from dissipating. Due to this, he couldn't join the others in battle. The Golden Man said, "As I said, we have to take revenge. You can't just escape like this." While he was speaking, in the red golden space behind him, the second immortal made his move. There were golden chains on his hands, which stretched out and penetrated into the void. Then, space gates opened one by one in the sky. The dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender and the cultivators who had previously escaped into spatial gates were all tied up by the golden chains and dragged out of them. "How is this possible?" the dragon-scaled Tribulation Transcender said in panic. The immortal then reached out and formed a hand seal, causing the golden chains to form a cage, trapping the Tribulation Transcender Beast Cultivators within. The fight was over. The Beast Cultivators attempted to open spatial gates once again, but they could not do so while in the golden cage. At the back, the 70,000 gold-armored soldiers roared and moved forward to securely surround the cage. When all the Tribulation Transcenders were captured, in the distance, the Great Northern Emperor slightly shook his body, easily breaking free from the small black hole. He turned his head and glanced at the sea turtle outside the crystal-clear water pavilion, and then stepped back into the red-golden space. The Golden Man said, "Good job. Save a few for me, I'll personally deal with them in a while." The Great Western Emperor said, "Unfortunately, Your Majesty, you are not able to enter this space yet, so you won't be able to deal with them yourself." The Golden Man said, "Then send them out and let me deal with them." The Great Western Emperor said, "Regarding that, Your Majesty, we can't lend you a hand to stop these Tribulation Transcenders if they get out. After all, only Beifong can leave this space and move about. Your Majesty, you'll have to personally set up a space seal, and only then will you be able to beat them up." The Golden Man's face contorted. "This won't do, that won't do. Gah, why do I even have you guys, then?" The second immortal lightly said, "To show off." The golden man was infuriated. Show off your ass. Just now, you stabbed my heart and made me lose face. Go back, all of you scram back. The Great Northern Emperor and the Great Western Emperor went back. The red golden space then slowly closed. The 70,000 gold-armored soldiers, as well as the 7 immortals, all disappeared. There was also the group of captured beast cultivators that screamed in terror while being brought to the red golden space. The chaos within the crystal-clear water pavilion had come to an end. However, the crystal-clear water pavilion below was still collapsing and was polluted all over. The 2 trees were still growing, and continued to absorb the power of the crystal-clear water pavilion and Pavilion Master Chu. The golden man stretched his hand and kept it on Pavilion Master Chu's head. He was still pouring powerful immortal energy into Pavilion Master Chu's body so as to keep her from disintegrating further. Pavilion Master Chu asked, "What was that just now?" The golden man replied, "A magical treasure that is very good to show off and scare people." Pavilion Master Chu, the golden man asked, "Can you stop condensing your path?" Pavilion Master Chu answered, "It's too late to stop it. However, I won't die, I have already made preparations. Your path is too extreme, even I did not expect you to choose such a path." The golden man sighed, and said, "The means of resurrection you had prepared won't necessarily work." Pavilion Master Chu went silent. "My time is almost up," the golden man said. "He'll have to deal with this mess next." 1246 Illegitimate child. Pavilion Master Chu asked, "Are you going to leave again?" The golden man replied, "My time is limited regardless of where I stay in this universe. I won't be able to stay here for much longer." Pavilion Master Chu fell silent. "Don't worry, you'll be fine," the golden man said. "If a problem really does come up, there's still one last thing that I can resort to." "A last resort?" Pavilion Master Chu raised her head and looked at him. "Do you know of Cheng Lin's path to immortality? I've also mastered that path. At that time, Fairy Chu, you will become my daughter. It's quite odd for a man to be giving birth, but for you, I'm prepared to sacrifice what I can to overcome this physiological obstacle. Well, the main reason for this is that, just imagining the scene where you call me daddy makes me feel very excited," the golden man said with a thumbs up. Pavilion Master Chu rolled her eyes, and said, "I'd rather die. If that was how she was going to be reborn, then she'd rather just die." In addition, as far as she knew, every path to immortality could only have a single owner. As such, the path of each immortal was completely different from one another, so why could this guy master Cheng Lin's path to immortality? The golden man said, "He's coming, I have to go." While he spoke, he poured all of the immortal energy within him into Pavilion Master Chu. This way, Pavilion Master Chu would be able to maintain her current state and avoid disintegrating completely, at least for a short while. Pavilion Master Chu asked, "Who's coming?" The golden man smiled, and said, "The cute fellow Taoist Song." Pavilion Master Chu recalled, and asked, "What's his relationship with you?" Why had everyone mistaken Song Shuhang for slow-witted Song whenever they first met him? Just a second look at him would reveal that he and slow-witted Song were completely different. Song Shuhang wanted to know the reason for this, and the same went for her. "It seems you've figured it out." The golden man sighed, and said, "Well, it's not like I intended to keep it secret forever." Pavilion Master Chu. "In fact, this little fellow Taoist Song is my illegitimate child. However, don't tell anyone else," the golden man said with emotion. Pavilion Master Chu was shocked. The golden man waved his hand, and said, "Ha ha ha ha, I'm just joking with you, how could I actually have an illegitimate child? Anyhow, I really have to go now." Pavilion Master Chu asked, "Who's the mother?" The golden man replied, "Huh? Is it the golden dragon? Cheng Lin? White Bone? Or is it some other fairy that I don't know of? Or, could you have spread out a net and simply got many illegitimate children? Pavilion Master Chu listed out several names successively. The golden man wiped his sweat, and replied, I was just joking with you, seriously. Pavilion Master Chu's beautiful eyes intently stared at the golden man. The golden man said in all seriousness, I'm not lying to you, and I really did want to have a child, it would have to be a daughter. Daughters are cute, while sons are just troublesome. Pavilion Master Chu closed her eyes and stopped talking. The golden man didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he simply dismissed it, and said, I'll be going first. Pavilion Master Chu suddenly said, So you want a daughter? The golden man asked, Huh? Nothing, we can talk about it some other time. Pavilion Master Chu yawned and her eyes became drowsy. The golden man was dumbfounded, and then he disappeared. At this time, inside a really long spatial channel, Song Shuheng was running wildly. Behind him, the spatial channel was constantly collapsing. F***ck, what the hell is happening? Song Shuheng fully exerted the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk. In this spatial channel, for some reason, he couldn't fly on his saber, and could only run about madly. However, the speed of the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk was much slower than the speed at which the spatial channel was collapsing. Song Shuheng could only accumulate some qi, and when he was about to be caught up to by the collapsing spatial channel, he would use the celestial sprint to quickly create some distance between them. After that burst, he would go back to using the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk. Song Shuheng smiled bitterly. Damn it, why was I left behind in the spatial channel? Also, why does it seem like there's no end to this tunnel? He had clearly entered the spatial gate together with the virtuous Lamia and Senior Turtle, yet he somehow ended up entering this long spatial channel by himself. The worst part of it all was that the spatial channel had begun crumbling, and the parts of the channel that had collapsed would turn into spatial cracks, which had the ability to swallow anything and everything. As such, Song Shuheng could only choose to run as fast as he could. How unfortunate, Song Shuheng smiled bitterly. This spatial gate really is just a huge pain in the ass, sigh. While he was running wildly, he had also tried to open his inner world. However, his inner world was blocked, similar to when he was in the heavenly tribulation realm. As such, if he wanted to open it, it would take a considerable amount of time to do so. Besides that, he had even tried using the rune that the little son, your busy T233, had left him, but even that wasn't working. Therefore, he had no choice other than to run desperately. Song Shuheng murmured, F***ck, is this the retribution I'm getting for taking too much forging materials from those who had been affected by the evil energy of the netherworld in the beast realm? But that can't be it. Every time I cured someone, I'd get a small bit of virtue, so doing all that could be said to be a virtuous act. It wouldn't make sense for it to lead me to such an unfortunate event. Anyway, how long have I been running? Song Shuheng felt that he had been running for a century. If there were some gold coins, gems, and so on in the front, then it'd be like a Song Shuheng version of the Temple Run game, Song Shuheng mockingly said to himself. Just as he said that, a light suddenly appeared in front of him. It's the exit. However, where am I going to end up after going through the exit? After running for so long in this spatial channel, it's quite possible that I've run from the beast realm to another world. Well, wherever it might be, I should just exit first. Song Shuheng leaped forward in a graceful pose and went into the exit of the spatial channel. Song Shuheng clenched his fists, and said, yes. After he exited the spatial channel, he reappeared in midair and began falling at great speeds. Song Shuheng willed, and a black lotus appeared under his feet, supporting his body. At this time, Pavilion Master Chu's voice sounded. Yi Si is still outside the crystal-clear water pavilion. She's still in the middle of transcending her inner demon tribulation, so it would be useless to call her right now. 1. Song Shuheng turned his head, and then saw Pavilion Master Chu's drowsy and beautiful face. King Hell. Song Shuheng jumped back in shock. Pavilion Master Chu, what happened to you? As you can see, only my head is left, but it actually doesn't feel too bad. After saying that, Pavilion Master Chu yawned. Song Shuheng then stepped onto the Black Lotus and approached Pavilion Master Chu. Looking at Pavilion Master Chu, his right hand became rather itchy, and he slowly reached forward, desiring to pat Pavilion Master Chu's head. He always felt that Pavilion Master Chu's head was like a hairball and was especially cute. Pavilion Master Chu said, "I'll bite you." Song Shuheng withdrew his hand in embarrassment. Pavilion Master Chu calmly said, "I met slow-witted Song just now, and I asked him about how you were related to him." Song Shuheng's eyes lit up, and he asked, "What did he say?" Pavilion Master Chu said, "He said that you're his illegitimate child." Song Shuheng, I'll illegitimate child? Pavilion Master, are you sure you heard it right? Song Shuheng simply couldn't believe it. He was obviously born from his mother's belly. Papa Song and Mama Song's pictures during pregnancy, as well as the picture of Song Shuheng just born, and his birth certificate and the like existed. How could he be the illegitimate child of slow-witted Song? Pavilion Master Chu calmly said, "Although I have only my head left, my ears are a part of my head." I definitely did not hear it wrong, slow-witted Song said it personally. Song Shuheng looked up at the sky. This information was simply too much to take in over a short amount of time. He might have actually not been born to his parents. After a while, Song Shuheng tried asking, "Are you sure that slow-witted Song wasn't just joking?" Pavilion Master Chu replied, "Who knows? You also know slow-witted Song a bit. You should know his personality, though he might seem to be joking at times, what he's saying might actually contain truthful information. While at other times, though he might seem to be saying something very seriously, he's actually just joking. So, as to whether or not he was joking, I really do not know." Song Shuheng's liver hurt. He said, assuming that I really am his illegitimate child, who is my mother?" Pavilion Master Chu added, "Perhaps Cheng Lin, Golden Dragon, White Bone, or some other fairy that I might not know of." "Oh yeah, if your mother is Cheng Lin, you and Yi Si are actually siblings." Ha ha ha. Song Shuheng said, "F***ck. Just kidding." Pavilion Master Chu yawned languidly. Huh. In the end, slow-witted Song said that he was joking with me about you being his illegitimate child, Pavilion Master Chu said. Yup, the look of surprise on your face was quite similar to how mine was when he said that to me. Seeing you with such a dumbfounded face makes me feel more comfortable. Song Shuheng said, "So, I'm not the slow-witted Song's illegitimate child, right?" Pavilion Master Chu said, "Who knows? When it comes to slow-witted Song's words, whether or not it's something to be believed depends on your own intuition." Song Shuheng looked up to the sky. If I had gotten out of the spatial channel a bit earlier, I could have met slow-witted Song, and maybe even asked him where the secret code was hidden. At this moment, the sea turtle and the virtuous Lamia carried Yi Si as they flew over. "Shuheng, rescue the Pavilion Master." Yi Si's voice rang in Song Shuheng's mind. Song Shuheng asked, "How am I supposed to help Pavilion Master Chu?" "Save her." Yi Si's consciousness was falling back into the inner demon tribulation, so she could only utter these final words before going completely quiet once again. Song Shuheng sighed as he reached over to take Yi Si. As his ghost spirit, Yi Si integrated into his body automatically. Speaking of which, why had she come out of his body? The virtuous Lamia took down the flat imperial crown and entered Song Shuheng's body as well. However, her mount, the fat whale, was left behind to support Song Shuheng should the need arise. In the belly of the fat whale, the white-haired man's eyes were rolled up, he appeared to be still unconscious. Song Shuheng asked, Pavilion Master Chu, is there anything I could do to help? Pavilion Master only had her head left, and there was no knowing if she could even grow back the rest of her body. I haven't found a way to deal with the situation yet, Pavilion Master Chu said. Do you perhaps know of anything that could help me deal with it? Me? Song Shuheng pointed at himself and said, Senior Chu, I'm just a small 4th stage cultivator. 1, yes. Equals ye see. 1247 Pavilion Master Chu, can I touch your head? The 4th stage realm isn't low. In ancient times, you would have already been able to leave the sect and wander about, Pavilion Master Chu said indifferently. Oh, do you want a reward? Take a look at the crystal clear water pavilion below. Although it has been damaged quite a bit, its foundation is still there. I can give it to you if you want. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to give you the 2 trees behind me. Song Shuheng moved his gaze to the crystal clear water pavilion that had been wrecked and contaminated with poison. Heavens, that was the poison of someone at the 9th stage. Weaker cultivators would instantly die when touching it, and some might even instantly die just from taking a whiff of it. Even if you reward me with the crystal clear water pavilion, I wouldn't be able to take it away. Moreover, the crystal clear water pavilion was the most precious thing to Pavilion Master Chu, so how could he possibly have the heart to take it away from her? Song Shuheng replied, Gentlemen, don't take advantage of others. Pavilion Master Chu yawned. Then there's nothing I can do. Other than the crystal clear water pavilion, I have nothing else that I could reward you with at the moment. Yi Si has long been yours, even in her death, she's your ghost spirit. Song Shuheng laughed dryly. Pavilion Master Chu asked, Did you have any ideas? Pavilion Master, I need time to think of a solution, don't rush me. I can't brainstorm whenever I want. After saying that, Song Shuheng pointed to his body and laughed. Actually, my body is currently liquefied. How about I give you a bit of it and you use it to condense a new body? Pavilion Master Chu replied, No, at this time, the sea turtle said, Shuheng, prepare to enter brainstorming mode. The immortal energy stored within Pavilion Master Chu's body has already been depleted by half. When the immortal energy is completely exhausted, her body will begin to dissipate again, and eventually nothing will be left of her. Pavilion Master Chu said, Although the amount of immortal energy that slow-witted Song had left in me was quite a lot, it doesn't exactly suit my attributes, so the rate of its consumption is much higher than it should have been, even I don't know how much longer I'll be able to stay like this. Song Shuheng was anxious. What about slow-witted Song? Can't we just call him over? Pavilion Master Chu replied, He left, and before he did, he told me that the troublesome matter of saving me should be left to you to deal with. If she'd had shoulders right now, she would have shrugged. Pavilion Master Chu did not mention the last resort that slow-witted Song had mentioned. She would rather die. Song Shuheng said, Huh? Was that guy making a joke? Even he couldn't deal with this problem, yet he actually expects me to deal with it. Alright, take a deep breath. Calm down. If I'm solving this problem, I'll first have to know the reasons why it even happened. And after that, find a way to treat the symptoms. If he didn't even know the root of the problem, it was possible that he could just make things worse. Song Shuheng asked, Pavilion Master Chu, what is your current state? Pavilion Master Chu calmly replied, Only my head is left. At the same time, I've gradually been consuming the immortal energy that has been left by slow-witted Song for the maintenance of my body. When my body completely dissipates, I'm 90% sure I'll disappear forever, and even the means of resurrection that I have prepared will be of no use. What the hell, then how in the world can you remain so calm? Song Shuheng asked, How did you end up in this state? Although he'd been following the battle at the crystal clear water pavilion through the eye of virtue, he hadn't really got to have a detailed picture of everything. I stepped onto my path, this is the second path. The price for doing so is dying once. The 2 trees behind are the fruits of my sacrifice, Pavilion Master Chu said as she turned her head to look at the 2 trees. The new crystal-clear water pavilion would be reborn inside these 2 trees. Song Shuhang rubbed his brow. Treat the symptoms, my ass. Pavilion Master Chu's state involved the path to immortality of a 9th-stage tribulation transcender. This was an area that Song Shuhang would not be able to understand at present. Even if Pavilion Master Chu were to give him some details on the principles of immortality, Song Shuhang would still not be able to understand it. And so, he currently only had a single option to resort to. Song Shuhang took off the glove on his right hand. Pavilion Master Chu, let me touch your head. Indeed, the final option he had was the secret appraisal technique. This was the best method he had that would allow him to figure out the inner workings. Of course, appraising Pavilion Master Chu would definitely make him pay a huge price. Fortunately, he was currently in a liquefied state. As such, it did not matter how much blood he lost, as all of the liquid that would get spewed out of his body could still be retrieved. Once again, this liquefaction talent of Senior Phoenix was truly great. It worked seamlessly with his secret appraisal technique. Pavilion Master Chu said, I'll bite you. Song Shuhang seriously said, Pavilion Master Chu, please cooperate. I'm going to cast a secret technique. This secret technique is related to slow-witted song. Pavilion Master Chu heard this and slightly paused. After that, she fell silent and stopped speaking. This was her show of tacit consent to Song Shuhang's idea. Song Shuhang smiled slightly, and then he extended his right hand and pressed it on Pavilion Master Chu's head. It really did feel amazing, and he just couldn't stop after touching it once. He touched it left and right, back and front, along her hair, and back. Pavilion Master Chu gritted her teeth, and said, if I find out that you touching my head isn't a necessary procedure for you to use your secret technique, you're done for. Song Shuhang's hand stiffened. Song Shuhang seriously said, cough, Pavilion Master Chu, I was just preparing myself a bit. The price I have to pay for using this secret technique is really high, so I need to prepare mentally. A high price? How much is it? I'll compensate you. Pavilion Master Chu's voice softened. Unfortunately, you won't be able to compensate me for this one. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth as 88,888 voices filled his mind while he urged the secret appraisal technique. Golden runes flew out of his eyes and landed on Pavilion Master Chu. In the next moment, a series of cuts appeared on Song Shuhang's body. Each of the cuts was an inch deep, and an indiscernible amount of liquefied blood spewed out of them. Even at his chest, a huge wound in the form of a transparent hole had emerged. Ack! Tears streamed down from Song Shuhang's eyes. The price he had to pay for appraising Pavilion Master Chu was just as heavy as he expected. Fortunately, he was in a liquefied state, and could afford to pay the price. If he was in his normal state, not only would he have not been able to acquire information on Pavilion Master Chu, he would have even died due to the loss of too much blood. Pavilion Master Chu, it turned out that it was this. If it was under normal circumstances, Song Shuhang would be spewing out blood everywhere. However, currently, he was merely spraying out a lot of liquid from all over his body. What was quite terrifying was that a moment after the liquid was sprayed out, it would return to Song Shuhang's body. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth as he said, "It hurts so much. The wounds will heal and the blood will return, but the pain has doubled." Fortunately, the secret appraisal technique was successfully performed. The mysterious runes condensed into a clock on Pavilion Master Chu's head. The hour hand then went counterclockwise before turning into runes and returning to Song Shuhang's eyes. Song Shuhang said, "Fortunately, it paid off and did not fail this time." His body was still trembling from the unimaginable pain that he had just suffered. This pain he had just experienced had reached his critical point this time, so he really had no confidence in casting the secret appraisal technique another time. If I had to cast it one more time, I'm afraid that I would have already long passed out before the secret appraisal technique has even been completed. Pavilion Master Chu softly said, "Thank you." Song Shuhang's face was pale. The painful price he had to pay was indeed something that she could not make up for. At this time, the result of the secret appraisal technique poured into Song Shuhang's mind. Fairy Chu, Pavilion Master of the ancient, crystal-clear water pavilion. Peak 9th stage tribulation transcender who has condensed her own path. Other, omitted. The information above was related to Pavilion Master Chu herself, and not much had actually been appraised. This was a choice that Song Shuhang had made when he used the secret appraisal technique. After all, the more content the secret appraisal technique identified, the greater the cost he would have to pay. He would not have been able to bear the appraisal of Pavilion Master Chu's personal information. What he really needed was to figure out how to help her deal with her current state. In his mind, the results of the appraisal continue to emerge. Fairy Chu will completely dissipate in 1 hour and 34 minutes. Solution 1, look for Empress Chenglin and use her path to immortality to transform Fairy Chu. Song Shuhang sighed. Where am I supposed to go to find Empress Chenglin? She had possessed Yi Si's body a short while before, but then left just as quickly. She had always moved around without leaving a trace, and it was only her who could take the initiative to look for someone. Going the other way around and taking the initiative to look for her could be considered to be an extremely difficult task. Fairy Chenglin. Fairy Chenglin, are you still there? Song Shuhang tried yelling out a few times. This was a habit he had gained from summoning Senior White Two. As long as he was lucky, he could successfully connect with Senior White Two after a few calls. Well, it seemed like calling out to Fairy Chenglin had failed. This meant that the first option was a no-go. Solution 2, use the soul-controlling technique to keep a wisp of Fairy Chu's soul behind. Together with the resurrection method that Fairy Chu had pre-arranged, she has a 30% chance of resurrecting. What is the soul-controlling technique? Song Shuhang said in confusion. Other than the soul-ferrying technique, he didn't really have a magical technique of the same kind. In addition, the probability of the success of this option was quite low, with it only being 30%. He didn't feel like using this method other than as a last resort. Solution 3, go to the dead soul's realm amidst the vast universe and find the spring of life at the very center of this world. After that, use the spring of life to slowly restore Fairy Chu's body. The dead soul's realm was now the second realm in the vast universe that Song Shuhang had heard about besides the beast realm. Just from hearing its name, he knew that it was a high-level dungeon. It was likely not a place that he could enter as a small fourth-level account. It was probable that even before having entered the periphery of the dead soul's realm, he would have already been crushed into pieces. Moreover, there was only 1.5 hours left before Pavilion Master Chu completely dissipated. Where was he supposed to find the time to get into the dead soul's realm? Is there anything else I can do? Song Shuhang rubbed his temple desperately. Unfortunately, the appraisal had only provided him with these 3 options. There might be more ways to save Pavilion Master Chu, but with Song Shuhang's current mastery of the secret technique, he could not gather any more information from the appraisal. Song Shuhang asked, Senior Turtle, Pavilion Master Chu, have either of you learned the soul-controlling technique? The sea turtle shook his head. Pavilion Master Chu said, I have. Is it difficult to learn this technique? Song Shuhang's eyes brightened up. Pavilion Master Chu said, it isn't that difficult, I could master it in 2 months. Song Shuhang, after 2 months, there won't even be any part of you left. It appeared that the second option couldn't be chosen. In other words, he could only try looking for Chenglin or the Spring of Life. The Spring of Life. For some reason, he couldn't help but think of his living spring. The center of the dead soul's realm had given birth to the spring of life. Was this because things turned into their opposite after reaching the extreme? Coincidentally, his living spring, which was located in his inner world, had also been condensed from the evil energy of the netherworld. Every cup of living spring was just like the scholarly faction's virtuous golden lotus seeds, which could prolong one's lifespan by 50 years, and it tasted great. Since I won't be able to search for Qinglin, and breaking into the dead soul's realm isn't something I could do in an hour or two, should I just try out the living spring that's in my inner world? As he thought of this, Song Shuheng said to Pavilion Master Chu, "Pavilion Master Chu, I'm going to transfer you somewhere, don't resist." With Pavilion Master Chu's strength, Song Shuheng could not force her into his inner world if she resisted. In addition, his inner world was currently upgrading, so there were some things that he had to be particularly cautious about. Pavilion Master Chu said, "You're going to transfer me? Alright, I'll cooperate with you." Song Shuheng's right hand lightly rubbed Pavilion Master Chu's head. Pavilion Master Chu asked, "This is a necessary procedure for the transfer, right?" Song Shuheng said, "Yes." Pavilion Master Chu, while they were speaking, Song Shuheng willed it, opened the inner world, and transferred Pavilion Master Chu to the edge of the living spring, inside his inner world. At the same time, he willed it and had spring water from the living spring gently wrap Pavilion Master Chu's body. Song Shuheng asked, "How is it? Are you feeling better?" Pavilion Master Chu asked, "This spring water contains vitality. Where did you get such a treasure?" Song Shuheng laughed, and said, "From the scholarly faction. I've quite a special relationship with them." "Oh?" Pavilion Master Chu looked at Song Shuheng in surprise. Afterward, she closed her eyes and sensed her state. After the spring water moisturized her body, her condition immediately stabilized, and the rate at which her body dissipated slowed down infinitely. The immortal energy that slow-witted Song had left her would have only been able to let her remain in existence for another hour and a half. But thanks to the spring water, she would be able to maintain her current state even for a few years. Pavilion Master Chu opened her eyes and told Song Shuheng about her status. "So what you're saying is that the spring water of the living spring can only maintain your current condition, but won't actually be able to help you recover from it?" Song Shuheng rubbed his temples. Pavilion Master Chu replied, "It should be because the effect of your living spring is not strong enough. If the effect of your living spring was a few times better, it wouldn't cause me to be in a deadlock state like I am right now, and perhaps it would have even been able to heal me back to normal." Song Shuheng gently clapped his hands. "It just so happens that my living spring is going to get an upgrade quite soon. At that time, we can see if it can heal you. It would be for the best if it did. If it didn't work, then he would either have to find the time to look for Qinglin or directly go to the spring of life within the dead soul's realm." Song Shuheng asked, "Pavilion Master Chu, you should get some rest first. Also, what should I do with the crystal clear water pavilion outside?" Pavilion Master Chu's eyes slightly sank. "The crystal clear water pavilion no longer matters to me. You're finally willing to let go of it?" Song Shuheng said in a congratulatory manner. Pavilion Master Chu shook her head. "I've done everything I could for the crystal clear water pavilion. As for what the crystal clear water pavilion will end up becoming next, that's up to the next Pavilion Master Chu. Huh? Song Shuheng was puzzled. Pavilion Master Chu calmly said, "Since it is a path to immortality, even if there is some problem with it, it will still take shape in some way. I'm sure it won't just dissipate." Song Shuheng asked, "So, there's going to be a Pavilion Master Chu too? Did everyone just feel like having a second version of themselves for some reason?" He then smoothed out his thoughts, and said, "So you're saying that if I didn't stop you from dissipating in time, and the means of resurrection that you'd prepared ended up failing, then ye see and I would have met a Pavilion Master Chu too?" Pavilion Master Chu replied, "Pretty much." Song Shuheng asked, what about her memories? Pavilion Master Chu replied, what do you mean? What I'm trying to ask is if the memories will remain completely the same. It's quite a big thing to me, Song Shuheng suddenly said seriously. Pavilion Master Chu, was there a Pavilion Master Chu version 0.1 before you? Or a Pavilion Master Chu version 0.2 or something? Pavilion Master Chu, cough, I'll be going first. Anyway, Pavilion Master Chu, it's best if you just rest for a while, Song Shuheng said before placing down a jade box. Inside was the vivid recreation of Pavilion Master Chu in red crystal. Pavilion Master Chu softly said, oh, it actually ended up getting delivered to you. Song Shuheng said, huh? Didn't you deliberately get the Taoist umbrella to send it over to me? Pavilion Master Chu said, well, it's not really wrong to put it this way. Song Shuheng exited the inner world. As soon as he was out, the sea turtle suddenly stood up and put him on its shoulders. After that, it immediately began running away from the crystal-clear water pavilion. Song Shuheng asked, Senior Turtle, what are you doing? Senior Turtle replied, heavens, the crystal-clear water pavilion has changed, see for yourself. Song Shuheng raised his head and looked at the crystal-clear water pavilion, which appeared to be no different from hell. The poison had already integrated with the crystal-clear water pavilion, and nearly all of the buildings within it had collapsed. The original disciples of the crystal-clear water pavilion had all disappeared. Song Shuheng asked, Taoist umbrella? Is he still there? In the original, crystal-clear water pavilion, Taoist umbrella was a very special individual. There's nothing left in the entire crystal-clear water pavilion, Senior Turtle replied. Other than that, look at the two trees. Heavens, Pavilion Master Chu's path to immortality is too weird. Song Shuheng looked at the trees again. The scene was the same as before, with there being a tree that was thriving and a tree that was withering. It was just that the life force of the tree that was thriving had decreased by half, while the tree that was withering right beside it was growing larger and larger. The branches and vines of the withering tree extended towards the thriving tree and wrapped around it. It was as if it was absorbing the other tree. When Song Shuheng turned his head, the absorption process had just entered the final stage. The withering tree suddenly cracked apart as if a mouth had opened on it. The trunk of the withering tree then bent, and it swallowed the thriving tree in a single bite. Song Shuheng couldn't help but mutter, heavens. After the withering tree engulfed the other tree, a huge fruit was born on top of the withering tree. The fruit cracked open, and a cute little foot stepped out of it. A little white foot stepped out of the fruit. That foot had skin as smooth as jade and as white as snow, while its flesh was so pale that even the thin blood vessels that coursed through the foot were visible. 10 toes could also be seen, each just like they were petals, the sea turtle repeated. Song Shuheng asked, Senior Turtle, what are you talking about? The sea turtle seriously said, I'm talking about your inner demon, an inner demon that every human male has. Song Shuheng shrugged, and said, unfortunately, I don't have a foot fetish. Song Shuheng then recalled the time 4 months ago. He had never understood how people could find women's legs to be of such interest, and with that, he could not understand Tubo's obsession with long-legged stars. It wasn't like men did not have legs of their own, and though women's legs tended to be thinner, fairer, and more tender, there wasn't really anything special about them. However, when Song Shuheng said these words today, he wasn't that confident anymore. Jingle, a figure had completely come out of the fruit. On the ankle of her other foot, a golden bell could be found tied neatly. At this moment, a gentle ringing could be heard coming from the bell. Song Shuheng moved his gaze to her. Sure enough, it was her. Pavilion Master Chu too. However, this Pavilion Master Chu looked relatively young. Her long hair was not as long as that of Pavilion Master Chu, with it only reaching the bend of her calf. She was currently wearing a skirt styled according to the style of the ancient times, while her feet were completely bare. On her clothes hung a crystal bead that was the size of a pigeon egg. Pavilion Master Chu too did some stretches. Nothing like laziness could be found on her face, only youthfulness and playfulness shone on it. Pavilion Master Chu too happily said, "Shuheng, you're here too." Although the voice was still the same, the way Pavilion Master Chu too talked was quite different from the first. When Pavilion Master Chu spoke, her voice was low, and her drowsiness was evident. In contrast, when Pavilion Master Chu too spoke, her voice was pleasant and mellow. She was simply filled with vitality. It was as if she had not experienced the disaster that had befallen the crystal-clear water pavilion at all. After seeing Song Shuheng, Pavilion Master Chu too leapt lightly and fell beside Song Shuheng. "Senior Chu," Song Shuheng said with a smile. "I always get the feeling that you're trying to put some distance between us." Pavilion Master Chu too blinked, and then suddenly said, "Oh right, I have something for you." Song Shuheng asked, "What is it?" Pavilion Master Chu too grinned, and replied, "It's something slow-witted Song left with me, but I feel like he didn't leave it for me. Instead, it should be something that's for you." After saying that, she reached out and gently made a grabbing motion towards the crystal-clear water pavilion below her. Then, a scroll made from animal hide descended into her hands. "Here." She gave Song Shuheng the scroll made from animal hide. Song Shuheng's heart moved. The rate of his heartbeat slightly accelerated. This animal hide scroll left by slow-witted Song, can't possibly be that, right? The decoder for the secret text of the 33 divine beasts technique. Song Shuheng reached out to take the animal hide scroll and couldn't wait to open it. However, when he flipped it open, he suddenly felt dizzy. He was poisoned. On the scroll, there were still remains of the poison left by the liquefied tribulation transcender. "Oh, I forgot to clean up the poison," Pavilion Master Chu too said in embarrassment. After saying that, she moved her hand onto Song Shuheng's hand and swept it gently. With some immortal energy, the poison on the scroll and the poison that reached Song Shuheng was all dealt with. "Thank you, Pavilion Master Chu," Song Shuheng said with relief. Pavilion Master Chu too laughed, and said, "There's no need to be so polite with me." Song Shuheng opened the scroll once again and checked out its contents. In the next moment, he closed the scroll with a sad face. The scroll was composed entirely of ancient runes. Pavilion Master Chu too asked, "Do you not understand it?" Song Shuheng gritted his teeth, and said, "I really have to quickly master the script of the ancient era." "Hee, you got this." Pavilion Master Chu too suddenly gave Song Shuheng a hug. Song Shuheng stiffened. "Hey, little friend Song Shuheng." Pavilion Master Chu too moved closer to Song Shuheng's ear, and whispered, "Give me that final part of me. Without that part, I'm incomplete. You won't refuse me, right?" Her slender arms hugged Song Shuheng tightly. It was a warm but dangerous hug. Song Shuheng said, "If I refuse, are you going to hug me to death?" 1249 There is also a great northern emperor too. Pavilion Master Chu too leaned against Song Shuheng's ear, and whispered, "Hug you to death? Although I don't really get what you're talking about, are you planning on refusing my request? Can't you give it some more thought?" Her voice was pleasant, but it contained an undisguised threat within. "Cough," Song Shuheng said. "Pavilion Master Chu, you don't know this saying? I'll explain it to you then. In fact, the so-called hugging a man to death is a variant of hugging a sister to death. It's just that the posture you're assuming right now is the same as those. I don't need to know such useless knowledge. What I need is for you to consider my proposal." Pavilion Master Chu too interrupted Song Shuheng. She still clung to Song Shuheng's ear, and gently whispered, "Do you understand?" "Yes." Song Shuheng said honestly, "Senior Chu, your arms are wrapping around me too tightly. If things go on like this, I'll end up broken. Pavilion Master Chu too smiled softly, and said, then, I'll just break you. In the next moment, Song Shuhang really did break. As long as the steel hands technique state was removed, his body would revert back to the initial slimy state, which allowed him to escape from Pavilion Master Chu's arms. Song Shuhang said, Senior Turtle, let's go. The sea turtle rolled its eyes. Go you ass. Pavilion Master Chu is someone at the immortal realm, plus my realm is sealed, so how am I supposed to run away from her, huh? The entire space was sealed right now, and no one would be able to leave. Ha ha ha, interesting. But do you really think you can escape from my grasp? Pavilion Master Chu too stretched out her hand and drew a circle in the air. The puddle-like Song Shuhang and Senior Turtle were then trapped by the circle, and even the range of their movement was restricted. Song Shuhang willed it and used the steel hands technique again, turning himself into a human form. Senior Chu, there is no happiness in forcing somebody to do something. Anyway, trapping me by force isn't the way, so you should just give up. Pavilion Master Chu too shook her head, and said, I refuse. Song Shuhang said, forcing a melon open won't bring one sweetness. Pavilion Master Chu too proudly said, then just add some sugar. Besides, I'm someone who quite likes salty things. When I have jellied bean curd, I prefer mine salty and not sweet. Song Shuhang exclaimed, heresy. Hee hee. Pavilion Master Chu too held out her finger, and said, I have to get what I want. In order to protect the crystal-clear water pavilion and prevent it from being destroyed by anyone, I must have the power to protect it. For that, I must first become complete. She stretched out another finger. Secondly, the other me is prepared to be sacrificed anyway. Everything that happened was because she wanted to go through with it, nobody forced her to do it. Instead, it was you who interrupted our plan. So, don't you think you're being a bit too nosy here? Song Shuhang sighed, and said, Senior Chu, you do indeed have a point. Pavilion Master Chu too said, so, give me the other me. Song Shuhang seriously said, alright, I guess I can only tell you the truth. If you want to find your counterpart, you have to go and find slow-witted Song. Pavilion Master Chu too. Song Shuhang said, Senior Chu, just look at me, I'm only a small fourth-stage cultivator. Do you think that with my strength and means, would be able to stop your counterpart from dissipating? Of course not. As long as you think about it, you'd be able to guess that everything that happened is because of slow-witted Song. Pavilion Master Chu too blinked. She actually felt that Song Shuhang's words were reasonable. So, go and find slow-witted Song, he's the one that owes you. After finding him, beat him up until he cries. He himself has even said that his teardrops are precious, Song Shuhang said in encouragement. Pavilion Master Chu too said, Song Shuhang, you sly fellow. After saying that, she turned around and trod on the air barefoot, returning to the withering tree. Every time she took a step, the bell on her fair ankle would jingle pleasantly. After returning to the withering tree, Pavilion Master Chu too turned around, and said, then, I'll be rebuilding the crystal-clear water pavilion and waking up the souls of those in the pavilion. This entire process will take about a month. Pavilion Master Chu too continued, a month from now, I will look for you once again. Next time, I want you to give me a satisfactory answer. Song Shuhang, Pavilion Master Chu too entered the fruit that had grown on the withering tree. After doing so, her body and the withering tree had become one once again. Lastly, sweet jellied bean curd is the one that's heresy. She looked at Song Shuhang seriously, and again said, heresy, got it? After saying that, her figure completely disappeared. Song Shuhang, with Pavilion Master Chu too's disappearance, the circle that held Song Shuhang and Senior Turtle prisoners also disappeared. The spatial lock on the crystal-clear water pavilion had also been removed. The sea turtle picked up Song Shuhang again, and then ran away from the crystal-clear water pavilion without looking back. Song Shuheng said, "Senior Turtle, there's no need to be in such a panic. I feel that although this Pavilion Master Chu too is quite weird, she doesn't intend to kill me." The sea turtle rolled its eyes. "Yeah, she doesn't intend to kill you, and she even teases you quite affectionately. However, she isn't the same to me. From the beginning to end, I kept on getting the feeling that she was staring at me with greedy eyes and wanted to stew me into soup. If you weren't right in front of her, she would have probably dealt with me." Song Shuheng asked, "Really?" The sea turtle said, "You're someone special to her. She might not hurt you, but as an immortal, she has all kinds of means that, though they might not hurt you, would still make you miserable. Pavilion Master Chu's path to immortality is simply too strange. As for this new Pavilion Master Chu, I don't even have any idea what raw materials were used to make her. Nonetheless, she is very dangerous. After returning, I'll ask my master and see if he can tell us something." After mentioning the Great Northern Emperor, the sea turtle recalled what had just happened. It said, "Speaking of which, the red golden space that slow-witted Song had summoned just now had my master in it. When did my master go into that red golden space?" Song Shuheng asked, "What? The Great Emperor appeared just now?" The sea turtle said, But he seemed to be a bit off. He didn't even come over to greet me." The sea turtle carried Song Shuheng and wildly sprinted away from the crystal-clear water pavilion. While it was running as quick as it could, it also gave a brief rundown of slow-witted Song appearing at a critical time as a golden man and slow-witted Song summoning of the red golden space which had 7 immortals inside, to Song Shuheng. The sea turtle said, "My master was among the 7 immortals in the red golden space." Song Shuheng thought for a while before saying, "Could that be the place the great emperor was talking about when he said that he was going somewhere to retire from the world? He said that the entire universe was going to be affected by the change in the heavens, and so immortals and 9th stage tribulation transcenders had to retire from the world to avoid being involved in the turmoil. Perhaps he contacted slow-witted Song so that he could retire from the world and stay inside that red golden space?" The sea turtle said, "However, I got the feeling that the red golden space wasn't a place that was outside of the grid of the world. Moreover, my master's state at the time was also a little weird." Song Shuheng said, "Can you contact the great emperor? Can't you just ask him himself?" The sea turtle said, "Go into your world, and over to the Palace of Winter. There is a way to contact my master in it. However, it still depends on your luck as to whether or not you can reach him." Song Shuheng willed it and transferred the 2 of them to the Palace of Winter. Inside the inner world. The sea turtle said, "I don't know if it's just me, but why am I smelling a strange scent?" Song Shuheng sniffed, and replied, "I don't smell anything." The sea turtle said, "It's probably just me being paranoid, then." 1 person, 1 turtle, and a floating fat whale entered the Palace of Winter together. The sea turtle directly went to the main hall. In the main hall, there was a throne cast from ice crystals that exuded a bitter chill. This was the place where the great Northern Emperor handled important matters back in the days of the ancient heavenly city. The sea turtle climbed onto the throne of ice crystal, and then pressed a few times on the throne's armrest while pouring its monster energy into it. "I hope that the hiding place that my master chose isn't hidden too deeply," the sea turtle said while it unceasingly pouring its monster energy. As it said that, a large screen suddenly appeared in front of the throne. The cool and handsome appearance of the great Northern Emperor could be seen on the screen. The sea turtle excitedly said, "Heavens, Master, I was finally able to reach you." The great Northern Emperor asked, "You were looking for me?" The sea turtle asked, "Great Emperor, did you just go to the beast realm?" The great Northern Emperor's eyes were filled with doubt as he said, "The beast realm? Why would I go there? I've been here all along, waiting for immortal fairy Bishwe to serve the meal." The corners of Song Shuheng's mouth twitched. "Great Emperor, weren't you going to retire from the world?" The great northern emperor slowly said, "Can't I have some food as I do that? A few days ago, I went back to the reclusive immortal cave that I had prepared and found that there was a stupid snake occupying it. I persuaded him to leave, but not only did he not listen, he even stood up to me. So, I ended up beating it black and blue and cutting off its tail. After that, I asked Immortal Fairy Bishwe to help me make a dish from the snake tail, and now Immortal Fairy is busy preparing the dish in the kitchen." Song Shuheng asked, "Senior, is it really alright for you to come out into the world again?" The great northern emperor said, "I didn't go out, I requested for Immortal Fairy Bishwe to come and cook at my place." Song Shuheng, Immortal Fairy Bishwe also had a home cooking service? To have been able to make Immortal Fairy Bishwe go and cook the snake tail for him even when she was at a critical point in the preparation of the immortal feast, could the stupid snake that the great emperor had mentioned be at the 8th or 9th stage? The sea turtle said, "Heavens, don't change the topic. Anyway, as long as it isn't a turtle, I'm fine with whatever you eat." "Master, I'm in the beast realm right now." Slow-witted Song had appeared in the form of a 3-meter-tall golden man. After that, he opened a red golden space, within which were 7 immortals. "Heavens," the great northern emperor said. "Was I still inside there?" "Yeah." The sea turtle nodded desperately. The great northern emperor sighed. Song Shuheng's eyes lit up. Does slow-witted Song have a great northern emperor too, in his hands? What's the matter with rabbits, one? The great northern emperor was confused. Song Shuheng asked, was the immortal that slow-witted Song had summoned an incarnation of you?" "Not exactly." The great northern emperor shook his head, smiled bitterly, and said, "It's quite hard to explain. 1. The English word, 2, is pronounced the same as rabbit in Chinese. It's hard to explain," signified that there was going to be a long story inbound. Song Shuheng immediately made a listening gesture to show that he was getting ready for the great northern emperor to tell the story from the ancient era. In fact, Song Shuheng really loved listening to gossip about the ancient era. The great northern emperor said, "Well, I guess I can summarize it in 2 to 3 sentences. Song Shuheng, Senior Beifong, can't you follow the script?" The great northern emperor explained, "To sum it all up, there was a problem with the path of the ancient heavenly cities, heavenly emperor, and so I had no choice but to take advantage of death to get out of that situation. After that, it was only when little friend Song Shuheng activated the resurrection formation that I had prepared that I was finally able to return to life, but even after getting resurrected, I kept on getting the feeling that there was still something that I had left in the heavenly city." It really did take only 2-3 sentences to summarize all of it. So, was the thing that the great northern emperor had left in the heavenly city, the other great northern emperor from slow-witted Song's red golden space? Song Shuheng asked, "In that case, is the great northern emperor in the red golden space Beifong 1? While you are Beifong 2? The great northern emperor was baffled. "Huh?" The sea turtle said, "Which one of you is the genuine one?" "Nonsense, of course I'm the real one." After the great northern emperor on the screen said that, he picked up a small bowl and took a spoonful. Song Shuheng glanced at it and curiously asked, "Is that jellied bean curd?" The great northern emperor said, "Oh? This is called jellied bean curd? I call it." The sea turtle curiously asked, "Then, master, do you think it's better sweet or salty?" "Sweet or salty? I don't mind either. However, I like the hot and sour kind which is more fragrant." The great northern emperor showed a face of satisfaction. Song Shuheng said, "Heavens, there's even a hot and sour kind." The sea turtle said, "Heresy." The great northern emperor said, "Huh? What do you mean?" The sea turtle calmly said, "I'm just saying little friend Song's thoughts aloud. For him, all other kinds of jellied bean curd besides the sweet kind are wrong." Recently, the sea turtle delved into psychology quite a bit, and it liked to think about other people's thoughts. The Great Northern Emperor, after a while. The Great Emperor said, I feel that yours and little friend Song's brains will taste great with some sugar. Song Shuheng, the sea turtle, Great Emperor, we were wrong. The Great Northern Emperor took another bite of the hot and spicy jellied bean curd, and said, how did you and little friend Song end up in the beast realm? Song Shuheng sighed. It's hard to explain in a few words. The Great Northern Emperor then pointed the spoon toward Song Shuheng, and said, then just sum it up in 2-3 sentences. Song Shuheng, the sea turtle said, to sum it up, Pavilion Master Chu's crystal clear water pavilion had been raided, and was pulled into the beast realm by some tribulation transcenders of the beast realm. After that, little friend Song and I started adventuring in the beast realm. Tribulation transcenders of the beast realm moved the crystal clear water pavilion away. They made such a huge commotion, do they not want to live? The Great Northern Emperor frowned slightly. The wielder of the heavens was soon going to change, yet they had actually made such a commotion. Were they not afraid of being targeted? Song Shuheng added, in addition, the beast realm tribulation transcenders also said that the crystal clear water pavilion was the original heavenly city. The original heavenly city. I see. The Great Northern Emperor put down the spoon, and said, tell me what happened more specifically. What ended up happening to the beast realm tribulation transcenders? Is the original heavenly city okay? Also, when did slow-witted Song make his reappearance? The sea turtle said, all of the beast realm's tribulation transcenders were captured by slow-witted Song. He opened the red golden space and trapped the beast realm's tribulation transcenders inside it. Also, the crystal clear water pavilion is currently pretty much completely ruined. Song Shuheng said, what happened at the crystal clear water pavilion was actually quite complicated. Pavilion Master Chu stepped onto a weird path, and voluntarily caused the crystal clear water pavilion to break down. After that, her path condensed a new Pavilion Master Chu. Sure enough, it was just as I had guessed, the Great Northern Emperor said. When it comes to the crystal clear water pavilion and Pavilion Master Chu, although I don't know much, the news about it being the original heavenly city was something that I came into contact with a number of times. Pavilion Master Chu's path should be very similar to the path of the Heavenly Emperor. Song Shuheng nodded. So that's the case. Slow-witted Song had also implicitly mentioned this. The Great Northern Emperor said, if I were to make a hypothesis. The reason for the creation of the second Pavilion Master Chu is similar to why I had to leave part of me in the ancient heavenly city. Pavilion Master Chu's path may be a bit different, but overall, it should still be the same path as the Heavenly Emperor. Whether it is the Heavenly Emperor's path or Pavilion Master Chu's path, the second self, is a critical factor. Unfortunately, how to have this second self come out is something that I am not clear on. The sea turtle said, but Master, don't you also have a second version of yourself? The Great Northern Emperor replied, I was able to be reborn through a resurrection technique, and I had to die once in the past. Moreover, when preparing the resurrection technique, I and several of my friends had to put in great effort. There are some principles in the technique that are related to the path to immortality of a friend, and I can't elaborate on the details. Therefore, even I don't understand the process of how the second self ends up coming out of the Heavenly Emperor's path. Also, I'm sure that my clone is completely different from Pavilion Master Chu's clone. Song Shuheng thought about it, and remembered what Immortal Master Copper Trigram had said. Immortal Master had said that when he was on the mysterious island, he saw the tombs of an old and new Heavenly Emperor. The second self is the critical factor. Were there also two Heavenly Emperors in the ancient Heavenly City? The Great Northern Emperor nodded his head before shaking it, and saying, I'm not sure myself, but I'm getting a faint feeling that that is the case. Song Shuheng squeezed his chin and fell into contemplation. He remembered the puppet maiden in his spatial bracelet. The Great Northern Emperor confirmed that this puppet girl was his junior and that she was the genius who invented the crouching while holding one's head posture to transcend the tribulation. At that time, Song Shuheng had asked the puppet maiden and the Great Northern Emperor if they recognized each other. However, the puppet maiden said that the Great Northern Emperor was a fake posing as the original one. The bitter expression on the Great Emperor's face was still vivid in his memory. The Great Northern Emperor's resurrection technique was unlikely to be an ordinary resurrection technique. After all, an ordinary resurrection technique would not have been able to get him out of the ancient heavenly city. In addition, Song Shuheng recalled the entrance to the forbidden area, with the golden disc on the locked door. The secret to enter the forbidden area could be found within the mysterious sword technique that Taoist priest Li Tiansu had left in the Chu family. It was from that scroll that Song Shuheng was able to acquire the method to open the door to the forbidden area. When he found the method to open the door, Song Shuheng had also seen a picture of a man with 2 horns that was covered with mysterious runes, causing it to look like an ancient devil. He had not really paid much heed to it at that time, and simply thought that the picture was related to the method to opening the door. But now, he could not help but consider the matter a bit more. This great emperor. Is he really not Great Northern Emperor too? This thought appeared in Song Shuheng's mind, and it did not go away for a long time. However, it did not matter whether this person was the Great Emperor 1 or 2. Anyway, the Great Northern Emperor he knew was the one in front of him, and he only recognized this one. Whether he was 1 or 2, it did not really affect him. The Great Northern Emperor asked, by the way, since you came into contact with slow-witted Song, did you obtain the full version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, little friend Song? He remembered that Song Shuheng had wanted to forge the combined magical treasure, and this required the full version of the cultivation technique. I almost forgot about it. Song Shuheng brought out the animal skin scroll. The poison on the scroll had already been purified by Pavilion Master Chu too. Song Shuheng unfurled the scroll, and said, "This scroll is probably the code left by slow-witted Song, but I can't read the ancient text here." The Great Northern Emperor said, "I see, let me take a look at it. Just let me finish my meal first. Afterwards, I'll translate it for you." However, little friend Song, the script of the ancient era is very important. If you have the time, master it as soon as possible. Song Shuheng clenched his fists, and said, "Thank you, senior. Also, I know. When I get back, I'm going to work hard on learning the language of the ancient era. I want to be able to speak it fluently before New Year's Eve. At the very least, I want to have no problems when it comes to daily communication, reading, and writing." With the memory of a cultivator and the aid of the Enlightenment Stone, this goal was quite achievable. After saying that, Song Shuheng spread open the animal hide scroll. The Great Northern Emperor glanced at the scroll in Song Shuheng's hand and the content on it through the screen. That thing really is written in slow-witted Song style. Song Shuheng asked, "Is it the secret text?" The sea turtle replied, "It looks like it should be." The Great Northern Emperor reached out and pulled out another scroll, and then took out a pen and began quickly writing on it. The Great Emperor wrote in modern simplified Chinese characters. After writing, he said to the sea turtle, "Prepare to receive it." "Heaven's Master, is it really all right for you to use spatial magical techniques right now?" the sea turtle said worriedly. After all, its master was in hiding. The Great Northern Emperor replied, "I have several spatial magical treasures on hand. It is very easy to transfer some small items without making a commotion." After a moment, spatial energy flashed in front of the sea turtle. The scroll that the Great Northern Emperor had written on appeared in the turtle's forelimb. The sea turtle handed the scroll over to Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng said, "Thank you, Senior Beifang." Fortunately, many of his seniors knew the script of the ancient era. Otherwise, he would have gone mad from not having any way to decode the text nor even read it. And so, He opened the translated scroll made by the great emperor. This is an idiot-proof secret text for decoding. As long as one can read the script of the ancient era, they can use it. The content really was in slow-witted song style. Decoding Step 1, Poems stored in the chest, ink stored in the belly. Please shred the secret book hidden in the All the monsters of the world should unite and become a family and eat it. After that, go and buy a bottle of ink, remark, ordinary ink is good enough, and then drink it all. In this way, while one's chest contains hundreds of secret techniques and the bottle of ink flows down, the decoding mode is activated. Decoding Step 2, after completing Step 1, start to practice the skills in the secret book of the Monster Alliance, and practice it 4 times repeatedly. Decoding Step 3, after successfully completing the steps above, please skip to Step 9. Decoding Step 9, the first, second, and third steps are steps that I made just to fool around. F***CK. In fact, when he saw the "Please skip to Step 9," Song Shuhang already had a bad hunch in his heart, and readied himself for the prank that slow-witted Song was likely to have prepared. However, when he really did see Step 9, he still couldn't stop himself from having a few of his nerves burst, while a burning desire to throw the scroll away welled up inside him. His psychological preparation and his iron-like will all turned into ashes that then got blown away by the wind when he saw that sentence. At this time, there was only one thing that filled his mind, to catch slow-witted Song and tear him apart. If he ever had the chance of becoming an immortal one day, he was definitely going to pull slow-witted Song out from wherever he was hiding, and then put him together with Senior Thrice Reckless so that he could let him experience another person's recklessness. No, I can't do that. If I put slow-witted Song and Senior Thrice Reckless together, they might just end up destroying the world. So, I should probably just leave him at a concert of Senior Creation, and have him listen to Dharma King Creation singing every day. It would be even better if he could get Dharma King Creation to create a background music track for slow-witted Song, and then set the track to play as slow-witted Song's alarm so that he would be woken up by Dharma King Creation singing every morning. Take a deep breath, calm down, Song Shuhang whispered to himself as he opened the scroll once again. The sea turtle on the side looked at Song Shuhang with sympathetic eyes. Song Shuhang then continued to read the scroll. Step 4, empty. Step 5, still empty. Step 6, empty again. Leaving enough free space to prevent any accidents. Step 7, if you had come back from reading Step 9, and have completed Steps 1, 2, and 3. Then, congratulations, you have achieved the realm of a chest as if a valley filled with ink, a belly filled with flowery poems. You should go to the scholarly faction, and the 33 divine beasts technique is not for you. Song Shuhang, Step 8, since you've already gotten to this step, is it that you really want to beat me up? Come and beat me up, let's fight each other. I'd really like to see you come and beat me up, just keep in mind not to hit my face. Song Shuhang quickly skimmed through the text. However, even if it was a mere glance, with the powerful eyesight and memory of a cultivator, the content above was still firmly imprinted in Song Shuhang's mind. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched unceasingly, for slow-witted Song to have been able to survive ever since the ancient era up until now without being beaten to death, his luck was definitely not that much weaker than Senior White's. Otherwise, he definitely would have been long beaten to death due to his recklessness. At least Senior Thrice Reckless had a bottom line. He would be reckless no more than thrice, although he did exceed that number a few times. However, slow-witted Song had no bottom line at all. At this time, the great Northern Emperor suddenly said, "Start at Step 44. Slow-witted Song claimed that the number of times that one seeks death in a day should be limited to 44. The 45th step should be genuine content. Song Shuhang said, "Great Emperor, you should have told me this earlier." The Great Emperor wiped the corners of his mouth gracefully. I had to translate and write down the contents of the scroll word per word. During this process, the impulse to go and beat up slow-witted Song arose in me 24 times. I hope that little friend Song Shuheng can understand me. The sea turtle said, it's better to enjoy things together rather than alone. Song Shuheng, at the prompt of the great emperor, Song Shuheng directly skipped to step 45. At the same time, he said, Great Emperor, just wait until I master a powerful technique. When I do, let's go and grab slow-witted Song to have a good chat with him. The number of Taoists of the ancient heavenly city who said that to me are in the 3 digits. The great northern emperor smiled slightly, and said, however, among all of those Taoists, the number who finally got what they wished for did not even reach 2 digits. His title as the most skilled at escaping was truly fitting for him. Song Shuheng raised his head and silently looked at the sky. Step 45, congratulations, if you still haven't torn the scroll at this point, fellow Taoist, your will is truly something to be admired. Only cultivators whose will is as strong as iron are qualified to obtain the treasure and enjoy the fruits of victory. What follows is the main topic. If you have obtained the secret book passed down from generation to generation in the All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family Organization, and have found the secret text of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, then you're already 1/3 of the way to success. Now, with you having acquired this decoding scroll and lasting all the way to the 45th step, you're already 2/3 the way there. In the end, you still lack one thing, and that one thing is the auxiliary book that's required for the decoding. The method of decoding the secret text is recorded on this decoding scroll. During the interpretation process, you need to translate the secret text sentence by sentence according to the contents in the auxiliary book. This auxiliary book is widely circulated in various worlds all over the universe that aren't dominated by human beings. In those worlds, there is a mysterious human organization. That's right, it's called All the Humans of the World Should Unite and Become a Family. You need to go to this mysterious human organization and get their secret book. The one that they pass down is the auxiliary book. As for how to comprehend the contents of the auxiliary book, that depends on your own interpretation. Next, please see the 46th step, which describes the detailed decoding technique. Song Shuheng saw this and raised his head to look at the sky once again. He'd always felt that slow-witted Song had designed a treasure-hunting game. He divided the treasure into 3 parts and gave some clues. After that, he hid in the dark and entertained himself by watching others busily searching for the treasure. After sighing, he continued reading while keeping in mind the decoding technique described in step 46. After the 46th step, the 47th step followed. Step 47, in fact, I still have a secret sect somewhere in the main world. They have the complete inheritance of the Divine Beast Department. You had to work hard to find these 3 clues from all over the universe and then collect the full version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, but there is also a complete version of the cultivation technique in the secret sect. How about it, isn't this exciting news? Are you spitting out blood yet? Song Shuheng sighed. Unfortunately, the heritage of the 33 Divine Beasts sect had been ruined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to go all over the universe to collect the hidden inheritance of the Divine Beast Department. Step 48, since you insist on checking this step, then I shall tell you about another thing. The 33 Divine Beasts technique that you've worked hard to decode and read is the old version 1.9 of the cultivation technique. There are many imperfections in this version, and the guys in the Divine Beast Department have already replaced it with the latest version, 33 Divine Beasts Technique 2.0. How about that? Is that not just exciting? Song Shuheng, I have 10,000 F*CKU here, and I'd like to fuse them into a big F*CKU and give them to you. Step 49, for this step, let me just gather everything together. Step 50, however, you don't have to worry, the version 1.9 of 33 Divine Beasts technique can still be upgraded to version 2.0. As long as you can find the Cultivation Technique Upgrade package, and upgrade it according to the content of the package, you won't be compromising your foundation or your realm. Moreover, it will not have any after effect. The Cultivation Technique Upgrade package is definitely worth having. Do you want an upgrade? Do you want to get the latest version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique? If you do, then the upgrade package is the one for you. The upgrade package can be found in the dirtiest place of the Divine Beast department. That place is very sturdy. As long as you have the heart, you can definitely find it. The long, decoding scroll finally ended. Song Shuheng, the dirtiest place of the Divine Beast department was surely the palace-like, septic tank that the Daozi had given him. It was just that when he used the secret appraisal technique to appraise the palace, there was no upgrade package in the details of the appraisal. Song Shuheng pondered. The sea turtle asked, "You're done reading?" Song Shuheng nodded. The sea turtle thoughtfully said, "Do you want to vent? There is a practice room on the right side of the Palace of Winter. You can go there to kick the practice stone a bit to vent your anger." Song Shuheng said, "No, thank you, Senior Turtle. I'm fine. My will can still handle it." He had once become an onion planted on the top of a mountain and stayed alone for hundreds of years. Such an event had caused his heart and will to become very firm and strong. The sea turtle said, "You don't have to keep it in, you can just go vent it. If you just keep it within you, I'm afraid that you won't be able to stop thinking about it." Song Shuheng replied, "Relax, Senior Turtle. I'm really fine." After saying that, he took out the secret book of the All the Humans of the World Should Unite and Become a Family that he had copied down. Song Shuheng said, "The auxiliary book of the decoding scroll is hidden in this text. As long as I can get the auxiliary book, I can directly translate the full version of 33 Divine Beasts technique." The sea turtle asked, "How are you going to read it?" Song Shuheng gravely said, "According to the information I got, the 300 ways for a human to live a better life in the beast realm needs to be practiced together with the world-destroying divine beast technique of the human alliance in order for it to be understood." The sea turtle asked, "Then, are you going to try it out?" Song Shuheng shook his head, and replied, "I don't know the world-destroying divine beast technique." The sea turtle said, "Can't you just go back to the Black Horse branch and get someone else to try it?" Song Shuheng answered, "I already tried. I got Great Master Turtle to try it out in the Black Horse branch. At that time, he was using the world-destroying divine beast technique while using the secret book of the human alliance right in front of me, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. Great Master Turtle was unable to get the auxiliary book. So, which part of the sequence was wrong?" At this time, the Great Northern Emperor on the screen said, "I'm going to eat." Song Shuheng said, "Take care, Senior Beifong." The Great Northern Emperor said, "I'll go offline right as I start eating. By the way, what's so special about the world-destroying divine beast technique?" Song Shuheng said, "What's special about it?" "Right, this technique seems to allow practitioners to act as spirit beasts when used together with the 33 divine beasts technique for practice." The Great Northern Emperor waved his hand, and said, "You might as well try it again." "Well, I can't talk for any longer, I'm going to have my meal now. See you later." After saying that, the Great Northern Emperor disappeared from the screen. The Great Emperor said that Shuheng should try it again. Was he talking about creating a resonance between the world-destroying divine beast technique and the 33 divine beasts technique? How was it supposed to work, though? Was he supposed to use the whale-swallowing technique to devour the spirit beast crystals and then inject true yuan into cultivators of the Black Horse branch? After that, he would get the cultivators of the Black Horse branch to use the world-destroying divine beast technique and the secret book at the same time, and then somehow acquire the auxiliary book hidden in the secret book with the combination of the two? But such being the case, there would be quite a few inconsistencies. To get the auxiliary book from the human alliance, he would have to master the 33 Divine Beasts technique. However, the people who would be searching for the clues were not necessarily disciples of the Divine Beast department. If they wanted to learn the 33 Divine Beasts technique, they would have to put the 3 clues together and translate the full version of the technique. It seemed like this was a dead end. To learn the powerful technique, he had to gather 3 clues, yet to gather the clues, he had to master the powerful technique, unless the one searching was someone like him who had an incomplete version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, and so had to find the hidden inheritance of the Divine Beast department. As he thought of this, Song Shuheng's heart suddenly moved. Perhaps slow-witted Song had deliberately left such a complicated path to obtaining the hidden inheritance in order to screen the ones hunting for the treasure? Could the complete version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique only be acquired by someone who was at least a successor of the Divine Beast department, or a successor of the 33 Divine Beast sect? If that was the case, then the hidden inheritance was something that slow-witted Song had prepared for a specific person, and not just something that anyone could obtain. Prepared for a specific person. A designated person. Song Shuheng could not help but clench the animal hide scroll. If he thought about it carefully, the 3 clues that slow-witted Song had prepared were all tailor-made for him. The combination of Little Kai plus Young Master Phoenix Slayer allowed Song Shuheng to get the first clue from the all the monsters of the world should unite and become a family organization. The relationship with Crystal Clear Water Pavilion's Pavilion Master gave him the second clue, the decoding scroll. As for the clue of the Black Horse branch, if one didn't have the secret appraisal technique, how would they even be able to grasp the method to obtain the auxiliary book? Song Shuheng fell deep into thought. Could the hidden inheritance of the Divine Beast department that slow-witted Song had left be specifically reserved for me? This idea revolved in Song Shuheng's mind. The sea turtle asked, "What are you thinking about?" Song Shuheng shook his head, and said, "It's nothing. Senior Turtle, let's return to the Black Horse branch. Can you still open spatial gates?" The sea turtle said, "Of course I can." "Then let's go BA." Song Shuheng suddenly froze as he was halfway through his words. Recently, whenever he went through spatial gates, he always seemed to encounter accidents. Song Shuheng asked, Senior Turtle, is the spatial gate going to be safe? It's not going to drop me halfway again, right?" The sea turtle said, "Heavens, I also wanted to ask you about that. When you used the spatial gate leading to the crystal clear water pavilion, why did you suddenly disappear?" Song Shuheng said, "Heavens, after I entered the spatial gate, I got stuck in a spatial channel. The channel was very long, and it seemed to never end. Also, the space behind me at that time was constantly crumbling, and I could only desperately run forward. I even thought that I would have to run forever." When the sea turtle heard this, he thought for a moment before saying, "There is only one explanation for why this happened. When you stepped into the spatial gate, someone tampered with it." Song Shuheng asked, "Who?" The sea turtle replied, "Heavens, how am I supposed to know? Let's go back before we speak any further. We should get out of the Palace of Winter first. After that, I will open a spatial gate for you." Song Shuheng asked, "Are there really going to be no problems this time?" The sea turtle said, "Relax, it's unlikely that someone will do something this time, there shouldn't be any problem." Song Shuheng, Senior Turtle always felt like someone who would just keep on raising flags for him. And so, the spatial gate opened. The sea turtle said, "I'll follow you in this time to prevent any accidents." Song Shuheng gritted his teeth and got into the spatial gate. "If there's a problem with the spatial gate again this time, I really might just refrain from using them as much as possible in the future." This time, everything was fine. Song Shuheng and Senior Turtle successfully returned to the Black Horse branch, and reappeared in the room where they originally had been. "Senior Tyrannical Song, you're finally back." After seeing Song Shuheng, Kindness jumped up happily. Song Shuheng smiled, and asked, "You've been waiting for me?" Kindness replied, "It's because there are a lot of infected people outside, and since you disappeared, the branch head and Great Master Turtle became quite busy. Currently, everyone is waiting for your return." Song Shuheng asked, "Are there many patients?" Kindness nodded in reply. Song Shuheng said, "Then I should probably start dealing with them. Since there are a lot of patients, we must speed things up a bit and have 10 to 15 patients come in at a time to improve the efficiency." Kindness said, "No problem, I'll go out and inform the branch head and Great Master Turtle." Song Shuheng replied, "All right." Kindness stood up and went to Great Master Turtle. After she stood up and walked 2 steps, she remembered something. And so, Kindness returned to Song Shuheng. She extended her hand and placed a candy in Song Shuheng's hands. "For you, Senior Tyrannical Song." Song Shuheng raised his head suspiciously. "Senior Tyrannical Song, this candy is sweet, you will not be sad anymore after eating it." After saying that, Kindness jumped and left the room. Song Shuheng, sad? Was it because he was crying and buried his head in the arms of the virtuous Lamia previously? This was a dark part of his history that should never ever be remembered. The sun was already descending in the west. It appeared that this day in the beast realm was coming to an end. As Song Shuheng had sped up the speed of his treatment, all the patients were dealt with much faster. A little power of virtue, a large amount of evil energy of the netherworld, and a large number of various forging materials ended up in his hands. If he started forging the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure now, he would probably not have to worry about the consumption of materials, at least in the earlier stages. Song Shuheng stored away the materials and began thinking about how he could get members of the Black Horse branch to assist him in trying to get the auxiliary book. At this time, Kindness said, "Senior Tyrannical Song, there are no more patients for the time being. By the way, Great Master Turtle told me to ask you if you're fine with accepting the forging materials or if you want to have it replaced with something else. For example, medicinal materials, or pills, or something else." Song Shuheng replied, "Forging materials are fine. I'm actually planning on forging a special weapon, and that is going to cost me a good amount of materials." Kindness nodded, and said, "Then I'll relay that to Great Master Turtle. By the way, is there anything else that you want me to tell Great Master Turtle?" Song Shuheng said, Right, Kindness, please invite Great Master Turtle to come to me again. Wait, there's no rush. Kindness, how about you cooperate with me in an experiment first?" Kindness nodded. "Of course, no problem." Senior Tyrannical Song's experiments had benefited her a lot every time. As before, Song Shuheng swallowed a spirit beast crystal with the whale swallowing technique before stretching out his hand and lightly pressing on her back. After that, the power of the spirit beast crystal poured into her body. Song Shuheng said, "Use the world-destroying divine beast technique." Kindness answered, "Senior Tyrannical Song, I am only at the first stage realm, so I can only use the body-tempering method of the world-destroying divine beast technique. Most body-tempering techniques needed one to use fists, legs, swords, and the likes. Generally, one needed to be in constant motion when practicing them." Song Shuheng said, "That's fine, just show it." With his current strength combined with the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, it would not be difficult for him to keep pace with the moves of a first-stage realm cultivator. Kindness began to perform the body-tempering technique, and her petite body moved around in the room. Behind her, Song Shuheng was like a shadow, following her around. His right hand was lightly pressed on Kindness' back, making it so that there was a constant supply of the spiritual energy flowing into her body. After the spiritual energy was poured into the Kindness body, it was quickly assimilated by her through the world-destroying divine beast technique. After more than 10 minutes, Kindness stopped. The set of moves was over. Her cultivation talent was average. In the past, after she practiced, she would feel both mentally and physically exhausted. But after this training, she still felt like she was full of energy and had the power to continue on endlessly. "You seem to still be fine, you should try practicing it again," Song Shuheng encouraged her. "Next, you should try to meditate on the secret book while practicing. It would be even better if you can chant text." "Do you think you can do it?" Kindness replied, "Yes." Using one mind to use two techniques. This was her first time trying such a thing. She first silently recalled the contents of the secret book of the organization. Afterwards, she began moving and performing the body tempering technique. Her petite body unceasingly moved while she continued to say the contents of the secret book. Whale swallowing technique plus 33 divine beasts technique plus world destroying divine beast technique plus human alliance book. All four techniques were used together. Finally, Song Shuheng felt a resonance. It was the same feeling that he had gotten when he used Senior Phantom Phoenix's body to practice the Monster Alliance's secret techniques. Success! Song Shuheng was delighted. "Now, while the iron is still hot, I should extract the contents of the auxiliary book, hidden in the secret book of the Human Alliance. With that, the 3 clues can be merged, allowing me to obtain the full version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. Forging the combined magical treasure before the 5th stage." This was Song Shuheng's current goal. At this time, Kindness suddenly shouted, "Senior Tyrannical Song, my body feels really hot." She felt like her body was on fire. Song Shuheng said, "Don't be afraid, it's because there's a resonance happening between the two of us. Are you able to handle it?" Kindness replied, "I can persist for a while." However, she did not know for how long she would be able to handle it. "Then, please try to persist for as long as you can." As Song Shuheng was halfway through what he was saying, he suddenly got the feeling as if a hammer was hitting his head. His consciousness fell into a muddled state. He felt as if he had drunk a lot and was in a state between being drunk and sober. In this strange state, his body cancelled the Steel Hands technique secret technique. In the end, under Kindness' surprised gaze, Song Shuheng's body melted into a pair of connected black iron arms. Although the name of the Steel Hands technique was a bit embarrassing, it had a big origin. It was a compulsory cultivation technique for the disciples of the ancient blacksmith sect, the heavy metal sect. It was a powerful technique for forging ironware. The black iron arm spread out. At the next moment, whale bones, whale scales, and all kinds of forging materials were dumped out. At this time, in Song Shuheng's mind, the 3 clues left by slow-witted Song emerged one by one. The secret text hidden in the book of all the monsters of the world should unite and become a family. The decoding technique on the scroll. The content of the auxiliary book. They successively appeared in his mind. The combination of the 3 meant that even without Song Shuheng decoding it himself, the secret text would automatically get translated. The contents of the complete version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique continuously appeared in his mind, including the complete text of the Cultivation technique, the 33 auxiliary secret techniques which were all similar to the whale swallowing technique, and the method for forging the 33 kinds of life-bound magical treasures. At the moment, Song Shuheng did not pay attention to the text of the Cultivation. In fact, his version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique had long not been the original version, but rather a version perfected for him by Senior White. Therefore, Song Shuheng did not feel much when seeing the version 1.9 and the version 2.0 upgrade package suggested by slow-witted Song in Step 48. He believed that Senior White's revised 33 Divine Beasts technique was likely not to be any worse than the version 2.0 that had been mentioned by slow-witted Song. After he got the complete Cultivation technique, he could simply take it back to Senior White and ask him to modify the Cultivation technique if it was possible. What he was mainly concerned about was the forging technique for the 33 kinds of life-bound magical treasures. Song Shuheng was still in a state of drunkenness, and even if he desperately wanted to keep himself awake, his body was just not quite something he could control right now. The information related to the combined magical treasure and the forging technique completely emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. He instinctively searched for the information on the life-bound magic treasure that suited the huge whale chapter. Soon, he found exactly what he was looking for. Defiant Whale Warrior, this was the name of the life-bound magical treasure for the huge whale chapter of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. From looking at the description, this was a pair of glove-like magical treasures. Disciples of the Divine Beast department who practiced the huge whale chapter generally chose to practice fist techniques. Even the content of the huge whale chapter was accompanied by a fist technique called huge whale spout. Not only was it a fist technique, it was also a body tempering technique. Whale 8, who had rounded up Chu Chu, was someone who used this move. Song Shuhang had already practiced the basic Buddhist fist technique before he came in contact with the 33 Divine Beasts technique, and was very close to the first stage Dragon Gate realm back then. Because of the better attributes of the basic Buddhist fist technique body tempering technique, he never got to the point of actually practicing the huge whale spout. The complete forging technique for the Defiant Whale Warrior appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. Song Shuhang thought, if I successfully forge the Defiant Whale Warrior, can I do without the swordsman wooden ox's gloves of passion? While he was in thought, Kindness' voice sounded. Senior Tyrannical Song, what's happening to you? At this moment, Kindness had already stopped practicing. However, there was still a faint connection between Song Shuhang and her, and so, through the connection with her body, the three clues in Song Shuhang's mind were combined and the complete translated text of the cultivation technique appeared. Song Shuhang replied, I am forging. The good girl nodded, and said, does your body transform into two large arms when you start forging? Song Shuhang, my body transformed into two large arms? He subconsciously wanted to look down at his body, but then he found that he couldn't aim his head downward. Song Shuhang said, heavens, even in the muddled state that he was in, he could guess that there was a problem with his body. At the side, the sea turtle yawned, and said, there's no need to look, your current state is that of two strong black iron arms. This is the appearance you wanted to have when forging things? Song Shuhang replied, it just so happens that I have all the materials I need to forge the Defiant Whale Warrior, so I'm going to try to forge it. His reasoning told him that he was in a strange condition right now, and it was not the best time for him to forge the life-bound magical treasure. However, while he was in this pseudo-drunk state, his behavior did not appear to be something that he could control. The sea turtle yawned, and said, I guess you do have a lot of materials now, so there really isn't a problem even if you fail. Kindness curiously asked, Senior Tyrannical Song, what kind of magical treasure are you going to forge? Are you going to forge it here? According to her understanding, most cultivators who forged treasures needed special forging rooms, preferably places with sufficient spiritual power. It was best to also match it with an undying earth flame, as well as special spring water for quenching. There were even some magical treasures that needed to be buried in a special spiritual source and cultivated 49 or 81 days before being able to take shape. Senior Tyrannical Song's room is just a place for guests to rest. It only has ordinary spiritual energy and doesn't even have forging tools. Is he really fine with forging here? Song Shuhang replied, relax, I have my own special refinery. He had the Palace of Winter which was fully equipped with everything he needed. There were alchemy rooms and refineries. Soon after, Song Shuhang began to pick out the materials he needed for forging. In his mind, he recalled the steps and the forging technique for the Defiant Whale Warrior. After a while, Song Shuhang's hands were completely still. He had never tried forging anything before. As such, even if he did have a detailed guide on how to forge it, he did not know how to start. This was especially the case with the terminology present in the guide that was specific to the field. It was something that Song Shuhang could not understand. The sea turtle doubtfully asked, "You still haven't started?" Song Shuheng, at the same time, as the translation of the 33 divine beasts technique was finishing up in his mind, Song Shuheng's brain began to clear up. How embarrassing. Cough. Song Shuheng coughed softly, and said, "I've thought about it carefully, and I feel that today is not. Hello, am I talking to 7 Taoist names?" At this time, a voice sounded in his mind. What the hell is with this 7 Taoist names? Also, I've already given away the Taoist name, Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman, so now I only have 6 Taoist names. Hey, can you hear me? Is the signal bad? It's me, 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. Little friend 7 Taoist names, where are you? The sweet voice of a woman resounded in his mind. Song Shuheng, 6th Cultivator of True Virtue? Is this 7th Cultivator of True Virtue Senior? The blonde woman? Song Shuheng had a deep impression of her. She had beautiful blonde hair and each of the strands was as dazzling as a golden wire. After that, she had a tendency for sadism. The cute 4th Cultivator of True Virtue was ruthlessly kicked just because it blocked her path. Song Shuheng replied, "Senior 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, if you really can't remember my Taoist name, please just call me Little Friend Song or even Little Friend Shuheng. No problem, 7 Taoist names. Anyway, where are you right now?" Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue continued to ask. Song Shuheng replied, "I should be somewhere in the beast realm right now." "Senior, is there a reason you're looking for me? Moreover, how did the 6th Cultivator of True Virtue contact him and directly transmit her voice into his mind?" Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue asked, "Beast realm? I see, no wonder the signal is so bad. I'm currently conversing with you through the feature of the contract scroll of the primordial treasure, 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. When are you going to return to the main world?" Song Shuheng replied, "I'll be going back in 2 or 3 days at most." What happened? Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue Road replied, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue is already transcending his tribulation, it's going relatively smoothly, and the tribulation is soon going to end. Song Shuheng's eyes brightened up. "Then send my congratulations to Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue." Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Anyway, after 7th Cultivator of True Virtue is done, regardless of whether he succeeds or fails, the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber will choose a new owner. That is to say, little friend, you who have signed your name on the contract scroll in the past will be a candidate for a period of time. I'm just here to tell you about it so you can prepare." Song Shuheng said, "So that's the case, I understand." Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Note that this matter should not be disclosed. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for any trouble." Song Shuheng said, "I got it, I won't mention it to anyone." Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "You got this, little friend 7 Taoist names. In fact, among the many people on the contract, the one I am most optimistic about is you. I believe that you have a high chance of becoming the 8th Cultivator of True Virtue." Song Shuheng said, "Thank you for your support. In addition, if Fairy feels that Little Friend Song and Little Friend Shuheng are not that easy to remember, it's alright for you to call me Tyrannical Song." Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue suddenly said, "No problem, little friend 7 Taoist names. By the way, if you are in the beast realm, make sure to bring me some souvenirs when you come back." Song Shuheng was stunned for a while, the atmosphere had simply changed so quickly. At the beginning, they had been seriously discussing things related to cultivation, yet it somehow became a modern online shopping-themed talk in the next second. Song Shuheng said, "Fairy, what do you want?" "To be honest, I haven't been in the beast realm for that long, so I'm not too clear on what special things they have here." Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "I'll give you a list, you should know a few of the items." After saying that, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue quickly read out a long list of shopping items. After she finished reading them out, she asked, "Do you remember everything?" Song Shuheng honestly replied, "I do remember everything, but I don't know any of the items on the list." Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, "You don't know even a single one of them? Many of these things are common items in the world of cultivation and are essential for alchemy. Your knowledge of the world of cultivation is truly too weak." Song Shuheng sighed, and said, "There's nothing I can do about that. After all, I've only been cultivating for about 4.5 months. Although I've been trying to stock up on all kinds of knowledge, the time is still quite limited." Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, after a while. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Forget it, I'll just directly go to the beast realm and buy the stuff myself. Don't move from where you are, I'm going to use you as the coordinates for the spatial teleportation." Song Shuheng. He remembered that Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue had once reached the 7th stage Venerable Realm, but later she failed to transcend her tribulation. Since then, her cultivation was fixed at the 6th stage realm due to the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. Could she perform spatial teleportation in such a state? Bang! While he was in thought, the space around Song Shuheng fluctuated. In the next moment, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue squeezed out of it. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue gritted her teeth, and said, "It hurts." Sure enough, this kind of spatial teleportation is simply too unreliable. She borrowed the power of the primordial treasure, 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, and then used Song Shuheng's signature on the contract to locate him and perform the spatial teleportation. The principles used here were similar to the ones 4th Cultivator of True Virtue had used to summon 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's main body. Previous index. Next, add bookmarks. This teleportation feature could allow the XTH Cultivator of True Virtue to move through space by using the power of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. Now that Song Shuheng had become a candidate for the 8th Cultivator of True Virtue, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue was barely able to use this feature to reach his position. As such, it still hurt when she squeezed over. Song Shuheng, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, had really come over. She was still the same as before, donning a pale green dress with lifelike butterflies embroidered on it. She wore a skirt that had a slit up to her thighs, revealing a large piece of white skin, exhibiting a combination of both sensuality and elegance. She still had long blonde hair that was like wires cast in gold, exuding a dazzling luster. Looking at the beautiful and dazzling Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, Song Shuheng's mind suddenly experienced a kind of epiphany. If I ever encounter someone that says, "Careful that I'll pass through the screen over to where you are and beat you up," in the future, I'll definitely be sure to be more careful. Who knew if the other party would really pass through the screen over to where he was and kill him? What's wrong with you, little friend? 7 Taoist names. After crossing through space, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue saw Song Shuheng, who was currently a pair of arms. Song Shuheng seriously said, "I'm in the middle of practicing a technique." PFFF, the sea turtle who was right beside him couldn't prevent itself from laughing. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue blinked, and asked, "What technique are you practicing?" Song Shuheng replied, "The steel hands technique." Pfft, I've seen hundreds of cultivators practice the steel hands technique, but this is the first time I've ever seen anybody directly transform into a pair of steel arms. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue could also not prevent herself from laughing out. After saying that, she brought out a digital camera, took several photos of Song Shuheng, and even took a photo of herself together with him. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue smiled, and said, "The true steel hands technique. The ancestor of my heavy metals sect would be very pleased to see you like this." Song Shuheng, after putting away the digital camera, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue looked at the forging materials as well as the several whale bones and scales that were all on the ground. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue couldn't help but mutter when she saw the whale bones. She squatted down and reached out to touch the whale bones. After a light touch, she immediately retracted her hand. An 8th stage Profound Sage's bone? For there to still be such strong life energy on it. Could it have just been removed from the body? She then raised her head to look at Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng was currently only at the 4th stage realm. He was a fake 8th stage Profound Sage, after all. If it's so, how did he get these 8th stage Profound Sage whale bones? At the side, Kindness heard this, and her admiration for Song Shuheng grew even stronger. Moreover, the image of Senior Tyrannical Song in her mind became even better. Song Shuheng said, I got it a few days ago in the main world, it's quite fresh. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue couldn't help but ask, what about these scales? Song Shuheng replied, I got it together with the whale bones. After a moment of silence, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue gave Song Shuheng a thumbs up, and said, amazing. Ha ha ha. In fact, it was just my good luck. I simply happened to get to know the original owner of these whale bones. And then, when he succeeded in his cultivation, he gave us all of his old skin. I actually only got a small share of it, Song Shuheng said embarrassedly. Heavens, that sage whale feast you had couldn't possibly be from the body of that fellow Taoist, right? At this time, the sea turtle on the side couldn't help but say, how could you do that? You were friends, yet you ate him? The sea turtle felt that it had to redetermine his relationship with Song Shuheng. If its relationship with Song Shuheng became exceedingly good, would it end up getting eaten as well? Actually, it was the great Northern Emperor who received Profound Sage Melon Eater's flesh. It was also him who proposed to have the whale feast. So, if Senior Turtle wants to give Profound Sage Melon Eater justice, you must first go to the great Emperor, Song Shuheng replied. Senior Turtle suddenly faced a conundrum. After that, it sighed for a long time before saying, heavens, Song Shuheng added, also, Senior Turtle, you aren't a whale, so how could you know what Profound Sage Melon Eater was thinking? It had to be mentioned that, at that time, Sage Monarch Melon Eater had even personally followed immortal fairy Bi Shui into the kitchen and sliced his flesh for her. Imagining such a scene would make anyone feel greatly disturbed. At this time, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue asked, 7 Taoist names, ahem little friend Song, are you planning on using all of these materials to forge something? Song Shuheng nodded with his fists, and replied, yeah, I was preparing to forge a life-bound magical treasure. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue asked, you practice the 33 Divine Beasts technique, so are you planning on forging the matching magical treasure for your cultivation technique? Song Shuheng continued to nod with his fists. I'm planning on forging the Defiant Whale Warrior. Did I disturb you? Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said embarrassedly. After all, you turned your whole body into a pair of steel arms just to forge the weapon. In that case, you should just continue with forging the magical treasure, I'll be going for now. There's no need. Song Shuheng sighed, and said, I'm still not ready to forge it. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue asked, did I interrupt you? Song Shuheng shook his fists, and said, it's a bit embarrassing to say this, but when I was just preparing to refine the magic weapon, I suddenly realized that I couldn't make it at all, since I didn't even know how to start forging. Reality wasn't like games. In games, as long as one had the materials and the recipe, they only had to put the materials into the crafting interface and click OK to have the forging be started. In reality, there was no forging technique like this. The Sea Turtle, PFFF, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, Kindness blinked. Song Shuheng said, looking back, I never actually learned how to forge from my seniors. Heavens, I hate it when I am lacking in knowledge. At this time, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, well, I can help you with the forging. Song Shuheng said, huh? Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, "If you trust me, you can tell me about the external structure and components needed for the magical treasure, Defiant Whale Warrior. I'll forge a prototype of the magical treasure for you. After that, you can just follow the forging formula, create the core of the magical treasure, and load it into the prototype." Song Shuheng asked, "That also works?" Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Of course. Every sect's general-purpose items are forged like this." This kind of forging technique for general-purpose items was something developed and popularized by my heavy metal sect. Song Shuheng heard an important point from the fairy's words. "Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, are you from the heavy metal sect?" Could she be talking about the ancient blacksmith sect? Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, "If not, where do you think your steel hands technique secret technique came from?" Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue had obtained it from me, and it just so happened that he then passed it on to you. Song Shuheng subconsciously looked at Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's slender arms, and his brain was filled with pictures of her hammering iron with a gigantic hammer. "Would you like me to help you forge it? My heavy metal sect is a large blacksmith sect, with a long heritage, good reputation, and fair prices," Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said. "But if you don't want my help, I'll be going. It isn't every day that I can go to the beast realm. I'd better make use of my time to collect some materials." Song Shuheng immediately replied, "Of course I want it." Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Then tell me about the external structure of the Defiant Whale Warrior, and then some of the specifics about it. I'll make a prototype of it for you." Song Shuheng asked, "Fairy, what's the price of your assistance?" She wouldn't help him for free as she just said that the price was fair. "Little friend Song, you really are on the right path," Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said. "It depends on which refining technique you choose. Our heavy metal sect has a big hammer refining technique and a small hammer refining technique. Which one do you want?" Song Shuheng asked, "How much do they cost?" Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, 100 for the big hammer and 50 for the small hammer. The price has always been transparent and it has not increased for thousands of years. We don't bully others." Song Shuheng asked, "Renminbi?" "You're going to lose a friend like this," responded Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue. Song Shuheng then asked, "All right, of which stage do the spirit stones have to be?" Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, "First stage spirit stones." Song Shuheng couldn't believe it. So cheap? The conversion rate for spirit stones between stages was almost 10 to 1, and if the quality of the lower stage spirit stone was poor, it could also be 13 or 15 to 1. According to the normal calculations, 100 first stage spirit stones were only about a single third stage spirit stone. Well, it has to be affordable. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue smiled sweetly. The sea turtle on the side smiled. "Song Shuheng, you'd better ask if this is the price of a trip, or the price for something else." Song Shuheng? Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue glanced at the sea turtle, and said, I didn't expect to meet a fellow Taoist who understood the market." The sea turtle responded, "That's a given. I've lived a long time, and I've experienced all kinds of things." Song Shuheng got an unpleasant feeling. "So, is that really the price?" Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Yes. To be accurate, every strike with the big hammer is 100 spirit stones, and every strike with the small hammer is 50 spirit stones. The price is affordable and transparent, and there is no bullying." Song Shuheng asked, "If Senior Turtle hadn't reminded me just now, would you have swindled me? You're also going to lose a friend like this." "I wasn't trying to swindle you, and I'll even tell you about something that Senior Turtle did not say just now." The corners of Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's mouth rose, and she continued, "Do you think that it would make sense for a disciple of the heavy metal sect to go on a trip just for a mere 100 first stage spirit stones? Song Shuheng asked, is there not a discount for friends? Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, this is already the discounted price. The sea turtle said, to be fair, this price is indeed good. It sounds exaggerated, but in fact, the price of a 7th stage spirit stone is quite reasonable for a forging trip. I only earn a 7th stage spirit stone from you, yet I have to strike with the hammer tens of thousands of times. Do you still feel that it's expensive? Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue added. So, this is already a good price. Song Shuheng said, heavens, if you put it like that, it does really feel cheap. Alright, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, deal. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue asked, do you have a forging room? Song Shuheng replied, yes, Fairy. Don't resist, I will take you to the forging room. Song Shuheng willed it and transferred the sea turtle and Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue to the inner world's Palace of Winter. He then condensed an eye of virtue and left it with kindness. Song Shuheng said, little friend Kindness, if you need me, you can contact me through it. Kindness nodded in reply. After saying that, Song Shuheng, who was in the steel hands technique mode, also entered the Palace of Winter's forging room. At this time, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue tied up her blonde hair, and a large and a small hammer appeared in her hands. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue asked, have you decided yet? Is it going to be the big hammer or the small hammer? She waved her hands around, causing the big hammer and the small hammer to impressively spin in her hands. Song Shuheng asked, which one among the big hammer and the small hammer is better? Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue replied, each has its own advantages. The advantage of the big hammer is that it's heavy, making the weapon forged by it strong and durable. The small hammer is small and flexible, causing it to be better for finer parts. Song Shuheng said, then. Why not both? He recalled the design of his life-bound magical treasure, the Defiant Whale Warrior. The outer casing of the glove needed to be as strong as possible, while the small parts inside had to be done extremely precisely. Customer, you have chosen the right option. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's lips curled up. The big hammer and the small hammer only work best when used together. Moreover, it is only by using both hammers that I am able to live up to my forging level. The sea turtle's mouth twitched faintly, but this time it didn't say anything. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, time is vital. After I finish the treasure for you, I still have to buy all the items on the list. Where is your Defiant Whale Warrior design? You only have to deal with the core part and you can leave the rest to me. Song Shuheng took out a pen and paper, quickly wrote down the forging technique of the Defiant Whale Warrior that was in his mind, and handed it to Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue glanced at the design and the forging technique of the Defiant Whale Warrior, and nodded. This magical treasure isn't bad, it's quite creative. Now it's time to choose which material is to be used for its forging. She glanced at Song Shuheng's pile of materials again, and said, the prototype of your Defiant Whale Warrior glove needs the bone of a whale spirit beast or a whale monster. You have 6 kinds of whale spirit beast and 3 kinds of whale monster whale bones here, all of which are at the 5th stage realm. Which one among these do you want to use for the forging? Fairy, can you use this? Song Shuheng pointed at Sage Monarch Melon Eater's rib bones. The corners of Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's mouth twitched. Of course I'd be able to use those, but I don't recommend that, as you would be wasting the 8th stage Sage whale bones. You're only having a 4th stage magical treasure forged for you, and 5th stage materials would already be good enough to do so. Actually, in my opinion, using 5th stage materials for this would already be quite wasteful. If you were to directly use these sage whale's bones, it would truly be no different from throwing them away. Song Shuheng said, it's fine. Anyway, I still have some more whale bones in stock. Furthermore, the Defiant Whale Warrior is going to be my life-bound magical treasure. Even if I do plan on forging the combined magical treasure in the future, I will definitely use the Defiant Whale Warrior as its core. As such, the stronger the Defiant Whale Warrior is, the better. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, the sea turtle yawned. That which is obtained easily will often not be cherished. Whether it is feelings or treasures. Fellow Taoist song, one must cherish what one has. The bones of an 8th stage whale are indeed very precious. Do you not want to give it more thought? Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue also asked. Song Shuheng thought about it for a moment, and asked, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, about how many of these bones do you need to forge the gloves? Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue estimated it, and replied, this bone is huge, so one would be enough. Then it's completely fine, Song Shuheng said. I have more than 16 such whale bones in my hands, so using one won't affect me much. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, just use this whale bone to forge the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves. F***CK, 16. That many? No wonder this guy doesn't cherish the 8th stage whale bone at all. In that case, I'll just do as you say. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue extended her hand and lifted the whale's sacred bone onto the forging table. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue then said, Oh, 7 Taoist names, fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song. Before I start hammering, I have to remind you of one thing. The 8th stage whale bone is extremely hard. I will have to use a secret technique of the heavy metal sect to temper it. As such, you need to be mentally prepared. Song Shuheng subconsciously asked, is the price per strike going to increase? Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, the price won't increase, but the bone of a sage whale is difficult to temper. Doing so will take a long time, and with that, the total price will definitely increase. Song Shuheng nodded. That makes sense. Then, thank you for your patronage. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's arms became coated in dark metal color, similar to when Song Shuheng used the steel hands technique. Afterward, she took another deep breath and urged the secret technique of the heavy metal sect once more. After that, the color of her hands changed and turned into a golden color, just as if they had been cast in gold. Her eyes were fixed on the steps needed for forging the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves. She was etching the steps into her mind. In the next moment, the two hammers began to move. Ding! The big hammer struck the whale bone, causing a burst of bright sparks. As the big hammer fell, flames rose from the forging table, making it so that the whale bone was encased in flame. The fire rose along with the movements of the hammer, rising high up and dancing in the air. Song Shuheng rubbed his eyes, and wondered if he had been seeing things. As he watched Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's big hammer hit, there was a flame that flowed up the hammer, and then a string of characters condensed above the sledgehammer. Plus 100. I'm probably just thinking too much. How could flames possibly turn into numbers? Song Shuheng thought. Ha! At this moment, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue shouted and used the big hammer to strike the bone once more. Ding! Another flame rose along the big hammer and turned into a plus 100. The flames rose higher and higher, and eventually condensed the number 200 before disappearing. F***CK, I wasn't seeing things. Song Shuheng had clearly just seen what had happened. The flames really did turn into a number. While he was in thought, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue swung the hammer for the third time. Ding! Flames rose and turned into a plus 100 again. The flaming text rose higher and higher before finally turning into a 300 and disappearing. Heavens, the flaming text is a counter. Every time Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue struck down with the big hammer, a plus 100 would appear, and then this number would add to the total. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, very good, it's coming together fairly well. In the next moment, her arms waved around quickly. +100 +100 +100 Song Shuheng watched as the flaming text continued to appear right in front of him, just like a screen being flooded, with each line of text moving past his eyes at breakneck speed. Ding, 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 every strike was another +100. This meant that Song Shuheng had to pay another 100 spirit stones. Song Shuheng couldn't help but feel his heart start hurting. Every time he saw another flaming +100 text, it was as if an arrow had penetrated his heart and liver. This is really heart-rending. After these few hits from the big hammer, the price had already gone up to a few thousands of first-stage spirit stones. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue paused before saying in a pleasant voice, "Great, the whale's sacred bone has responded. Come on, resonate with me. Obey me, I will make you into the most perfect magic weapon." While she spoke, her other arm also began moving. The small hammer had begun swinging. Using the two hammers together was the kingly path. As there were now two hammers being waved around, the speed at which the text moved on the screen had more than doubled. The degree of the heart-rending feeling similarly increased by several times. Ding, 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 the flaming text in front of Song Shuheng became a combination of +100s and +50s. The screen's flooding speed had become even faster. With every glance, one site would be filled with rows of +100s and +50s. With every blink of an eye, another wave of flaming text would rise. Truly heart-rending. This screen of flaming text represented the number of spirit stones. This was a screen filled with spirit stones. Fairy, could you turn off this counting function? At this time, the sea turtle patted Song Shuheng with its forelimb. Song Shuheng turned his head while a pained expression could be seen on his face. Senior Turtle, is something wrong? Senior Turtle asked, is your heart in pain? Song Shuheng replied, it's not really in pain, but this screen filled with +100s and +50s makes my heart feel quite stifled. Your heart feeling stifled is normal. This is the style of the heavy metal sect. It's clear that a trip to the blacksmith would actually only cost you about a 6th stage or 7th stage spirit stone, but regardless of who it is, when they see this screen of flaming text, they would always end up feeling their heart become stifled. Senior Turtle chuckled, and said, I can teach you a way to adapt to the flaming text. Song Shuheng asked, what is it? The sea turtle said, use a 7th or 8th stage spirit stone as the reference point. Then, simply think of +100 as +0.0001 or an even smaller number, that way you won't feel as stifled. Song Shuheng replied, that makes sense. After that, he turned his head and continued to look at the screen of +100s and +50s. After a moment, he sighed. Song Shuheng said, I can't do it. The sea turtle said, what? I tried to change the numbers while having a 7th stage spirit stone in mind, but then when I saw the +100, I felt that it was adding 107th stage spirit stones. The sea turtle, ding, 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 the sound of the two hammers striking down was like a poignant symphony. It was impressive but also caused one to shed tears. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's level as a blacksmith was really high, and it could even be said to be at the level of a sect master. Song Shuheng did not understand the art of forging. Nevertheless, the sea turtle at the side was full of praise for Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue. While the two hammers were unceasingly swung around, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue would also occasionally throw in some refining materials into the flames. This flame is no longer the forging fire stored in the Palace of Winter, the sea turtle said in a deep voice. At the beginning, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue had still used the Palace of Winter's forging fire on the whale sage bone. However, halfway through, she had changed the fire. At this time, the flames around Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue were really lifelike, and from time to time there would even be something with the appearance of a phoenix that would come forth. Every time she swung the hammer, the clear cry of a phoenix would accompany the strike. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue suddenly said, "It's the 9 virtues phoenix fire. My current realm is limited to the 6th stage realm. If I were to rely on my own strength to temper the 8th stage Profound Sage Bone, it would be extremely difficult to do so. As such, I'm borrowing some strength from this special flame." At this time, she had beads of sweat streaming down her face. Some beads of sweat would flow down along her cheek to her neck before continuing on to slide along her beautiful clavicle. Some beads of sweat would be stopped by her long eyelashes, but when she blinked, they would drip down. However, the beads of sweat that ended up dripping from her eyelashes would evaporate in mid-air due to the phoenix flame. Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue smiled bitterly, and said, "The only problem is that the temperature of the flame is quite high." The sea turtle asked, "Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue Taoist, do you need little friend song to wipe your sweat?" During the refining process, if sweat droplets were to fall onto the weapon being refined, it could be very troublesome. Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue replied, "No, it's fine." The temperature of the phoenix fire was too high, and with Song Shuhang's strength, he would immediately get burnt if he were to get too close. Song Shuhang said, "Also, it's not really good for me to wipe Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's sweat in this state." He was currently a pair of steel arms, and his thick arms wouldn't be able to do a delicate work like wiping someone's sweat. In the meantime, he had been trying to restore his body to human form, but it had repeatedly ended up in failure. Perhaps he had to wait for a period of time so as to allow his body and spirit to recover before he could transform again. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue smiled, before exhaling and saying, "Then you better take a few steps back. I'm soon going to increase the power of the phoenix flames to move to the next phase of the forging." Song Shuhang asked as he stepped back, "Fairy, is the whale sage bone about to take shape? How could it be so easy? This is the bone of an 8th stage profound sage, after all. However, after I increase the flame's power, and hammer it a few thousand times, it should start taking the shape of the Defiant Whale Warrior. In other words, there were going to be a few thousand more, plus 100s and plus 50s, truly heartrending." Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Don't wear such a sad expression on your face. In order to forge your magic weapon, I even brought out the 9 virtues phoenix fire. You'll have an increase in quality but without an increase in the price. You should be happy." Song Shuhang squeezed out a smile, and said, "Thank you Fairy, but I would be more grateful if you could turn off the pricing function." "Customer, that isn't possible." Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's eyebrows raised as she said, "The pricing function is the only fun that those of our heavy metal sect can have. Forging is a very boring thing, and if the only fun that we have is stripped away from us, we would lose the energy to forge things." After saying that, she extended her hand and more flames were summoned. The flames shrouded her, causing her to look the same as Song Shuhang when he'd borrowed Scarlet Heaven Sword to use the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. The sea turtle retreated as well. The sea turtle said, "Not good, I'm going to get dehydrated. This flame is too overbearing." Song Shuhang retreated together with Senior Turtle. While doing so, he felt as if his liquefied body was about to evaporate. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Turtle, have I become smaller?" The sea turtle glanced at him, and then shook its head. "Not only have you not become smaller, even with you currently being a pair of steel arms, you should have actually expanded a bit." Song Shuhang curiously said, "I'm actually expanding? Isn't my body supposed to be evaporating?" The sea turtle said, "Perhaps it's because of the laws of thermal expansion and contraction?" Song Shuhang, he turned his fists around and looked towards Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue. She was shrouded in flames, and her figure could be seen vaguely swaying in the fire. Her slender arms were waving the big and small hammers, quickly smashing down with both of them at varying times. The scene was one wherein she appeared to be dancing. Ding, 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 plus 100 plus 50 plus 100 plus 50. The flaming text flooded the screen, filling up Song Shuhang's line of sight. The senior of the heavy metal sect who invented this feature must be a very sadistic person. The average person would definitely not have been able to invent such a way of showing the price. While he was in thought, all of a sudden, Song Shuhang and Senior Turtle felt something in their hearts. The two raised their heads and looked at the sky. However, the two could only see the ceiling of the Palace of Winter. The Sea Turtle said, "This feeling, is another person becoming a profound sage?" What was going on this year? Did 7 venerables actually have an appointment and all decided to advance this year? Or, could this all be related to the arrival of the spiritual energy tides? With the imminent change of the wielder of the will, the next wave of spiritual energy was also in sight. In the near future, there was going to be a prosperous period for practitioners all over the universe. Song Shuhang asked, "Is it the divinity show? Who's the one that has ascended?" The Sea Turtle said, "Heavens, how am I supposed to know? I can't see the screen of the divinity show." Song Shuhang recalled that they were still in the inner world. With his inner world's continuous evolution, it has been becoming more and more special. Now, while staying in the inner world, although he could still sense that there was a profound sage who wanted to show their divinity, but without Song Shuhang's specific instructions, the screen of that person's divinity show would not be shown inside the inner world. Song Shuhang willed it and gave the inner world an order to broadcast the screen of the divinity show. In the next moment, a projection appeared on the ceiling of the Palace of Winter. The inner world did not directly let the divinity show manifest itself into the world, but instead rebroadcasted the divinity show inside it. This was a security function that came with the inner world. On the screen, a man was sitting cross-legged. The robe on his body was damaged and his long hair was in a mess, but the mess did nothing to his elegance at all. Despite him merely sitting there, the void seemed to collapse with him as the center. It's Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Song Shuhang recognized the figure at a glance. Earlier, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue had informed him that 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had gone to transcend his tribulation, while he himself had become a candidate for the 8th Cultivator of True Virtue. Now, in the blink of an eye, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had successfully transcended his heavenly tribulation and became an 8th stage Profound Sage. Song Shuhang curiously asked, "How much time did Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue spend to transcend his tribulation?" Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue continued to quickly strike down with her hammers as she replied, "A few days." According to 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, he'd begun preparations for his heavenly tribulation after he went to sleep last week. It should have been taken him about 2 or 3 days. The reason why 6th Cultivator of True Virtue had only informed Song Shuhang today was because she had just woken up today. At this time, the entire universe was seething with excitement. The practitioners these days were undoubtedly extremely fortunate. Within a single month, they were actually able to witness the birth of 6 profound sages, and now there was going to be a 7th one very soon. This kind of event where venerables gathered together to transcend their tribulation and become profound sages, bringing about the grandeur of the divinity shows, was rare even in ancient times. Profound Sage 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, this was likely going to be his name now. At this moment, he was meditating and recovering. In the next moment, there was a seal that condensed and transformed right beside him. On the sage seal, 3 Taoist names appeared. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Mo Ran, Profound Knight. These Taoist names were the ones used by Profound Sage 7th Cultivator of True Virtue in the past. Before he became the 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, he should have used one of the other 2 Taoist names, Mo Ran or Profound Knight. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue opened his eyes, and after thinking for a moment, he reached out and lightly touched on, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. After becoming the 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, his previous Taoist names no longer held any meaning to him. Even if he was no longer the owner of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, the fact that he was still the 7th Cultivator of True Virtue would not change. The sage name was confirmed. The sage seal had the name, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, imprinted on itself and took shape. The radiance of the sage seal enveloped Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, allowing him to exude the dignity of a profound sage. The 7th Sage in 1,000 years, Profound Sage 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Practitioners all over the universe found this Taoist name to be especially memorable. This was a Taoist name destined to be included in the annals of the world of cultivation, and it was also something that would be firmly remembered by the masses. One day in the future, when the future generations of the world of cultivation were to talk about the prosperous years when profound sages had continuously appeared, they would definitely mention the 7th Profound Sage. In addition to that, the Taoist name, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, the first sage in 1,000 years, would surely be remembered as well. After all, he was the first sage. However, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th sages' Taoist names would not necessarily be remembered. The 6th sage in 1,000 years, Sage Monarch White, was, on the other hand, very impressive and belonged to the type that one would not be able to forget even if they wanted to. In addition, the catchy Taoist name, Profound Sage 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, that simply went so well with him being the 7th sage, certainly belonged to the type that would be remembered. The practitioners from all over the universe looked at the sky once again as they awaited the following profound sage speech. What kind of speech was Profound Sage 7th Cultivator of True Virtue going to give? Taoist? Scholarly? Buddhist? Tantric? Demonic? Having said that, from the first all the way to the 7th sage in 1,000 years, aside from the 5th sage who was a holy paladin, the rest turned out to be cultivators. This placed great pressure on the practitioners of other departments in the universe. The divinity show had finally concluded. Afterwards, the Profound Sage speech session had begun. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was obviously well prepared. He had prepared the script beforehand. He coughed lightly and cleared his throat before he began to provide something that could be considered to be an encyclopedia of cultivation skills to the practitioners in the universe. Alchemy, planting spiritual herbs, mining skills, forging magical treasures, raising spirit beasts, sewing robes, rune-making, laying out formation, and even some stuff on immortal chefs. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had a lot of content in his speech, but because the time was limited, he only focused on the more important points of each one. Nevertheless, people were able to benefit greatly from each of the things he stated. The teachings of the 7th Cultivator of True Virtue were very thorough. Although the practitioners wouldn't suddenly be enlightened, with their strength rising as a result, the contents of the speech would be able to help them in the long run. Song Shuhang said with admiration, as expected of Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, he really does have a wide range of knowledge. In fact, in addition to the graceful sword immortals or scholarly faction practitioners, the style of the practitioner in his dreams also included one with a vast amount of knowledge like Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. He recalled that Medicine Master and Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman were very happy when they had gotten Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's approval about their path of pill refining and talisman crafting. Regardless of whether it was formations, pill refining, forging magical treasures, or talisman crafting, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was among the top 3 in the 9 provinces number 1 group. He was a very knowledgeable cultivator, a textbook-like man. Song Shuhang hoped that one day in the future, he could also become an existence like Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Afterwards, when a lot of newcomers were added to the 9 provinces number 1 group, he could help them with his rich knowledge just like Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. He could use his knowledge to leave the impression of a reliable senior on the minds of the newcomers. Song Shuheng thought, I'm still young. When I become a 7th stage venerable in the future, perhaps I'd be able to acquire a huge amount of knowledge like Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's Profound Sage speech did not cause any special occurrences from the Great Way, but the practitioners from all over the universe were still infatuated by it. They would have wished for him to keep going on for days or nights, but unfortunately, the Profound Sage speech had a time limit. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's speech was coming to an end. The practitioners all over the universe constantly expressed their unwillingness. Then, under the unwilling eyes of the practitioners, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's speech ended. After that, a vast amount of power of virtue condensed and gathered towards him. But at this moment, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's eyes became solemn. He wanted to see if the strange inner demon tribulation encountered by those who transcended their tribulations recently would affect him as well. Recently, even if the cultivator who was transcending a tribulation was only going from the 2nd stage to the 3rd stage, they would somehow still end up having to face an inner demon tribulation. It should be known that in the past, when someone was transcending from the 2nd stage to the 3rd stage, having to face an inner demon tribulation at the end of it was unheard of. However, for the cultivators who were transcending their tribulations recently, regardless of which stage they were at, they would eventually fall into the inner demon tribulation state. Moreover, this inner demon tribulation was extremely weird. Even if one's will was especially firm, the cultivator would still not be able to easily get through the inner demon tribulation. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue wanted to see what would happen with his tribulation considering that he had just gained a lot of power of virtue. In theory, as long as one had enough virtue, it would be able to offset the inner demon tribulation of the 8th stage. The Profound Sage speech phase was created by the first wielder of the heavens will so that the cultivators of the universe could benefit from it. At the same time, it could also help out the 8th stage Profound Sages. Anyway, massive amounts of virtue descended onto 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's body. In addition, as he already possessed some power of virtue, his light of virtue began to grow stronger and stronger, and it soon began to materialize. The light of virtue continuously condensed and compressed. Eventually, it turned into the prototype of a human. Looking at the body shape, the light of virtue should be a female, the sea turtle said. It can be seen from this point that the 7th Cultivator of True Virtue Taoist is a very gentle person on the inside despite being firm on the outside. Song Shuheng said, Senior Turtle, you can't say that. The form of one's light of virtue isn't something that can be controlled by oneself. Since my light of virtue is a lamia, does that mean that I'm also soft on the inside and hard on the outside? Senior Turtle asked, where in the world did you get the idea that you were not soft on the inside and hard on the outside? Song Shuheng said, what I'm saying is that how my light of virtue ended up was completely out of my control. I wanted to condense a virtuous true dragon, yet what I ended up getting was a snake-tailed stickman. As such, when you judged Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue in such a way, I simply could not agree with you. While he was speaking, the light of virtue behind 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had further condensed. The content of his speech was in line with the interests of the practitioners all over the universe, and as a huge number of practitioners had viewed the speech favorably, the amount of virtue that he got back was huge as well. At this time, the virtuous maiden evolved again. A beautiful dress had condensed on her body. This dress looked pretty and had an alluring flavor to it. The skirt had a slit that reached her thighs, and there were several lifelike butterflies that seemed to be flying on it, allowing it to have a perfect mix of elegance and sensuality. However, why does this dress seem so familiar? The sea turtle then turned its head and glanced at 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. Heavens! Song Shuheng also looked at 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, who was in the middle of forging. Yup, this dress had the exact same style as that of Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. Moreover, I'm not sure whether I'm just seeing things, but it seems like even the thighs of Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's Light of Virtue are of the same style and the same length as Fairy's. It was just that 6th Cultivator of True Virtue's legs were white, while the legs of the virtuous maiden were golden. Now, are you still going to refute me? Senior Turtle said. I'm telling you, I've been studying human psychology quite a bit recently, and it has proved to be very fruitful. Now, even if I don't use the mind-reading technique, from just taking note of a person's words and actions, I'll already be able to guess that person's character. Song Shuheng, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, are you using this opportunity to confess to Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue? However, 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, who had failed to transcend her tribulation, was now bound to the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. When the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber changed owners, 6th Cultivator of True Virtue would have to follow suit. Although she wanted to free herself from the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, she required a good amount of time to do so. In short, whenever Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue wanted to court Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, there would be a huge electric bulb known as the 8th Cultivator of True Virtue that would be between the two. Even for Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, such a relationship would not be something easy to handle. While he was in thought, the maiden behind Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue finished evolving. Her face also condensed. As Song Shuheng had guessed, the maiden's face was also the same as Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtues. The materialized, virtuous 6th Cultivator of True Virtue stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue to protect him. The newly condensed 6th Cultivator of True Virtue was over 5 meters tall, which was huge. Buzz, in the air, there seemed to be a huge tribulation that was about to land, but this huge tribulation was all blocked by the virtuous 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was relieved. It seemed that the weird inner demon tribulation would not affect a profound sage after they gave a profound sage speech that allowed them to be blessed with the power of virtue from practitioners all over the universe. The screen of the profound sage speech gradually dissipated, and Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue stepped out of the heavenly tribulation realm. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue appeared on an asteroid that had a rather powerful magnetic field. He softly said, "It looks like the inner demon tribulation was blocked by the power of virtue. It's pretty much just as I had guessed." After saying that, he turned to look at the virtuous 6th Cultivator of True Virtue behind him. He continued in a soft voice, "We'll only be separated temporarily, 6th Cultivator of True Virtue." 6th Cultivator of True Virtue had been his guide to the path of cultivation. Without her, the current Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue would not even exist. For him, she was a teacher and friend. He was reluctant to separate from her so quickly, but he could not stay in the 7th stage realm forever. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue herself would not allow him to forcefully suppress his realm and stop himself from ascending. However, the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber was extremely special. It would not always belong to a certain master. When 7th Cultivator of True Virtue ascended to the 8th stage, the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber would gradually separate from him and go on to determine its next master. 4th Cultivator of True Virtue and 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, which were currently both bound to the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, would be transferred to the 8th Cultivator of True Virtue as well. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue murmured to himself, "Finally, I've reached the 8th stage. Now, it's just a matter of time before 6th Cultivator of True Virtue can free herself from the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. Then, the virtuous 6th Cultivator of True Virtue behind him slightly shook. The reason the power of virtue had turned into Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue was that his plan to free her from the Phoenix Saber required this particular step. I wonder who the 8th cultivator of true virtue will be. Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue stretched his hand out and brought out a long saber that seemed both real and illusory. As soon as this saber appeared, flames encased it. This was the primordial treasure, 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. It transcended the existence of the divine weapons forged by tribulation transcenders and immortals as it was forged by the third wielder of the heaven's will. Over the years, there had been many Taoists who had signed their names on the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, and each one of them had been carefully selected by 7th cultivator of true virtue. Even if their cultivations ranged from high to low, it was unquestionable that every person who became a candidate for the 8th cultivator of true virtue was absolutely reliable. Now, the final step. 7th cultivator of true virtue raised the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber and slashed apart the asteroid behind him. With a single slash, space was cut open. Subsequently, a gorgeous ancient tomb emerged from the asteroid. 7th cultivator of true virtue took a step forward and used the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber to engrave the words, Profound Sage 7th cultivator of true virtue's tomb, on a stone tablet beside the tomb. He softly said, from this moment on, the old 7th cultivator of true virtue is buried here with the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. From today onwards, I will no longer be in charge of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. This ancient tomb was built by him a long time ago. This was the inheritance he was leaving behind for the next in line. Getting juniors to explore one's tomb was also a fine tradition of many cultivators. After doing all of this, he patted the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber and said, "Go, choose your 8th cultivator of true virtue." The 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber quaked slightly, seemingly saying goodbye to 7th cultivator of true virtue. 7th cultivator of true virtue said, "Although I can't interfere with your decision, I still want to mention that among the candidates for the 8th cultivator of true virtue, Little Friend Song is one of the best ones." The 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber shook once more before slowly floating away. 7th cultivator of true virtue looked at the Phoenix Saber, which was rising higher and higher, and then sighed softly. "Goodbye, 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. Goodbye, 6th cultivator of true virtue." Rumble, the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber broke through the space, causing a thunderous sound. 7th cultivator of true virtue waved at it. Both 6th cultivator of true virtue, and the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, had been with him for a long time, and now it was quite sad that he would have to be separated from them. While 7th cultivator of true virtue was in thought, the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, in the air suddenly turned around and returned to him at an extremely fast speed. Senior 7th cultivator of true virtue was confused. The 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber fell back into his hands and took the initiative to stick to his hands. At the next moment, flames burst out and enveloped his body. This was a sign that there was going to be a battle. 7th cultivator of true virtue felt a little uneasy due to the actions of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. The opponent. I am afraid that even the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber feels that it is a tricky existence. Who is it? Is a tribulation transcender coming? Or could it be an immortal? Boom boom, above his head, the space suddenly shattered. In the next moment, a huge planet suddenly appeared above the asteroid where the 7th cultivator of true virtue was located. Around this planet, there was a pale holy light. Such holy light made people feel a sense of coldness that would pierce straight into one's bones. It was in great contrast to the usually warm and bright holy light. The planet had no gravitational force. After it squeezed out of space, it began trembling madly. It seemed that crossing through space caused its body to destabilize. The 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber became more and more restless, and the flames above it sprang up wildly, causing even the asteroid below to begin melting. 7th cultivator of true virtue had to leave the asteroid and jump into the void. Once he got to an empty expanse of space, the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber exploded out with flames once again, which wildly expanded outward. In just 3 breaths of time, it had turned into a little sun. At this time, the planet had finally stabilized. Soon after it stabilized, a huge eye opened up on it. When he stared at this eye, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue felt a chill assault his body. Even though the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber unceasingly covered him in hot flames, he still shivered fiercely. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue muttered, "What is this?" To even make the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, a primordial treasure, uneasy, what was the origin of this planet? The huge eye stared at the relatively small 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Then, a huge ray of light shot out of the eye and struck his body. The flames of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber rolled up and kept off the ray of light. The ray of light was finally blocked. However, at this time, several visions emerged in 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's mind. The giant of light that had its head cut off, the bird of light which was shot by a divine arrow, the giant snake of light that got cut open and then placed inside a golden coffin. All the pictures brought along a feeling of death. This giant planet's eye was not just a normal eye, as it could shoot out rays of light as a form of attack with an extra effect. Despite the attack having been blocked by the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, it still caused 7th Cultivator of True Virtue to fall into an illusion from which he was unable to extricate himself. Fortunately, the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber released warm energy to wake Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. What is the origin of this planet? 7th Cultivator of True Virtue felt a deep sense of powerlessness. While he was in thought, the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber transmitted its thoughts to him. Due to the Phoenix Saber having only completed 7 cycles, it had yet to reach its strongest state. The thoughts it had transmitted were rather vague. However, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was able to understand what it was trying to say. The 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber asked him to contact 4th Cultivator of True Virtue or 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, and then have him leave the place through spatial means. The 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber itself was not afraid of the huge planet, the only reason it returned just now was to protect 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. As long as 7th Cultivator of True Virtue successfully left the battlefield, then the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber would naturally have its own ways to confront the planet or simply leave. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "I understand." And so, he immediately contacted 4th Cultivator of True Virtue. Since 6th Cultivator of True Virtue was often asleep, it was not easy to connect with her. On the other hand, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue was free almost 24/7. So, at this critical time, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue would naturally choose to contact 4th Cultivator of True Virtue. 4th Cultivator of True Virtue quickly replied, "What is it?" Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "4th Cultivator of True Virtue, I have a problem, can you summon me over to you?" Under the influence of the planet, even his mental communication ability had been slightly affected. 4th Cultivator of True Virtue responded, "All right, I understand." After about 2 breaths of time, a very cute white jade lion with a confused face appeared beside Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue asked, F***CK, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, why are you here? At the same time, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue said, F***CK, why am I here? Just now, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue summoned 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, who was in space. Under normal circumstances, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue would have been summoned over by 4th Cultivator of True Virtue like a summoned beast. But instead, it was 4th Cultivator of True Virtue who ended up getting dragged over. Was this a countersummon? 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and 4th Cultivator of True Virtue were speechless, and both looked towards the sky. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "It must be this big planet with an eye that did something." At the same time, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue asked, "Anyway, who's the enemy this time that even you have to try to flee for your life?" Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue, Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue, Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue turned his head and looked at the huge-eyed planet. Holy crap, don't tell me, this guy is the enemy this time? Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue asked with wide eyes. Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue nodded bitterly. Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue said, how are we supposed to beat that thing? Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue, you've now ascended to the 8th stage. If you use everything you have, how powerfully can you attack now? Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said, I've just ascended, so I've yet to consolidate my realm, and my power is just slightly stronger than someone at the peak of the 7th stage. A full-strength attack of mine would probably be equivalent to several nuclear weapons exploding at the same time. Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue was able to do this as his cultivation technique was a match with the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. As such, he'd already mastered an 8th stage level attack right as he ascended. The power of nuclear weapons was indeed terrifying, and it was something that already possessed natural disaster level damage in the eyes of ordinary humans. However, looking at what kind of existence the other party was. The other party was a planet. If a nuclear weapon level attack did fall on the opponent and explode with full force, the injury would only be very light. At most, it would be as if a human had been poked with a needle. Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue smiled bitterly, and said, when one's size is large enough, things get really hard. It had lived for a very long time, yet this was its first time encountering such a huge enemy. When faced with a planet-sized opponent, even if a 9th stage tribulation transcender were brought over, they would not be able to do much to it. It had to be understood that existences at the tribulation transcender realm had the power to create massive amounts of damage. If no one stopped them, they would be able to wipe out all life from the surface of a planet. Therefore, it wasn't exaggerated to call tribulation transcenders gods, as they could indeed do what gods, in mythological stories could. However, even if for these godlike tribulation transcenders, it would still be quite difficult to directly destroy something as large as a celestial body. Perhaps it was only those immortals at the level of the scholarly sage and the heavenly emperor that could hope to achieve such a feat. Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue asked, so, what do we do now? Sage Monarch Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue replied, is there anything we can do? I'm also quite desperate right now. Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue said, how about we get Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue to summon us over to her? She's stronger than me, so she might be able to summon us pretty quickly, right? Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said, let's wait first. He clenched the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, who was still keeping off the planet. The Phoenix Saber's flame grew bigger. In addition, when its flame expanded this time, it grew to a size similar to that of a small planet. It was much smaller than the planet with the big eye, but it was now at least the size of a celestial body. Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue communicated with the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber once again. He was worried that if Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue were to use the summoning spell and eventually got summoned over, their whole lineage would end up getting wiped out. This time, the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber did not respond to him. It could not afford to be distracted as it was using all of its power to resist the planet with the big eye opposite them. On that planet, a smaller eye opened up. 2 eyes, one big and one small, sent rays of light towards the Phoenix Saber that had transformed into a little sun. The light projected by the big eye was still a straight line. On the other hand, the light projected by the small eye transformed into a net, and seemed to be attempting to encase the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. The 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber continued to burst out with flames, blocking the light ray and burning the net of light. The two sides were in a deadlock. After 5 breaths of time, suddenly, the small eye cast a different kind of light. This time, the light did not form a net anymore, and instead penetrated straight into space. Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue shouted, not good. The light directly penetrated space, and followed the aura of the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber all the way to where 6th Cultivator of True Virtue was. This big-eyed planet planned on destroying everything related to the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue quickly warned Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue through his mind, 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, be careful. Inside Song Shuhang's inner world. Ding, 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 plus 100. Plus 50. The last 2 flaming texts rose into the air, and then turned into a figure that caused Song Shuhang's heart to rend. 51050. This figure was just for the frame of the Defiant Whale Warrior, gloves using the whale sage bone. After this, there were still many small parts of the glove and the glove case that had to be built. 50,000 was not yet the final number. Using the 8th stage whale bone to create a magical treasure was truly quite reckless. This was no longer something that had the value of a 4th stage magical treasure. Its current cost could already purchase a lot of finished 4th stage magical treasures. At this time, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue smiled slightly, and said, "Very good, perfect." With 6th Cultivator of True Virtue being the smith, it would definitely not end up being an ordinary 4th stage, Defiant Whale Warrior. After using an 8th stage whale bone as the main material, she would bring great shame on her sect if she could only create gloves at the 4th stage level. With such a main material, the end product had to at least be a 7th stage level, Defiant Whale Warrior. When the time came, Song Shuhang would only need to find a senior to seal it for him. After that, he would be able to use it as a 4th stage magical treasure, and he would have no need to upgrade it until the 7th stage. Of course, she wouldn't tell Song Shuhang that she was building a pair of 7th stage gloves. How could she enjoy seeing Song Shuhang's troubled expression otherwise? Just as she put down her 2 hammers, the warning from 7th Cultivator of True Virtue sounded in her mind. Be careful. Be careful of what? 6th Cultivator of True Virtue frowned and looked around. This was a special space that little friend Song Shuhang controlled, so what danger would even be here? As Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue was pondering, the space of the inner world fluctuated. A cold holy light drilled into the inner world. This holy light was extremely desolate, and carried with it an aura that seemed to be intent on ending everything. When he saw the holy light, Song Shuhang subconsciously cursed. It's that holy light again. Previously, the cold-faced venerable who had been locked in the Palace of Winter ended up immolated because of this holy light. Why was this thing here again? When the cold holy light appeared, the inner world again took the initiative to create a holy lotus to block it. The flower petals of the holy lotus bloomed and wrapped around Song Shuhang, the sea turtle, and Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue to protect them. The inner world's lotus projection appeared to be on high alert. After all, as the inner world was in an upgrading stage, it was at its weakest. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue asked, "What's going on?" Just now, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had suddenly warned her through their mental connection, and now this desolate holy light emerged. Song Shuhang seemed to be very scared of it. Song Shuhang said, "A troublesome thing is coming." Tick, tick, tick in the air, the sound of an hour hand moving could be heard. After 15 ticks, a picture of a starry sky appeared amidst the holy light that had invaded the inner world. A huge planet was quietly floating in the void of a dark space. 2 eyes could be seen open on the planet, a huge main eye and a small secondary eye. It now had 1 more eye compared to when it had invaded the inner world previously. 2 eyes, 1 big and 1 small, seemed to penetrate through time and space, looking toward Song Shuhang's position. Wherever it looked, everything in its sight would enter into a state of finality and death. The sea turtle said, "It's that thing again. Heavens, I forgot to ask the great emperor about the origins of this thing before. Isn't this guy a bit too vengeful? So, what the hell is that thing?" Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue shivered. Song Shuheng said, "It seems to be the god of something called Church of the End. Planet-sized entities could only be confronted with planet-sized strategic weapons, right?" At this moment, he remembered Senior White's #1 pet, the part-time mass destruction weapon. It was a pity that Senior White 2's pet #1 was currently an incomplete version and a semi-finished product. The planet's cold holy light burned slowly. Today was really its lucky day. It had originally wanted to get rid of its archenemy, the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, and the Cultivators of Virtue. However, it hadn't expected to experience a buy one and get one free type of thing when it hunted down the Cultivators of Virtue, encountering the little mouse that had escaped from its clutches previously. 1259 The flat imperial hat's steel hands empress formed the cold holy light grew brighter and stronger. Hold it together, inner world. The other party's holy light was very strange. It was cold and carried with it an aura that seemed to want to destroy everything. However, it was completely different from the evil energy of the netherworld, and even the inner world was not able to absorb this energy. As such, Song Shuheng's lotus root cheat was not available here. Song Shuheng asked, "Senior Turtle, is there anything that can be done to drive out the holy light before the other party sends over even more of it?" The sea turtle replied, "Give me the deadly cold sword, I'll activate the Palace of Winter's defenses." This guy is too arrogant, it actually thinks that it can just come and go as it pleases in my master's Palace of Winter. If this sea turtle doesn't show its power, people think that I'm nothing but a soft-shelled turtle. I shall use a formation technique to break off the spatial channel and stop it from locking onto the Palace of Winter. The deadly cold sword? Give me a moment. Song Shuheng willed it and brought out Yi Si. Afterward, he removed the deadly cold sword from Yi Si's body, grabbed it with 2 fingers, and handed it over to the sea turtle. When Yi Si appeared, the virtuous Lamia emerged on her own initiative, starting to guard Yi Si. The sea turtle grabbed the deadly cold sword, took a deep breath, and then began pouring energy into the sword. In the next moment, thousands of restrictions, formations, and runes in the Palace of Winter began to light up. The Palace of Winter turned into a light source, appearing luxurious and beautiful. This was once the palace of the ancient heavenly city's great northern emperor, a palace that was more luxurious than the palaces of all emperors in the world. With the Palace of Winter's formation being activated, the cold holy light was greatly suppressed, and the speed at which it was spreading was significantly slower now. The spatial channel behind it was disturbed by the Palace of Winter formation and became unstable. The sea turtle gritted its teeth, and said, "Heavens, what the hell is this thing? The spatial channel it opened can't be cut off for some reason." Originally, once the Palace of Winter's formation was activated, even spatial channels opened by immortals would be cut off. However, the spatial channel of this big-eyed planet only ended up becoming unstable but was not closed. Song Shuheng said, "Senior, keep it up. I'm going to try something and see if I can break it off." "Did something happen, Shuheng? Your mood is fluctuating greatly," Yi Si, who was transcending her inner demon tribulation, asked through their mental connection. Yi Si could come out from time to talk to Song Shuheng despite being in the middle of her inner demon tribulation. If her inner demon tribulation had intelligence, it would probably be crying right now. Song Shuheng replied, "Something troublesome has appeared, but it's all right. We're currently in the inner world, this is our home battlefield." The inner world was his world. It was his domain. Yi Si said, "Oh, pay attention to your safety. I'll get back to transcending my inner demon tribulation, call me if something happens." Song Shuheng said, "Do your best." After Yi Si reached the 6th stage, his ghost spirit cheat would be available once again, and it would even be more powerful this time. As such, he was looking forward to seeing Yi Si get through her tribulation. After saying that, he put his hand on Yi Si and let her return to her body. However, the virtuous Lamia did not return, she continued to diligently stay beside Song Shuheng. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Need help? Come on, use me, boy. It's time for me to shine once again." Song Shuheng said, "Scarlet Heaven Sword, I'm going to need your help." The virtuous Lamia blinked. Song Shuheng said, "Lend Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword to me. I'm going to eradicate that holy light. That guy is really troublesome." The virtuous Lamia looked at Song Shuheng, whose appearance was currently that of steel hands, and began looking left and right. After a while, her eyes lit up. Her body inflated. Ever since the virtuous Lamia evolved, she got the ability to control her size at will. In the next moment, she had grown to a size that was more than 4 meters tall. Then, she stretched her arms to where the steel hands Shuheng had turned into. The size was just right. From the perspective of others, it was like the virtuous Lamia simply wore a pair of steel gloves. The virtuous Lamia's eyes narrowed contentedly. She was clearly very happy. Song Shuheng, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, Song Shuheng gravely said, "Don't mess around, we're dealing with a very serious matter right now." The virtuous Lamia nodded. After that, she took out the flat imperial hat. She skillfully coiled her long hair, put on the flat imperial hat, and then inserted a jade pin into her long hair. In front of the flat imperial hat, there was a tassel, swaying gently along with the movements of the beautiful virtuous Lamia. At this moment, her eyes were shining with dignity. She gently urged the flat imperial hat, and a large power of virtue poured out from the hat and merged into her body. A set of lifelike female imperial clothes took shape and covered her body. In addition, 9 lifelike dragons could be seen roaming on the imperial robe. The long hem of the imperial robe hid her snake tail, while the long sleeves covered the steel hands version Song Shuheng. The virtuous Lamia was in her most beautiful state right now. It seemed as if she was born to wear this majestic attire. After turning on the virtuous Empress mode, the virtuous Lamia gently opened her mouth and let out Scarlet Heaven Sword, grabbing it with her hand. Of course, these were not only her hands, but also Song Shuheng's hands. The virtuous Lamia grasped Scarlet Heaven Sword before moving onward to protect the lotus flower. Her figure flickered and appeared in front of the cold holy light. She raised Scarlet Heaven Sword high up in the air. At this moment, Song Shuheng seemed to have merged with the virtuous Lamia. Song Shuheng relaxed his body, allowing the virtuous Lamia to control the general situation while he took care of the details. Let's call this brand new mode the Flat Imperial Hat Steel Hands Empress form. When Scarlet Heaven Sword was raised up high, Song Shuheng controlled his wrist. Saber intent burst out. At this moment, there were 2 kinds of saber intent that came out. One was Song Shuheng's defensive armor saber intent capable of counterattacking, and the other one was the virtuous Lamia's tyrannical saber intent. Flames rose on Scarlet Heaven Sword. Heaven burning flaming saber technique. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Yo, not bad. It's not too far from what it feels like when Scarlet Heaven uses me." In addition to the flames, Scarlet Heaven Sword was also covered with a thick layer of gold. It was a layer of power of virtue. The flame and the light of virtue complemented each other, like fire borrowing the wind. Song Shuheng was encased in flames. Unlike when he used Scarlet Heaven Sword alone, when he cooperated with the virtuous Lamia in her Empress form, there was no need for any charging time at all. The sword rose and slashed out. This was his strongest attack. The flames were violent, and it seemed like everything in their path would be destroyed. These were flames capable of burning the heavens. The sword fell, slashing at the cold holy light. There were no violent explosions, nor were there any gorgeous light effects. The 2 opposite forces met, devoured each other, and entangled with each other in an attempt to eliminate the other side. In the middle of the holy light, the projection of the big-eyed planet stared at Song Shuheng across space. It had not expected that the little mouse it thought it could easily squeeze to death would be able to slash out an attack that was beyond its imagination. In the rear, behind the protection of the inner world's lotus, the sea turtle and fairy sixth cultivator of true virtue were both dumbfounded. Fairy sixth cultivator of true virtue had always thought that Song Shu Heng was merely a fake 8th stage profound sage and that his real strength would only be at the 4th stage. She had thought that he might be able to erupt with strength at the 5th stage at most. However, she had never expected this guy's power to directly skyrocket in such a way. The power of this strike was already beyond what 7th cultivator of true virtue could release at his peak. The sea turtle laughed, and said, "Beautifully done. Suppress it, I'll cut off the spatial channel." While the cold holy light was entangled with Song Shu Heng's heaven-burning flaming saber technique, the sea turtle could use the power of the Palace of Winter to completely cut off the other party's spatial channel and then erase their coordinates to resolve the crisis they were currently in. Sixth cultivator of true virtue, are you okay? At this time, 7th cultivator of true virtue's voice resounded in fairy 6th cultivator of true virtue's mind. 6th cultivator of true virtue responded, "I'm fine, what's happening at your side?" 7th cultivator of true virtue smiled bitterly, and said, "We were attacked. A planet with a large eye tore through space. Its goal seems to be to eliminate everything related to the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber. It even locked onto your location. Anyway, where are you right now? Crap, am I the one this guy is looking for?" Fairy 6th cultivator of true virtue looked at the cold holy light and at the picture reflected inside the light. What appeared in the picture was a planet with a large eye. It turned out that this guy wasn't even trying to go for Song Shu Heng, and came for her instead. I should calm down first. The most important thing to do right now is to find a way to deal with the situation in front of me. After thinking for a while, 6th cultivator of true virtue replied to 7th cultivator of true virtue, "I'm here with little friend Song Shu Heng. He's currently resisting the holy light of the big-eyed planet." 7th cultivator of true virtue responded, "What? Little friend Song Shu Heng is resisting its attack? Are you sure you're not talking about fellow Taoist White?" Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue remembered that fellow Taoist White had been pretty much inseparable from little friend Song Shu Heng recently. If little friend Song Shu Heng was somehow able to resist the attack of the planet with a big eye, it could only be because of fellow Taoist White. No, little friend Song is the one resisting it. How are things over at your side? 6th cultivator of true virtue asked as he rubbed her temples. After all, 7th cultivator of true virtue had the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber with him, and things could be better on his side. 7th cultivator of true virtue went silent for a moment before saying, "There is a chance I might die here. The 9 virtues Phoenix Saber is consuming its energy very quickly, but even it can't take me and 4th cultivator of true virtue away from here. It can only guard us and remain very passive. When its power is exhausted, he would not have thought that the profound sage 7th cultivator of true virtue's tomb, that he had just constructed would actually end up being his burial place." 4th cultivator of true virtue interrupted, "I haven't even made my will yet." 6th cultivator of true virtue said, "I can summon you over here." 7th cultivator of true virtue said, "Don't, there seems to be something awry with summoning right now. When you try summoning me, you might end up directly getting dragged over like 4th cultivator of true virtue. At that time, none of us would be able to survive. I am currently communicating with the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber. It will temporarily block the connection between you and us, and it will cut off the spatial channel. When all this passes, you have to take the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber for the future 8th cultivator of true virtue." However, at this moment, the big planet in front of him slowly began to turn. The huge eye changed its angle. Boom! A horrific beam of light came out from the big eye and pierced into space. It was shooting towards fairy 6th cultivator of true virtue's location. Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue shouted, "Not good." Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, "You have to run away." In Song Shuhang's inner world. Boom! A terrifying light beam shot toward inner world, and this beam of light was so huge that it was even bigger than the entire inner world. F***CK, a map-clearing cannon. The map-clearing cannon forcibly entered the inner world along the spatial channel made by the cold holy light. It had to be noted that Song Shuhang's current inner world had already expanded a fair bit. It consisted of the inner world's main body plus the fragments of the ancient heavenly city. In addition to the inner world's main body and the fragments, there was also a dark void that seemed to have no end. It was an area that Song Shuhang could not touch or control. However, when the opponent's map-clearing cannon descended, not only did its shot envelop the entire main body of the inner world plus the fragments of the ancient heavenly city, it even illuminated the dark space right outside the inner world. This was truly an attack that could destroy worlds. This single shot was probably enough to plow through an entire planet. Even the flat imperial hat steel hand's empress form was powerless when facing an attack of such a level. "We're done for." Song Shuhang's heart felt cold. The power of this shot was simply too terrifying. It was no different from the wheel of a car rolling towards a cute little mantis. Under an attack of such a level, each of them seemed so small. The inner world's lotus swayed wildly. It seemed like it was soon going to break. It frantically propped up its defenses against this world-destroying attack. However, anyone could see that the inner world's defenses would not be able to resist the attack at all. Song Shuhang calmly said, "Shift us out." At this time, they could only abandon the inner world. As long as people were still alive, the inner world could be rebuilt. They could only first escape to the beast realm to avoid the attack. Song Shuhang urged for all living beings inside the inner world to be transferred out. In addition to the few of them, the inner world also had the group of invisible sword insects that had been raised by Venerable White as well as the fighting beast kangaroo. However, the transfer failed. The light beam seemed to have its own space-locking function. The space they were in was frozen, and nothing could be transferred out. In fact, when those at or above the Tribulation Transcender realm used a surekill technique, the technique would also often prevent their opponent from using spatial means to escape. As such, it wasn't strange that they couldn't transfer out of the inner world. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth. F***CK. Heavens, my master, it appears that this old turtle will be leaving the world before you do, shouted the sea turtle. Its realm was currently sealed, and the seal wasn't something that could be undone in a short time. Otherwise, with its strength at the 9th stage, it could use all its power to resist the light beam. But now, it could only hope that its turtle shell was hard enough to block the terrifying attack. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry," cried Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. She believed that this was all her fault. If she had not gone to Song Shuhang's side, or if she had simply left and did not forge a magical treasure for him, then he wouldn't have been dragged into the mess between her, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, and this big-eyed planet. "Little friend Song, if I survive, I'll definitely look for Scarlet Heaven to avenge you," said Scarlet Heaven Sword, but even it was not sure of being able to survive this attack despite its identity. The virtuous Lamia raised her head, a solemn look could be seen on her face. Right beside her was a virtuous fat whale. The poor white-haired beast cultivator had been in a comatose state just now, and was awakened by the energy fluctuations that had emerged in the outside world. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the world-destroying attack descending upon them through the body of the virtuous fat whale. "My life is over." The white-haired beast cultivator's eyes went white, and he passed out once again. Song Shuhang's steel hands clenched tightly. He still had a life talisman, so there was still a chance that he could resurrect. But even so, he did not want to die like this. Unfortunately, the inner world has yet to finish upgrading, Song Shuhang thought. If the inner world had finished upgrading, he could have connected with Senior White Chu, whose strength was unfathomable. If he, the ruler of the netherworld, were to make his move, then he might just be able to save the inner world. His inner world was a transfer station that Senior White Chu could use to go to the main world. As such, Senior White Chu would definitely not be willing to watch it be destroyed. It was just that the inner world was at a critical juncture in its upgrade process at this time. Moreover, this upgrade process was something irreversible, so he couldn't just stop it for a while. He did not have such an option at all. Since you're so intent on killing me, before I die, I'll at least make you bleed. Song Shuhang extended out his hand and made a hand seal. In accordance to his will, more than half of the inner world's heavenly tribulation guided missiles, heavenly tribulation nuclear bombs, heavenly tribulation hydrogen bombs, and even one of the unnamed strategic weapons that had been grinded by Senior White were all transferred out by Song Shuhang. If possible, Song Shuhang would have wanted to use all of the heavenly tribulation weapons in a single go. Since they were all going to die, why would he be afraid of going out with as big of a bang as he could create? Unfortunately, due to him being limited by his realm and mental energy, he was only able to control a little more than half of the heavenly tribulation weapons. This was his limit. Boom! As he was using all his power and mental energy, Song Shuhang's body couldn't even maintain the steel hand form. His body broke apart into his original liquefied state. At this time, the roof of the Palace of Winter turned transparent. Through the roof of the palace, one would be able to see that there was an overwhelming number of heavenly tribulation weapons in the sky above the inner world. The liquefied Song Shuhang condensed his body into two small hands, and quickly used those hands to form a series of hand seals. He was using the unsealing technique that was prescribed for the heavenly tribulation weapons. The seals unraveled. Crack, crack, the defense propped up by the inner world was finally unable to handle it and shattered. As the inner world was still in the middle of its upgrade process, it was very vulnerable. It wasn't easy for it to keep its defenses up until now. With the defenses of the inner world down, the world-destroying light came down upon them. At this time, the heavenly tribulation weapons had also been unsealed. They locked on the world-destroying light and took the initiative to meet with it. The two seemed to be inherently hostile with one another, and Song Shuhang did not need to do anything. He was overjoyed that they were so hostile to one another. With the two sides being so hostile to one another, in a short while, the heavenly tribulation weapons were sure to explode. Song Shuhang involuntarily roared, "Don't let me down, explode as violently as you can." Boom! 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 A magnificent display of countless fireworks burst out in the sky. Song Shuhang, it had already proven that except in the world of the heavenly tribulation realm and the netherworld realm the weapons would not explode, but would only turn into fireworks. The inner world was no exception. F***ck Song Shuhang was distressed to no end. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue asked, "Are these fireworks for our burial?" The sea turtle said, "Heavens, so beautiful. Are we dying?" Song Shuhang sighed. There was nothing else he could do. To be honest, this was not the first time he had experienced death. In the scholarly faction's World of the Golden Lotus, he and the members of the scholarly faction had died again and again. Death was no longer something new to him. But it was also because of having tasted death that he really did not want to experience it again anytime soon. The virtuous Lamia made her move and flashed behind him. She shrank to 2 meters in size and opened her arms to protect Song Shuhang. Although doing so would remove her from her empress form, guarding her master was still her main duty as his light of virtue. Now it seems I can only rely on the life talisman, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue suddenly said, "Strange." At this moment, the sea turtle followed suit, and said, Why am I still okay?" After the world-destroying beam broke through the inner world's defense, it should have instantly destroyed them. However, even when a long time had passed, they were still okay. Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue asked, "Has the attack hit us already? Are we already dead?" The sea turtle said, "There wasn't an attack, I can guarantee this." The liquefied Song Shuhang looked up at the sky above them, which was still shrouded in the explosions from the heavenly tribulation weapons. After detonating, the heavenly tribulation weapons would turn into pure spiritual energy and spread out. However, after the fireworks spread out, a thick gray fog appeared in the sky. Song Shuhang involuntarily said, "Is this the legendary anti-laser fog defense?" The attack from the planet with the big and small eyes was a beam of light, and the main attribute of the said attack was light. The gray layer of clouds that had formed after the explosion of the heavenly tribulation weapon was like smog. "Were you trying to use this fog for defense?" The corner of the sea turtle's mouth twitched, but the world-destroying attack was inexplicably blocked. Anyway, it was definitely not some kind of anti-laser fog defense. It was probably just that there was some special power contained in the batch of heavenly tribulation weapons that could resist the power of the big-eyed planet. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue asked, "Are we going to survive?" "That laser seems to be blocked for the time being, but it's definitely not going to be so forever," said the sea turtle. As long as that terrifying attack was still there, they would not cease to be in danger. Song Shuhang frowned, and he tried to transfer everyone out of the inner world once more. However, the space was still disturbed. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Turtle, can you directly open a channel with your spatial energy?" The sea turtle replied, "I've already tried. If I were to forcibly open a spatial channel right now, it would only end up in one place." It then stretched out its forelimbs and pointed to the passage formed by the cold holy light in front of them. Due to strong interference, once the space channel was opened, it would directly send everyone to that big-eyed planet. At that time, they would have simply thrown themselves into its net. Buzz, at this time, Song Shuhang's inner world shook as a whole. It was like an earthquake. Is the upgrade about to be completed? Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. At this time, a lot of roots were extended from the lotus projection of the inner world. It needed a lot of energy to complete the final step of the upgrade. Song Shuhang spread out his senses a bit and found that the evil energy of the netherworld that he had accumulated from the infected in the beast realm over the past few days had been swallowed by the inner world. In order to speed up its upgrade, and in order to resist the attack of the planet with the big eye, it had to consume a lot of energy. However, the question was, where were they supposed to get more energy right now? His spatial equipment full of spirit stones, which he'd borrowed from Senior White, had been exchanged for the flat imperial hat on the head of the virtuous Lamia. Besides that, the evil energy of the netherworld had also been exhausted. Song Shuhang wondered, should I try to contact Senior White too? If they could connect with Senior White too, it didn't matter if he directly came over and made a move or simply lent them a generous helping of evil energy of the netherworld, both would be great. As long as they could communicate with one another, the rest would be pretty simple. However, if they couldn't contact him, then Song Shuhang could only use the remaining half of the heavenly tribulation weapons. Even if the weapons could only be regarded as fireworks when detonated inside the inner world, they were still able to spread a rich and pure spiritual power after they exploded. The problem was that he still did not know whether the remaining heavenly tribulation weapons would be enough to allow the inner world to finish the upgrading. Right after these thoughts shuttled through Song Shuhang's mind, the inner world shook once more. Soon after, Song Shuhang felt that his inner world was connected to a certain world once again. That certain world was Senior White 2's world of the Black Lotus. Song Shuhang's eyes became a little wet. This was exactly what he had been hoping for. Song Shuhang quickly called out to Senior White 2. Song Shuhang calling for Senior White. Senior White, please reply. Received, I've been watching over all of you the entire time. Senior White 2's voice sounded. Huh. You've been keeping watch on us? Song Shuheng froze for a moment. Hadn't their two worlds only just connected? Could it be that although the channel between the two worlds had not been connected, Senior White Two could peer through and see the events that had been taking place? Senior White Two said, I saw that you were about to be annihilated just now, so I asked number 3 to prepare a pile of stainless steel washbasins and kitchen knives. Song Shuheng was dumbfounded. Although he was currently just a pool of liquid, that did not stop him from being able to be dumbfounded. What does anything have to do with stainless steel washbasins and kitchen knives? Senior White Two, are we talking about the same thing? Are we even speaking the same language? Senior White Two said, don't you know about stainless steel washbasins? Isn't it something that could be exchanged for a lot of things in the main world? I seem to recall that it could be used to exchange for old, broken mobile phones or long hair or something, and sometimes they could even be used to exchange for old rice cookers and the like. In my opinion, there's nothing that it can't be exchanged with. Song Shuheng responded, Senior White, I still don't get what you're planning on doing with the kitchen knives and stainless steel washbasins. Senior White Two said, I'm going to use them to trade with you. When the big-eyed planet descends, your inner world and the things within it will be crushed. At that time, I can buy the broken scarlet heaven sword, the dead sea turtle or the broken turtle shell, and the like with the stainless steel washbasins. There will also be that large quantity of invisible saber insect powder, for which I can use the kitchen knives. Finally, there are the fragments of the ancient heavenly city. I've prepared the stainless steel scissors for them. Song Shuheng, heavens, I better not see anyone exchanging washbasins for old phones. The next time I see such a thing, I'm going to send them flying along with their stainless steel washbasin. Wait, now isn't the time to be talking about stainless steel washbasins and kitchen knives. We can't afford to waste any more time. Senior White Two, since we're able to communicate through this channel, I'll be asking for your assistance, Song Shuheng said. After all, the inner world is a transfer station that lets you travel to the main world. Surely you don't want it to be destroyed, right? Senior White Two said, what you said does make sense, but the problem is that I can't come to you yet. Also, I still can't connect with my avatar, and it seems that I won't be able to get my avatar to help you while your inner world is still upgrading. Song Shuheng urgently said, then, Senior White, can you just lend me some evil energy to let the inner world finish upgrading sooner? Perhaps that might be able to do the job. Senior White Two said, as you wish, but Song Shuheng, don't regret this decision in the future. Huh? Song Shuheng was confused. Senior White Two added, since you're asking me to lend you some evil energy of the netherworld, I'll lend some to you. But, how do I say this, you are too casual when dealing with me. Have you forgotten about my identity as the ruler of the netherworld realm? Song Shuheng, did Senior White Two wake up on the wrong side of the bed today? Senior White Two said, anyway, receive my power. Afterward, a cool Buddhist warrior holding a pile of stainless steel washbasins in his left hand and a large bag of kitchen knives and scissors in his right hand appeared in the inner world. This was Senior White Two's new pet number 3. This pet was originally the Western general of the beast realm, the Buddhist holy ape. It had been captured by Senior White Two in Song Shuheng's most recent trip with him to the Palace of Winter's Forbidden Area. It seemed that it had already been tamed. We meet again, little fellow. The Buddhist holy ape grinned at Song Shuheng. After that, he threw the stainless steel washbasins, kitchen knives, and the scissors over to Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng? Has this orangutan seen me before this? I'm currently just a pool of liquid, yet it can still recognize me? This is what my master has sent you. The Buddhist holy ape gave Song Shuheng a thumbs up. You got this, young man. How about the evil energy of the netherworld? Song Shuheng burst into tears. He didn't need these stainless steel washbasins, kitchen knives, and scissors. As soon as he said that, roots extended out from the lotus projection and plunged into these washbasins. kitchen knives, and scissors, absorbing their energy. All the items had been condensed with pure evil energy of the netherworld. Song Shuheng, Senior White 2, how attached are you to stainless steel wash basins and kitchen knives? By the way, little one, I heard that you're currently in the beast realm? After delivering the items, the Buddhist holy ape did not return to the world of the Black Lotus immediately, and chatted with Song Shuheng instead. Song Shuheng nodded. The holy ape said, then, if you ever pass by the Beast King world, please help me deliver a message for me. Tell them that I, the Western General, have found a new job and I am very satisfied with it. Also, tell them that it will probably take me a few decades to finish my training for my new job, and so it will also be a few decades before I can return to the beast realm. Tell them not to worry about me. Song Shuheng, the new job it was talking about was being pet number 3, right? Shuheng said, no problem, that is if I can get out of this situation alive. The ape smiled, and said, since you've opened up a channel with the world of the Black Lotus, why are you still worried about dying? Can't you just take everyone to the world of the Black Lotus if things go south? F***ck, this orangutan general is right. While they were talking, the inner world shook violently once again. With the helping of Senior White 2's evil energy, the inner world finally got past the final step of its upgrade. After it finished upgrading, the inner world would finally be able to launch a counterattack. Although it belonged to Song Shuheng right now, it was nevertheless created by the third wielder of the heaven's will, it was the creation of a wielder of the will. Before, when it was in the critical stages of its upgrade, it did not have the energy to spare for dealing with internal or external problems, but now that it had completed its upgrade, and with it also having a lot of evil energy at the moment, it would at least not be as passive as before. After the inner world shook, the entire world suddenly became illusory. With this, Song Shuheng, the orangutan general, the sea turtle, fairy sixth cultivator of true virtue, and everyone and everything in the inner world became illusory. Even the sky above the inner world, which was resisting the deathly laser, turned illusory. Boom! Now, there was nothing to resist the beam of light, and so it shot straight towards the inner world. However, when the beam of light reached the inner world, it simply went through it and did nothing else. It seemed as if the inner world and the deathly laser were in two separate dimensions. This feeling, Song Shuheng condensed a hand to touch the light beam. The beam of light penetrated straight through his body. The sea turtle, fairy sixth cultivator of true virtue, and the orangutan all curiously reached out to touch the light beam. The inner world's evolution had unexpectedly produced such a magical effect. Song Shuheng, who was the master of inner world, was able to gain a deeper understanding of this. He felt that his inner world had escaped into a special space. In this space, no matter what kind of attacks were sent their way, they would not be able to affect the inner world. Similarly, the people in the inner world would not be able to affect the outside world. The pillar of light and the inner world were clearly coinciding with one another, but both sides were only phantoms to each other. Not only that, as the inner world entered this place, it was as if it lost its spatial coordinates. The planet with the big eye in the distance could no longer lock onto fairy sixth cultivator of true virtue's position, and it could no longer send attacks to Song Shuheng's inner world. The inner world had erased all traces of itself in the main world. With that, the deathly laser that the big-eyed planet had shot also cut off. Without spatial coordinates in the spatial channel, it could no longer affect Song Shuheng's inner world. Song Shuheng and the others could finally be at ease. This time, they were really safe. The sea turtle said, "This illusory state is truly magical." Scarlet Heaven Sword added, "We have become isolated from the world. It feels like we've entered an entirely separate world from our own. This world of little friend Song Shuheng's is truly getting more and more wondrous. Just what exactly are its origins?" The holy ape suddenly said, unaffected by the outside world, unable to influence the outside world. Perhaps this domain is really a perfect world, it might even be the Buddhists' pure land. While they were talking, everyone had been removed from their illusory state. The inner world could not always stay in that pure land domain. We're saved. Song Shuheng was relieved. At the same time, he willed it and used the steel hands technique again. Thanks to the feedback energy from the inner world after its upgrade, his mental strength had recovered greatly. He took this opportunity to restore his human form. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue was also secretly relieved. After that, she immediately contacted Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue and Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue. Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue, Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue, how are you doing? However, they did not respond. It seemed that her connection with the Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber was temporarily blocked. Damn! The Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue stomped angrily. At this time, Song Shuheng said, I'll transfer everyone to the main world first. With the inner world having finished upgrading, what followed would be the expansion and reinforcement. Song Shuheng first sent out the Sea Turtle, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, Virtuous Fat Whale, and White-Haired Beast Cultivator to the Beast Realm. As for the Buddhist Holy Ape, it returned to the world of the Black Lotus. Song Shuheng then said, you can continue. But at this moment, the virtuous Lamia dramatically inflated before wrapping Song Shuheng using her tail. In the next moment, from the forging platform, a cold holy light flew out and turned into a short blade that shot toward Song Shuheng's waist. F***ck, where did this holy light come from? However, it was already too late for Song Shuheng to wonder why. The virtuous Lamia immediately protected him as best she could. Rip! The cold holy light blade penetrated the body of the virtuous Lamia. Fortunately, the virtuous Lamia had yet to take off the flat imperial hat, and was still in her empress mode. As such, the blade could not break through her defenses. The two sides were in a stalemate. Song Shuheng activated his saber intent armor as fast as he could and attached it to the virtuous Lamia to strengthen her defenses. Song Shuheng thought, I have to deal with this thing. Otherwise, the big-eyed planet might be able to use this cold holy light blade to ascertain our coordinates and reopen another spatial channel, and that would be quite troublesome. The inner world then gathered millions of roots and had them pierce into the cold holy light. This cold holy light had already lost its connection with the big-eyed planet, and was merely attacking Song Shuheng on instinct. However, when the inner world's roots closed in on the cold holy light, they would be repelled. It was apparent that the roots were getting restrained by the cold holy light. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, slash it apart with the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and the virtuous Lamia handed Scarlet Heaven Sword to him. At the same time, she fiercely slammed her tail, pushing away the cold holy light blade. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, annihilate it. Song Shuheng's wrist turned, and the heaven-burning flaming saber technique erupted. At this moment, the sharp blade the cold holy light had transformed into came straight for Song Shuheng once again. Scarlet Heaven Sword welcomed it while the saber intent burst out. Ding! The two crashed. However, the cold holy light was not damaged by the flames of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. It merely paused slightly before sliding along Scarlet Heaven Sword and shooting straight for Song Shuheng. The virtuous Lamia quickly took Song Shuheng back. At the same time, she flicked her fingers continuously, sending out dozens of blades to strike the blade made of holy light. Clang, 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 the holy light blade retreated again and again. This time, the holy light blade was broken apart bit by bit. Wondering, Scarlet Heaven Sword said, the heaven-burning flaming saber technique was ineffective? Yet, an attack purely made of saber intent seemed to work. Just a short while ago, their joint, heaven-burning flaming saber technique with the virtuous Lamia had clearly suppressed the cold holy light. Could it be that, the virtuous lamia was what made the attack effective? Song Shuhang also thought of this. He gave Scarlet Heaven's sword back to the virtuous lamia, and shouted, "Let's do this." The lamia received the sword, waved it a few times, and slashed out several blades of saber intent. Scarlet Heaven's sword must have been a saber in its previous life. It truly seemed that it was just born into the wrong object in this life. Although it was a sword, it could still be enhanced with saber intent. Sure enough, the lamia's attack could restrain the cold holy light, and even her ordinary slashes could shave off and dissipate parts of it. The virtuous lamia took advantage of the situation and gave chase. She would continuously flick her left hand to send out small strands of saber chi, while her right hand brandished Scarlet Heaven's sword, sending out a half-moon strand of saber chi every time it was used. The blade of holy light was completely suppressed. It was forced to the forging table and ended up getting pressed against it. The virtuous lamia's blade continued to wildly bombard the blade. The blade of holy light continued to dissipate. It was only a matter of time before it was completely destroyed. Scarlet Heaven's sword laughed, and said, "Ha, I see, so this cold holy light is restrained by the power of virtue." Song Shuheng asked, then, "Does that mean that the righteous holy light can restrain it?" "That holy light has a lot in common with the power of virtue." Scarlet Heaven's sword said, "You aren't a holy knight, how in the world are you supposed to get that holy light?" Song Shuheng replied, "I can still use a bit of holy light." Scarlet Heaven's sword curiously asked, "Do you also practice holy knight cultivation techniques?" Song Shuheng proudly said, "I haven't practiced them, but I do know a rather special sword technique. This is the only sword technique that I have ever mastered." Scarlet Heaven's sword replied, "Although you seem to be very proud of it, when I heard you say, 'the only sword technique I have ever mastered,' only a bleak feeling filled my heart." "There's no need to nitpick," Song Shuheng said. After saying that, Song Shuheng transferred over the invisible saber insect. "Watch well, I shall show you my sword technique. Holy Light Sword Technique First Form, Evil Slashing Holy Light Sword." Song Shuheng moved and urged the sword technique. With a serious look on his face, he recited the appropriate sword mnemonic. "Holy Light, destroy the evil enemy before me." Pfft! Scarlet Heaven's sword couldn't stop itself from bursting out laughing. Song Shuheng said, "Senior, don't laugh. I don't like doing this, but reciting this sword formula can enhance the power of the sword technique since I haven't figured out the principles behind it yet. Normally speaking, would have only had recited it in my mind, but today, there aren't any outsiders anyway, so I just said it out loud." After saying that, he tightly held the saber in his hands and fiercely slashed down on the cold holy light. Dazzling holy light emerged from his saber, turning into a blade that slashed at the cold holy light. Crack! Song Shuheng's evil slashing holy light sword became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The cold holy light completely burst apart, dissipating into smoke. The virtuous lamia stopped slashing out with saber chi. Song Shuheng ordered, "Inner world, scan the whole world and see if there are any remnants of the cold holy light." Before this, the cold holy light had been able to conceal itself from everyone's senses, and even the inner world had not detected its existence. Without the virtuous lamia protecting him, Song Shuheng could have lost his life. The inner world conducted a self-scan. After a while, it reported back to Song Shuheng. It had determined that there was no longer any cold holy light within the inner world. It was only the forging table that was slightly strange. Song Shuheng warned, "Be careful of the forging table." The virtuous lamia raised Scarlet Heaven's sword and condensed saber intent. On the forging table, the prototype of the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves created from the 8th stage whale bone exuded a layer of light of virtue. Since Sage Monarch Melon Eater had a body of virtue, his bones contained a terrifying amount of power of virtue. This was a power that could restrain the cold holy light. At this time, the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves created from whale bone had its palms facing up and fingers clenched. In the palms of these gloves, there was a mass of holy light unceasingly attempting to struggle out of the gloves' grasp. The holy light exuded a cold aura, but also exuded a warm and pure light. It was the cold holy light, but it had changed. What happened? Song Shuheng's eyes widened. Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, I'm afraid that sword technique of yours caused a change in the cold holy light. It now seems to have the characteristics of both normal holy light and cold holy light. Song Shuheng asked, is that a good thing? Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, who knows? Song Shuheng said, I guess I'll ask Senior White to check it out. Isn't that Senior White still in the main world? Scarlet Heaven Sword wondered. I meant the other, beep, beep. TSK, it was censored again. The corners of Song Shuheng's mouth twitched, and then he tried calling out to Senior White 2 in his mind. Senior White 2 asked, what's the matter? Song Shuheng said, I've got two things I want to talk about. Firstly, when I found the complete volume of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, it included the forging technique for the 33 Divine Beasts combined magical treasure. The other thing is that there is an interesting holy light in front of me. Senior White, would you like to see if it is a treasure? I can even give it to you if you want. This time, it was thanks to the help of Senior White 2 that the inner world was able to upgrade in time. Therefore, Song Shuheng also wanted to repay Senior White 2. Senior White said, oh, not bad. Alright, you wait for a bit, I'll send number 2 to you to take the 33 Divine Beasts combined magical treasure forging technique. At that time, I'll make sure to give you something good in return. As for the second thing, if you hadn't been so sincere about this, would have really wanted to paste that holy light on your face. Holy light is something that is completely incompatible with me. In my case, that holy light of yours is no different from feces. If I were to see a very interesting piece of sheet and offered it to you, would you want it? If you still dare to send me any holy light in the future, I'll immediately send you the feces of the violent Black Dragon King. Song Shuheng, this is why I said what I said earlier. Recently, you have been too casual with me. I am the ruler of the Netherworld Realm's demons. Senior White 2 sighed. Recently, his dignity as the ruler of the Netherworld had really become too low. He would really have to consider causing a big commotion just to increase the level of his dignity. Song Shuheng, Senior White 2 added, deal with that holy light yourself. In addition, your glabella is a bit dark today, go and have your fate divined when you have the time. I feel that your luck won't be good today. Song Shuheng burst into tears. There's no need for me to look for someone to divine for me, I already feel that I am really unfortunate today. If he were to go and look for Senior Copper Trigram to get a divination, that divination would probably be a good one. It's good that you're mentally prepared, see you later. Senior White 2 yawned. After finishing up with Senior White 2, Song Shuheng rubbed his eyebrows. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, you just contacted Beep Beep? It had already guessed that the Beep Beep should be related to Senior White, and the same went for the sudden appearance of that Buddhist ape. Song Shuheng said, yeah. By the way, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, do you think my glabella looks black? Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have even noticed. Today, your glabella is as black as it could be. It was already quite dark a few days ago, but it's even darker today. Song Shuheng sighed, and said, how unfortunate. Looking back on the past few days, he really had been quite unfortunate ever since the crystal-clear water pavilion was transferred to the beast realm. If it were not for his tenacious vitality, he would have long been dead. Scarlet Heaven Sword reminded him, you have to be a bit more careful now, with your glabella looking like this, perhaps. Before it could even finish what it was saying, Song Shuheng suddenly tripped on flat ground. F***ck, did I trip on flat ground? Song Shuheng hurriedly stretched out his hand on the ground and jumped up. Fortunately, I've already practiced for a fair bit by now. With all said and done, I'm now a 4th stage cultivator, and I have quick reflexes. As long as I don't get distracted, something like tripping on flat ground would be impossible, Song Shuheng said in his mind. Scarlet Heaven Sword shouted, Shuheng, be careful. After Song Shuheng jumped up from the ground, the place where he seemed to be going to land was right at the forging table where the strange holy light was. F***ck. Song Shuheng also saw this. He willed it, and 2 black lotuses appeared under his feet. He stepped on the black lotus and took advantage of them to jump once more to elegantly avoid the crisis. Be cool, move fast, that's the way to go. Song Shuheng was reviving. Yes, he was currently being resurrected. The location of his resurrection was at the edge of the inner world's living spring. He had buried his life talisman at the living spring location, causing this to be the location where he would be resurrected should he die. Song Shuheng was dumbfounded. F***ck, what happened? Why did I die? Beside him, Pavilion Master Chu's beautiful eyes were looking at him. She was currently floating in the living spring. It looked as if she was taking a hot spring bath. Her long hair was spread out and hung on the shore of the living spring. It was a picturesque scene of a beautiful woman bathing. It was a pity that this beauty currently only had her head. Pavilion Master Chu asked calmly, did you die? Song Shuheng nodded confusedly. The last thing he could remember was him stepping on the black lotus and avoiding the strange holy light in a cool way. After. There was no after. He couldn't remember anything after, he just somehow found that he was at the resurrection point. Song Shuheng smiled bitterly and said, I don't even know how I died. Fortunately, he still had the life talisman, and with the effects of the living spring, he was able to resurrect perfectly. Pavilion Master Chu asked, did you get assassinated? No, Song Shuheng shook his head and said, there was a cold holy light that was trying to assassinate me before, but it was eventually blocked. My last memory is that of me coolly avoiding the danger, and then inexplicably dying. I guess I can just ask Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword about it later to figure out how I died. Pavilion Master Chu asked, what happened with that attack that almost destroyed your world? She thought she was going to die. Under that attack, nothing would have been left of her body. Even if slow-witted Song wanted to use Cheng Lin's path to immortality to resurrect her, there wouldn't be anything of herself left to be used for the resurrection. Song Shuheng said, it was a scary planet with a big eye that attacked us from across space. It was an attack that could destroy worlds. Fortunately, my inner world finished upgrading, and so there is no longer a need to worry about it getting locked onto by similar entities in the future. Even if he were to encounter a similar attack in the future, the inner world could enter that special space again, allowing him to avoid spatial locks and attacks. Pavilion Master Chu went silent for a moment, before saying, your ability to invite trouble is not much worse than slow-witted Song's. I can't be blamed for that. Song Shuheng smiled bitterly and said, this time, I was just an unfortunate person caught in the crossfire. My glabella was really dark today, so I was very unlucky. Moreover, although he would sometimes court death for no good reason at all, under normal circumstances, he was very sensible and would not seek death. Song Shuheng looked up at the sky and sighed. Although the life talisman had to be used before or at the 4th stage as it would become ineffective once I reached the 5th stage, I didn't necessarily have to be the one to use it up, right? Even if I were to ascend to the 5th stage in the future and no longer had a use for it, I could still pass it on to my disciples. While he was saying that, his body had finally finished reconstructing. After he resurrected, his body was still a little weak, but with the nourishment of the living spring, it would soon begin recovering. Song Shuheng re-examined his body. The fat whale illusory core, the whale bone immortal bone, and even the golden finger on his left hand had all recovered. Other than his magical treasure that had not followed him, he was exactly the same as how he was before he resurrected. No, there were actually some differences. First of all, he was no longer in the liquefied state that Senior Phoenix Slayer had put him into. It was a bit of a pity that it was gone. The liquefied state had actually helped him quite a bit when he was in the beast realm. Besides that, his physique seems to have gotten slightly stronger. Also, after experiencing death, his will became even firmer. Pavilion Master Chu asked, I paid attention to your life talisman. That is no longer an ordinary life talisman, as it has already become involved with a path to immortality. Where did you get such a life talisman? If the members of her crystal-clear pavilion had such powerful life talismans back then, perhaps many of them would have survived. A path to immortality? Is this life talisman so incredible? Song Shuheng was surprised. No wonder the effect of his life talisman was so amazing. After the surprise came a great wave of mental and physical pain. The pain made him feel as if his heart was cut by a knife. When he had faced the modernized heavenly tribulation in the heavenly tribulation realm, he was able to pull through without using this precious life talisman. When he had faced Sage Monarch Winter Melon's duel, and when the fragments of the steel fortress exploded, he was still able to pull through without using this precious life talisman. And, even just now, when he had faced the terrible attack of the big-eyed planet, he was able to get through the ordeal without having to use the precious life talisman. He was able to get through all of those calamities without his boat overturning. This powerful life talisman had not been used at a critical moment but was randomly used just now. Countless small waves of pain fused into a big one, so it still felt as if there was a blade cutting at his heart. After sighing deeply, Song Shuheng replied to Pavilion Master Chu, this life talisman was given to me by a senior as compensation. At that time, he used one of my resurrection bamboo leaves, so he repaid me with this life talisman. I see. Pavilion Master Chu nodded. Song Shuheng stretched his back and felt that his body had completely recovered. He said, Senior Chu, you should continue to rest. I'm going to ask about how I died just now. Now that his life talisman was gone, he no longer had any other chances of coming back to life. In order to ensure his safety under the horrid luck he currently had, he would have to be more cautious. Go ahead. Pavilion Master Chu's voice was low. Maybe it was just him, but he seemed to sense that Pavilion Master Chu's mood was a bit low. He turned to look at Pavilion Master Chu and discovered that she had most of her head buried in the water, her eyes blurry. Song Shuheng asked, Senior Chu, is there something wrong? I just suddenly thought of something. Pavilion Master Chu said, Slow-witted Song said that he had mastered Qing Lin's path to immortality and could resurrect me with it. At first I was shocked, because generally speaking, it was impossible for a person to impart their path to immortality to others. Also, everyone's path is unique, but Slow-witted Song was somehow able to learn Qing Lin's path to immortality. When Slow-witted Song told me that he would resurrect me with that special path, I felt very happy and had not really thought much about it. Song Shuheng asked, then what? Pavilion Master Chu said, then I thought about how Qing Lin was willing to teach Slow-witted Song her path to immortality. That is her biggest secret. Other than Dao companions, I can't think of any other kind of relationship that would allow one to tell someone else their biggest secret. There must definitely be something between her and Slow-witted Song. And now, I'm in a bad mood. Song Shuheng, he didn't know how to reply to her. He regretted having opened his mouth and asking Pavilion Master Chu this question. Song Shuheng asked, Pavilion Master Chu, do you like Slow-witted Song? What are you saying? Pavilion Master Chu sighed for a long time, and plunged half of her face into the living spring and started blowing bubbles. Song Shuheng pondered. Song Shuheng asked, Pavilion Master Chu, isn't one's path to immortality something that cannot be taught to others? Pavilion Master Chu nodded and replied, theoretically, a path to immortality is like a fingerprint. It is a law, and if you master this law, others cannot. Song Shuheng's eyes lit up. Then there are two possibilities. Pavilion Master Chu raised her head and looked at him. First, the slow-witted Song you met could have been fake. Song Shuheng said seriously, he may have just been Fairy Qinglin pretending to be him. Also, during Yi Si's tribulation, Fairy Qinglin had appeared. Pavilion Master Chu shook her head. She said softly, he couldn't have been fake. Although his appearance was different, there's no one other than him who would have such an aura and character. When she needed him most, slow-witted Song had come to save her. How could she mistake him for someone else? So, it's the second possibility. Song Shuheng raised a second finger. Slow-witted Song contracted Fairy Qinglin. Huh? Pavilion Master Chu's eyes widened. Song Shuheng said, Fairy Qinglin is a ghost spirit, so if slow-witted Song signed a contract with Fairy Qinglin, with the connection between a ghost spirit and its master, perhaps slow-witted Song could have borrowed Fairy Qinglin's path to immortality. Pavilion Master Chu asked, what you said might be possible, but the question is, doesn't Fairy Qinglin already have a master? She remembered that Qinglin had a master. The reason she became Yi Si's family's ghost spirit was that her master had wished so. Song Shuheng said, according to what I've heard, Fairy Qinglin's master is very special. However, I cannot speak of her master as I will be censored if I did. After all, Fairy Qinglin's master was the third wielder of the will. Song Shuheng continued, her master's status is very special. If Fairy Qinglin had signed a ghost contract with slow-witted Song, would not be surprised. Really? Pavilion Master Chu's eyes lit up. Song Shuheng said, yep. Pavilion Master Chu lowered her head in contemplation. After a long while, she suddenly looked at Song Shuheng. Little friend Song Shuheng, after Yi Si became your spirit ghost, have you considered taking other female cultivators as your Dao companion? Song Shuheng, heavens, how did the topic end up going to me? Do you not want to answer? It seems that you've met other female cultivators besides Yi Si. And, since you and Yi Si have yet to become Dao companions, even if you were to encounter other female cultivators, there would not be a problem. Pavilion Master Chu plunged her head into the spring and blew bubbles again. After blowing bubbles for a while, she floated up again and said with a smirk, however, Yi Si has become your ghost spirit. Even if you want to look for other female cultivators to take as your Dao companion, they must first get through her. The master would always be influenced by their ghost spirit, and it's especially the case with Yi Si as she is different from ordinary spirit ghosts with her having her own independent thoughts. Song Shuheng, seeing Song Shuheng with a troubled face caused Pavilion Master Chu to become happy. On the other side, at the Palace of Winter's forging table. In the glove forged from whale bone, a pool of liquid was constantly moving around. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, Shuheng, stop playing around. Get off the glove. On the Defiant Whale Warrior glove's prototype, a pool of liquid was constantly drilling into the glove. It seemed to have a desire to merge with the gloves. The pool of liquid was Song Shuheng's body. And so, Scarlet Heaven Sword continued to urge Song Shuheng to get off the glove. The virtuous Lamia stood on the side with a curious look on her face as she stared at the gloves and Shuheng, who were on the forging table. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, Hey, Shuheng, what's wrong with you? Can't you at least say something? It had previously tried to directly strip Song Shuheng from the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves, but once it got close, the liquid that Song Shuheng had melted into would pierce into the glove's prototype, and his liquefied body would start to crazily merge together with the gloves. Scarlet Heaven Sword was eventually held back by the virtuous Lamia. When Scarlet Heaven Sword was pulled back, Song Shuheng's liquefied body would drill out of the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves and continue to creep around it. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, Not good, it seems that Song Shuheng has gone mad. While they were talking, a figure rushed into the forging area of the Palace of Winter from afar. The figure who was rushing over shouted, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, do you know how I died?" Scarlet Heaven Sword and the virtuous Lamia turned around and saw a naked Song Shuhang coming towards them. F***ck, Song Shuhang. Scarlet Heaven Sword's eyes widened. Wait, it was a sword, so it didn't have any eyes. The virtuous Lamia tilted her head and looked at Song Shuhang curiously. After looking at him, she moved her gaze back to the liquefied Song Shuhang that was on the forging table. She felt that both Song Shuhangs were real. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, what the hell happened just now? Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and moved his clothes, magical treasures, and swordsman wooden ox's gloves of passion, which were all on the ground, over to him and re-equipped them. Scarlet Heaven Sword slightly shook. Isn't it me who's supposed to be asking what has happened? Why are you running over here from some other place? Heavens, did you not see how I died? Song Shuhang explained quickly. The last thing I remember was me coolly stepping onto some black lotuses and leaping off to avoid the strange holy light on the forging table. After that, I found myself at my resurrection point at the living spring. There lay the life talisman that I had buried in the past so that I would be able to resurrect should any accident befall me. You died? Scarlet Heaven Sword turned its body and pointed at the pool of liquid on the forging table with the tip of his body. Then, what's that? Song Shuhang stepped forward and quickly approached the forging table. The virtuous Lamia wrapped around Song Shuhang and protected him. As his life talisman has already been used, she could not allow any accident to befall him again. Song Shuhang approached the forging platform and saw the liquid that was flowing in and out of the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves. F***ck, isn't this me? He was stunned. This aura, the fluctuations of this innate true yuan from the 33 divine beasts technique, that was definitely Song Shuhang. Moreover, the liquefied Song Shuhang was full of vitality and life force. It didn't look like it was something that was dead, at all. If I was not dead, why did my life talisman resurrect me? Song Shuhang asked, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, what happened after I stepped on the black lotus to avoid the strange holy light? Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, you jumped, stepped on the black lotus, and landed smoothly. After that, you suddenly turned around and approached the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves before reaching to grab them. I was still wondering what you were planning to do when your body suddenly turned into a pool of liquid and coated the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves. At that point, the bunch of strange holy light flames inside the glove was also enveloped by your liquefied body. After pausing, Scarlet Heaven Sword continued, however, your life force has always been there, and there was never a point where it seemed like you were dead. So, why did you end up resurrected? Damn it, my precious life talisman was wasted just like that? Song Shuhang rubbed his temple. After thinking for a while, he took off the swordsman wooden ox's gloves of passion, and extended his hand towards the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves. With Song Shuhang's mastery of the secret appraisal technique, even if his palm did not directly touch the target, he would still be able to perform the appraisal technique across a small distance. The only downside was that the probability of a successful appraisal would be reduced. He silently recalled those 88,888 voices in his mind and used the secret appraisal technique on the gloves. Song Shuhang really wanted to figure out what was going on with this thing. Anyway, the secret appraisal technique succeeded. Golden runes flowed out of his eyes and landed on the wriggling liquefied body and the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves. The clock hands flowed in reverse. This time, only a small wound appeared on Song Shuhang's arm. There wasn't even any blood that flowed out. The wound soon recovered. The cost of this appraisal was very small. The golden runes returned, bringing back the results of the appraisal. Defiant Whale Warrior gloves, forged from an 8th stage whale bone. It is a product that is still in a semi-finished state. The finished product is expected to be at the peak of the 7th stage. Heavens, the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves that Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue was going to forge for me is at the peak of the 7th stage? No wonder the number of times the +100 and the +50 appeared caused my heart to rend. However, what I want to appraise aren't the gloves, what I want to appraise is the wriggling, Song Shuheng, Song Shuheng said in his mind. At the same time, his heart was slightly flustered right now. Recently, he had seen a lot of powerful people get a second version of themselves, so he was now a little worried that he had become Song Shuheng 2, while the liquid in front of him was Song Shuheng 1. Liquefied version of Song Shuheng's fleshly body, one of the raw materials used in the forging of a treasure. In order to forge the strongest and most powerful life-bound magical treasure, he chose to throw his fleshly body in the holy light flames, using his body to refine the treasure. Song Shuheng angrily said, "What? Was my brain kicked by a donkey? Why would I put my body into the furnace? I was living just fine, why would I seek to die just like that?" Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What's wrong?" Song Shuheng answered, "I just used a secret technique that's similar to an appraisal technique, and the results of the appraisal was that I myself chose to throw my body into the flame to strengthen the magical treasure. How could I possibly choose to do such a thing? I'm not Senior Thrice Reckless. How could I have sought death like that? No, even if it was Senior Thrice Reckless, it would be impossible for him to do such a thing. That is no longer seeking death, but just suicide. Perhaps only Senior Skylark of the Xian Nu sect would do something like that. Anyway, with my character, it should be absolutely impossible for me to have done so." Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "However, when I was watching you at the time, it really did seem like you chose to fuse with the treasure." As it had said before, Song Shuheng had taken the initiative to approach the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves before melting and coating the gloves and the strange holy light's flames with his body. After thinking about it, Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "So, there are two possibilities." Song Shuheng. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "First, your head was kicked by a donkey." Song Shuheng. Scarlet Heaven Sword continued, "Second, you were possessed by something. The most probable thing that happened was that you were affected by the strange holy light from before." Song Shuheng frowned, and said, "It can't be. I evaded the holy light at that time. Moreover, even if the holy light did affect me, it should not be possible for it to deprive me of my will so quickly." He had the virtuous Lamia at his disposal, as well as the Sage Seal. Even if the holy light could affect his mind, it would have at least been a more gradual process. Song Shuheng took a deep breath, thickened his face, and went to bother Senior White 2. Summoning Senior White, "Are you still awake?" Song Shuheng called out in his mind. Senior White 2, "What is it?" "I'm barbecuing inside a cocoon, I'm busy." Song Shuheng, "Barbecuing inside a cocoon? Is that really okay? Also, Senior, weren't you trying to lose weight?" Senior White 2 said, "If you have something to say, then say it quickly. I can't take too much attention away from barbecuing, and the fire isn't easy to control." Song Shuheng replied, "Cough, here's the thing. Something weird happened just now, and I ended up suddenly dying once. I feel that there is something fishy about it. Were you following the events in my inner world?" Senior White 2 said, "I already reminded you that your glabella was especially dark this time and you had to be more careful. Did you not listen to what I was saying?" Song Shuheng burst into tears and said, "I was very careful, but I still died somehow." Senior White 2 said, "All right, give me a bit of time, I'll go and watch the replay." After a while, Senior White 2 replied, "I just watched the replay. Did you decide to use your body to forge the treasure?" Song Shuheng said, "Of course not, Senior White. Why would I want to die like that?" Senior White 2 asked, "Then, did your head get kicked by a donkey?" Song Shuheng replied, "Senior White, the boat of friendship needs to be protected carefully, otherwise it will flip over. Senior White Chu said, then let it flip over. Don't forget that you still owe me for the evil energy of the netherworld. Honestly speaking, if you weren't calling me from time to time, I would be able to sleep for 1,000 years straight. Song Shuheng, Senior White Chu said, I watched it carefully this time and noticed a few points. First, that holy shit, holy light carried an illusory power that affected everyone there. However, that holy light was just one of the factors. The main problem was your state. Are you transcending an inner demon tribulation? The power of the strange holy light brought out your inner demons, eventually causing you to do such a thing. Song Shuheng said, heavens, my inner demons? He was clearly not transcending an inner demon tribulation, but Yi Si was. Yi Si was his ghost spirit, and so Yi Si could affect him while she was going through her tribulation. Song Shuheng asked again, however, I have the light of virtue and the sage seal in my body. It shouldn't have been that easy for the inner demons to control me, right? Senior White Chu added, the problem is, the inner demons affected you through a back door. Moreover, it wasn't only your inner demons and that holy light, your body was poisoned. The poison was always lurking inside you, and it was with all of that together that you ended up losing control. Poisoned. Was it when I was poisoned at the crystal clear pavilion by that tribulation transcender beast Cultivator? However, wasn't that poison cleaned up by Pavilion Master Chu too? Wait, could Pavilion Master Chu too have not cleaned up all of the poison and have left some residue? Song Shuheng, Senior White Chu said, in addition to that extremely strong poison, your previous body also had a curse, right? Your troublemaking skills aren't bad, you probably did something stupid. Curse? When did that happen? Song Shuheng was baffled. Even he himself did not know when he got a new curse. This kind of curse is very popular in the netherworld recently, and it seems to be a bit similar to my opponent's technique. TSK, did you go against it recently? Senior White Chu became happy. Song Shuheng thought about it, and said, so that's what happened. He had recently been staying at the beast realm and serving as a divine doctor, removing large amounts of evil energy from the infected. Could it be that he attracted too much attention while healing people, getting cursed as a result? Song Shuheng relayed his speculation to Senior White. Senior White Chu said, well, that does seem to be the case. Your actions may have gotten too big and ended up attracting its attention. You really have quite the bad luck recently, you have to be even more careful. Also, now that you don't have a means of resurrection, if you die, that will really be the end. Do I still have the curse on my body? Song Shuheng said, rather worried. Senior White Chu replied, after dying, the curse is no longer on your body. As long as you no longer continue to seek death, you probably won't attract its attention in a short time. Song Shuheng said, how unfortunate, I'd finally found a good way to acquire a large amount of materials, evil energy of the netherworld, as well as power of virtue. Well, there's nothing that I can do about it, guess I'll just have to give it up. Senior White Chu said, well, it would be a pity for you to just give up. Let me see if I can think of a way to let you keep going. Anyway, I can't just let that guy be happy. If you're fine with it, stay in the beast realm for another day or two, let me see if I can figure out a way to prevent it from sensing you. Song Shuheng said, great, but Senior White, the teleport your pet number 1 gave me is only effective within the next 3 days, so I'll have to hurry back in 3 days. He. Senior White Chu suddenly laughed. Speaking of number 1, I suddenly remembered that thing. The F***ck off joke really wasn't bad. Song Shuheng, F***ck, pet number 1 really relayed that joke to Senior White? I want to die, I want to die. Senior White Chu said, when you return to the present world, we should play a game of F***ck off, it will definitely be very interesting. I might just get ready to settle down in the beast realm. For a moment, the idea of settling down in the beast realm emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. Senior White Chu said, "Is there anything else? If not, then let's hang up. Also, don't even think about going over to the world of the Black Lotus to have some of my barbecue. I won't be sharing any of it with you." Song Shuhang, however, he still had one more thing he wanted to discuss. He had previously promised Senior Thrice Reckless that he would inquire about any news on Xian Nu Sec Skylark, should he have the opportunity to do so. This time, he finally remembered about it. As such, Song Shuhang described the situation to Senior White Chu. He also told Senior White Chu about the strange encounter he had with Xian Nu Sec Skylark the last time. At that time, Skylark had black hair and even possessed the strength to destroy the immortal-level stone giant. Senior White Chu said, "No problem, I'll pay more attention to any news on this Xian Nu Sec Skylark for you. I'll tell you if I get anything. This is the second favor you will be owing me for today. How are you planning on repaying me?" Song Shuhang responded, "Anything's fine, as long as it isn't a joke." Senior White Chu said, "But jokes are the only thing I want to listen to. I'll give you some time to prepare. One favor is equivalent to 3 jokes." He just casually set the price. Due to Song Shuhang having mentioned the name Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, which had 3 in it, he set the price to be 3 jokes. Song Shuhang, anyway, 201 was 20, 203 was still 20, and 20x was still 20. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior White, please take a look at the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves. Has the power of the strange holy light on it disappeared?" Senior White Chu replied, "There's no need for me to look, the power of the holy light has already fused with your body, and the mark has also been erased. Now, you only need to look for someone who can forge the treasure while it's hot and complete the life-bound magical treasure. A magical treasure created through this method will produce quite a few variations. Well, I quite like this set of gloves, can you make one for me next time?" Song Shuhang said, "Senior White, I can't afford to die anymore. If I do, that will really be the end." Senior White Chu happily said, "Don't worry, I'll figure out a way to do it. I suddenly got an idea. When you refine the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure, make 2 sets of each treasure. I'll assist you through the entire process, and you can assemble a set for yourself and one for me." Song Shuhang replied, "Senior White, that's a good idea, but the problem is that I don't know how to forge magical treasures at all." "Not even a little bit?" Senior White Chu paused for a bit. Song Shuhang was even more of a waste than he thought. Song Shuhang sighed. "Yeah. This time, to create the prototype of this life-bound magic treasure, I had to ask Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue to help out." Senior White Chu said, "Then, can you ask her to continue forging for you?" Song Shuhang said, "I don't think I'll be able to, the process is simply too heartrending." When Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue was forging, she would have a beautiful posture that went well with her appearance. The scene was truly a treat to the eye. It was the +100s and +50s that would cause people's hearts to hurt. When creating the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves, Song Shuhang was already very distressed. If he were to request for her help in building the set, what would happen to his heart? Senior White Chu said, "Just call her over, I'll discuss the price with her." The Sea Turtle and Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue were sent back to Beast Realm by Song Shuhang. Both of them were still scared. However, not long after they got moved to the Beast Realm, the two felt themselves being teleported once again. Was it Song Shuhang calling them back to that world? The two did not resist and followed Song Shuhang's will. In the next moment, 6th Cultivator of True Virtue and the Sea Turtle were both back inside the inner world. Heavens, Song Shuhang, what's wrong with you? The Sea Turtle could see at a glance that there seemed to be something wrong with Song Shuhang. "I just resurrected, I'll explain it to you in a while." Song Shuheng smiled bitterly. After that, he turned and said to Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, a senior of mine wants to talk to you. Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue was still worried about the safety of Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue and Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue. After hearing Song Shuheng's words, she nodded, and asked, "Talk about what?" Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, one moment. After he said that, he reached for the center of her eyebrows. "Hello, little girl." Senior White Two's voice directly sounded out in Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's mind. Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's face suddenly paled. When Senior White Two's voice sounded, she seemed to have seen a hellish world, a world full of filth, evil, and terror. A figure was overlooking that entire world, the ruler of that world. That figure was now speaking to her. This picture reminded her of the vague scene she saw when she first signed a contract with the Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber. She could no longer remember the scene, but it should have been a projection related to the Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber's master, the third wielder of the will. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue tried to stay calm, and replied, "Hello, Senior." Song Shuheng, who was acting as a messenger, was a little puzzled. Why did Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue appear to be frightened and stressed while conversing with Senior White Two? "I've come to talk about some business. Can you make 2 complete sets of the 33 Divine Beasts Combined Magical Treasure for little friend Song Shuheng? As for the price, is there anything that you want?" Senior White Two said in a gentle voice. Even with his voice being gentle, Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue still couldn't prevent herself from wavering. Who is this senior of little friend Song Shuheng's? He seems to be so powerful. How does Song Shuheng know so many mysterious powerhouses? Senior White Two continued, "Or maybe there is something that troubles you right now. Perhaps I can help you deal with it. As long as it's an equivalent exchange, it won't be a problem. We'll keep this as fair of a trade as possible." There seemed to be some temptation in his voice. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue recalled her biggest worry. Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue and Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue were still fighting the Big-Eyed Planet. In addition, she had temporarily lost contact with the Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber, so she could not sense their current states. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue expectantly said, "Senior, I don't know whether it is of equivalent value, but the 2 most important people to me are currently facing an attack from an extremely strong enemy. That strong enemy is a planet with a big eye. Senior, can you help me deal with it? You don't have to fight with that strong enemy, it's fine as long as you bring Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue and Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue back. The Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue, the Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue, and the Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue." "I see. It's about the Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber, right?" Senior White Two's sounded in her mind. Senior White Two obviously knew the origin of the primordial treasure, Nine Virtues Phoenix Saber. Senior White Two said, "The transaction is complete. The creation of 2 sets of the 33 Divine Beasts Combined Magical Treasure in exchange for the safety of the 2 most important people to you." After saying that, he broke off the connection with Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue. Song Shuheng happily said, "Senior White, are you going to save Senior Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue and Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue?" Senior White Two said, It was something I'd wanted to do anyway. To be able to exchange it for a magical treasure forged by an expert with it, I've really profited this time." Song Shuheng asked, Why did you want to do it?" Senior White Two said, "That planet with the big eye. I've looked for it for a long time. As such, when I sensed it this time, I arranged for number 1 and number 3 to lock onto its spatial coordinates and move close to it." Song Shuheng inquired, "Are number 1 and number 3 able to deal with the big-eyed planet?" Although number 1 was acclaimed to be Senior White Two's ultimate weapon, it was still just a semi-finished product. As for the Buddhist holy ape, it didn't seem to be that strong. Senior White Chu said, I just need them to lock onto that thing. After that, I'll try to drag it to the netherworld realm. If I'm successful, I can deal with it myself. That thing is a creation of the second wielder of the will. I've been following it for a long time. Senior White Chu said, anyway, I'll go and deal with that big-eyed planet first, see you later. After that, Song Shuheng lost contact with Senior White Chu. Song Shuheng pinched his chin and fell into contemplation. He remembered an interesting thing. Previously, didn't Senior White Chu say that holy light was something as disgusting as feces to him? However, the big-eyed planet was shrouded in cold holy light, and even the energy within it was of the same type. So for Senior White Chu, wouldn't that big-eyed planet be something that was literally covered in feces, and even filled with feces? He fell into an extreme state of contemplation. While in thought, Song Shuheng suddenly felt dizzy. Then, various pictures of feces emerged in his mind. And with these pictures came a horrible scent. Although they were clearly just pictures, it seemed as if he could smell the horrid smell they were emitting just from visualizing them in his mind. Song Shuheng's face paled and he felt sick. Senior White Chu said, don't use the mental communication to convey such disgusting messages to me when I eat, you're making me lose my appetite. Song Shuheng curiously said, Senior White, didn't you already disconnect? Were you peeping? Senior White Chu, click this time, the mental connection had been completely cut off. Song Shuheng, after seeing Song Shuheng leave the mental communication mode, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue asked, Song Shuheng, did that senior go to rescue Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue and Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue? Song Shuheng nodded, and said, don't worry, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue. As long as that senior takes action, they will definitely be fine. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue was finally relieved. Afterwards, she cheered up and said, if that's the case, we should take advantage of the time and finish forging the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves. And so, the big and small hammer reappearance once more. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue moved to the edge of the forging table, looked at the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves, and got ready to hammer down on it. Just when she was about to do so, she saw a liquefied thing creeping around on the glove. What the hell is this? Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue asked. Song Shuheng sighed, and then replied, that is me. What? Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue was confused. Accurately speaking, that is the bold me. Song Shuheng raised his head with a profound look on his face, and said, in order to refine the strongest and most perfect life-bound magical treasure, I resolutely chose to throw my body into the holy light flame in the forge, refining the treasure with my body. The sea turtle's eyes lit up. You used your body to refine the treasure? And then used the life talisman to resurrect? Was your head kicked by a donkey? Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue blinked. The corners of Song Shuheng's mouth twitched, and he said, can we not mention anything related to donkeys? It's just a life-bound magical treasure, yet you chose to die for it. And you even used your own body to refine it. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue was at a loss as to what to say. Song Shuheng sighed, and said, actually, the situation was very complicated at the time. I was poisoned, cursed, and even under the influence of an illusion and inner demons. With all four of those things together, plus the bad luck that was affecting me, this whole thing ended up happening. The sea turtle said, your glabella is still very dark. Song Shuheng said, that is why I'm being especially careful right now. I'm afraid that I might end up losing my life if I were to be careless. By the way, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, can you still forge the treasure even with it being in this state? I mean, my liquefied body won't affect the forging of the magical treasure, right? Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue replied, this is my first time encountering such a thing, but I will try my best. She had never tried this kind of forging technique, which was only used by those of the demonic path. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue continued, I'll just follow the steps for the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves and continue forging it that way. As for the changes that might occur during this process, we can only leave it up to fate. After saying that, she stretched out her hand and pressed it on the forging table. A flame rose on the forging table. This time, the flame was no longer the 9-virtue phoenix fire, but the forging fire that was originally stored in the Palace of Winter instead. As her connection with the 9 virtues phoenix saber had been cut off, she was not able to borrow its power for the time being. Fortunately, the whale bone had already been dealt with, and the other parts of the glove did not require the use of the phoenix fire. In the flame, Song Shuheng's liquefied body was not damaged at all. Instead, the flame seemed to have accelerated its fusion with the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves. The big hammer and the small hammer began rising and descending once again. But this time, the heart-rending +100s and +50s did not appear. Song Shuheng curiously asked, Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, what happened to the price formed with the flaming text? Sometimes, habit was really just a terrible thing. The +100s and +50s that had unceasingly appeared before were truly heart-rending, but once one got used to this scene, one would feel their heart become stifled as they felt like something was missing when the flaming text no longer appeared. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue sighed. Hasn't the price of the forging already been paid for by your senior? Since it has already been paid for, why would I still have to calculate the price? Do you want me to calculate the final price and have my own heart feel stifled? The big and small hammer would come together and bring about a final price, yet she wouldn't be able to receive the payment. Song Shuheng, the hammers continued to strike down. A variety of precious forging materials were thrown into the flame, and they were made into various shapes by Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's 2 hammers. In addition to the hammers, she also had an entire set of various magical treasures for forging the small components. Finally, all the components were attached to the main part of the Defiant Whale Warrior. Clang! The big hammer came down, and the fingers were connected to the Defiant Whale Warrior, one after another. Rip, ah! Song Shuheng, who was at the side, suddenly screamed. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue turned around in doubt. Song Shuheng said, it was very painful. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue blinked, and then she flicked her hammer and smashed down on the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves again. Ack! Song Shuheng couldn't help but cry out in pain again. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue asked in puzzlement, could there be some sensory connection between you and your old body? Song Shuheng responded, I'm not sure. He looked at the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves. At this moment, he and the gloves seemed to be closely connected. He extended his right hand and gently moved his thumb. At the same time, the thumb of the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves also moved slightly. The magical treasure had yet to be completed as the core was missing and the formation wasn't inscribed on it yet. However, it was already somehow connected with Song Shuheng. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, interesting, is this the effect of refining a treasure with one's body? After saying that, she waved her hand again, quickly smashing down again and again. In one go, she attached all the components to the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves. Song Shuheng gritted his teeth. However, the pain he was feeling was getting weaker and weaker. By the end, the pain had already disappeared. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue said, the frame of the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves is now complete. Next, you'll have to follow the basic steps for the forging of a magical treasure, inscribing the formation and finding a core for it. After that, the forging process will be complete. Song Shuheng nodded. He moved beside the gloves and used Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's hammer to crush 5 kinds of water-type forging materials, using the powder to inscribe the formation. As the formation was completed, the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves slightly trembled. The final step. Song Shuhang took out a 5th stage whale spirit beast crystal, and got ready to insert it into the gloves. But at this moment, Song Shuhang's old body, which was still in the glove, automatically condensed and turned into a bright ball before moving to and occupying the position where the spirit beast crystal was supposed to be. The Defiant Whale Warrior gloves then shone brightly. Song Shuhang said, "This works as well." While he was speaking, his Profound Sage seal took the initiative to fly out and stamp a seal onto the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves. What was happening? The sea turtle explained, the sage seal came out to place a seal on it. After an 8th stage Profound Sage refines a magical treasure, their sage seal would take the initiative to place a seal on the magical treasure in order to strengthen the connection between the treasure and the Profound Sage. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "This life-bound magical treasure of yours is truly heaven-defying." The life-bound magical weapon was usually forged when a practitioner reached the 4th stage because when someone at the 4th stage ascended to the 5th stage, a good life-bound magical treasure could increase their chances of transcending the tribulation by 30%. That was to say, most profound sages would forge their life-bound magical treasures when they were still at the 4th stage. The occurrence just now with the sage seal placing a seal on the life-bound magical treasure was something that most would have to wait for until they reached the 8th stage. There was always some difference between adding something post-production or adding it during the production. After the sage seal stamped the gloves, the quality of the Defiant Whale Warrior seemed to have improved by a notch. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue asked, "What stage have these gloves reached?" She had originally estimated that she would be able to create a peak 7th stage magical treasure, but now it seemed that the level of this magical treasure wasn't going to only be at the 7th stage. Scarlet Heaven Sword replied, "It's an 8th stage magical treasure." The sea turtle said, "It is indeed at the 8th stage, but doesn't this mean that Song Shuhang won't be able to use it?" Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "I've already considered that when I was designing it. I left a restrictive seal section when forging the magical treasure. As long as he gets an expert to place restrictive seals on the magical treasure, he can use it." In the meantime, Song Shuhang reached out and took hold of the Defiant Whale Warrior. "I feel like I can use it right away. It's already in a sealed state." He then took off the swordsman wooden ox's gloves of passion and put on the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves. The secret appraisal technique then began operating on its own. After that, at the cost of a mere small wound, information on the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves appeared in Song Shuhang's mind. A portion of the 33 divine beasts combined divine treasure, the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves. 8th stage magical treasure, 4-layer seal state. After one's realm reaches the corresponding level, the seals will gradually be broken until its full power is unlocked. Enhances the efficiency and power of the huge whale chapter by 30%. As the seals are undone, this effect will gradually rise to 40%. Wearing the gloves can increase the efficiency of meditation by 20%. As the seals are undone, this effect will gradually rise to 24%. Increases the recovery speed of spiritual energy. The specific recovery rate depends on the environment. Enhances the power of the fire element. Enhances the power of the holy light element. Inflicts curse damage, poison damage, fire damage, and holy light damage. Can create illusions, and has the function of drawing out inner demons. Has the healing technique, whale body transformation spell, which can be used 4 times per day. As the seals are undone, the strength of the healing effect and the number of daily uses will gradually increase. Has the fist technique, huge whale spout, follow the pull of the gloves while operating the 33 divine beasts technique to use the fist technique. Has the Defiant Whale golden body, an explosive secret technique, usable at the 5th stage, 1st seal. Using this technique at the 4th stage will damage your physical body. Has the Desperate Whale's Call, a sound wave secret technique, usable at the 6th stage, 2nd seal. Using this technique at the 5th stage will damage your meridians. Has the True Dragon Whale World, a fist technique, usable at the 7th stage, 3rd seal. Has to be used with illusory reality. Has the Whale Sage Secret Technique, a defensive secret technique, usable at the 8th stage, 4th seal. Has to be used with a sage seal. When he wore the Lifebound Magical Treasure, Song Shuheng felt that the gloves already had a deep connection with him. The 33 Divine Beasts technique resonated with the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves, and the speed of the internal circulation of True Yuan in his body greatly improved. This immediately made Song Shuheng feel a lot lighter. It was as if he removed a huge weight from his body. This feeling was completely different from when he was holding the treasured saber Broken Tyrant. This was a life-bound magical treasure. It was connected to the practitioner's life, and as the strength of the practitioner increased, the item would also get stronger. As Song Shuheng willed, the Defiant Whale Warrior gloves became invisible. Although he was still wearing them, others would not be able to see them. Song Shuheng said, "There are 4 seals in total, and every time I ascend to a new realm, a seal will be broken." In addition, the holy light damage, curse damage, poison damage, drawing out inner demons, and the illusory effect all sounded familiar. Weren't those the negative status effects that affected his liquefied body? All those negative status effects had now integrated with the gloves and became his power. 6th Cultivator of True Virtue curiously asked, "How does it feel?" "Awesome, I've never felt better." Song Shuheng gently waved his fist and punched at the air, creating shock waves. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What effects does the magical treasure have?" "It has various damage effects, enhancements, and skills. However, most of the skills are in a sealed state. Currently, though, I can use this." Song Shuheng tried to use a fist technique. Huge Whale Spout. Together with the usage of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, true chi burst out, and the illusory image of a fat whale faintly appeared above his fist. Scarlet Heaven Sword commented, "The power of that fist technique isn't bad." Song Shuheng shook his head. "It's still worse compared to the basic Buddhist fist technique, and it isn't even remotely comparable to the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique." Even though the huge whale spout could rely on the power of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, it still wasn't as powerful as the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique. The basic Buddhist fist technique you practiced is considered to be among the best first-stage body tempering techniques, not to mention its advanced version, the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique. Of course they can't be compared, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. Song Shuheng nodded. "However, I got a strange feeling when I performed the huge whale spout earlier." Song Shuheng held his chin, and said, "When the attack created the whale projection, I got a feeling that this fist technique and the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique had some things in common." The two fist techniques were completely different. One was a Buddhist fist technique, while the other was associated with beast cultivators. However, after using the huge whale spout to condense the fat whale projection, he found that they were just different ways of doing the same thing, especially when recalling the Buddhist warrior projection of the demon-subduing Buddhist fist technique. The feeling that the two fist techniques gave him was very similar. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue quipped, "Similar? Are you talking about how both fist techniques condense projections?" Song Shuheng pondered for a while, and said, "Perhaps. Well, I feel that if I can delve into the principles of the two fist techniques, I just might be able to combine the advantages of both fist techniques." Of course, Song Shuheng couldn't actually do something like creating a fist technique. He would first have to reach a higher realm and acquire a lot of knowledge like Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue before even being able to consider creating a fist technique. At the side, the sea turtle smiled, and said, "Combining the two fist techniques, Buddhist fat whale fist?" Song Shuheng, "Ugh. What the hell was that Buddhist fat whale fist? Even if he really did end up combining the advantages of the two fist techniques one day, he would at least call it something like Whale King's Demon Subduing Fist. Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested, how about calling it Demon Subduing Flaming Whale Saber? Song Shuhang rubbed his face. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, we're talking about fist techniques. Just how strong is your fondness for sabers? Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, who was watching by the side, covered her mouth and giggled. At this moment, she was dripping wet in sweat, looking fragile and tender, and causing those who looked at her to feel pity for her. There was probably nobody who would be able to associate the current her with the fairy who was hammering down with a big and small hammer a few moments ago. The sea turtle said, other than that fist technique, did you get any other abilities? If not, how can it even be considered to be an 8th stage magical treasure? Song Shuhang replied, it's an 8th stage magical treasure with 4 layers of restrictive seals. In fact, it can only exert the power of a 4th stage magical treasure with the current strength that I have. Anyways, it also enhances the power of my cultivation technique and the recovery speed of my true chi and spiritual energy, and adds various damage effects. Furthermore, I can even use a 5th stage realm secret technique while still being at the 4th stage realm. It's just that if I were to use it, I would have to pay a price. The explosive secret technique, Defiant Whale Golden Body, was something that he could use in advance at the 4th stage, but doing so would damage his physical body. Currently, he was going to treat it as a life-saving skill, and would not use it unless he was in a critical situation. After saying that, Song Shuhang lightly touched the glove on his right hand, lamenting, in the beginning, when I had just become a cultivator, the life-bound magical treasure I dreamt of having was a divine sword. I wanted to traverse the skies on a sword releasing explosive sword chi. At some later point in time, he felt that his life-bound magical treasure was going to be a saber. Although he didn't want to admit it, he did have quite an affinity for sabers. Never would he have expected to get pranked by the heavens, with his life-bound magical treasure ending up as a set of gloves. In order to fully display the power of this life-bound magical treasure, wouldn't he now have to consider learning other fist techniques? In the future, was he going to get nicknames like the Invincible Iron Fist Song Shuhang or something like that? Ugh, it just really isn't as nice to the ear as Tyrannical Saber Song 1. After completing the life-bound magical treasure, Song Shuhang left the inner world and returned to the beast realm. With the inner world having finished upgrading, it was now in a state of expansion, and it was using the surplus of evil energy of the netherworld that it had obtained from Senior White Chu to do so. In addition, it sent Song Shuhang a message saying that it required a lot of evil energy of the netherworld. Most of the evil energy that it had acquired from Senior White Chu had been used when it resisted the attack of the big-eyed planet. The remaining evil energy was not enough for the inner world to complete its expansion. As such, Song Shuhang returned to the beast realm in preparation for resuming his life as a divine doctor. However, he now needed to be a bit more careful when drawing out the evil energy from others and not to unknowingly get cursed like before. As long as Senior White Chu created a way to prevent him from getting cursed, he would be able to continue without problems. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue and Song Shuhang left the inner world together, but she no longer had the mood to go shopping now. She simply followed Song Shuhang, hoping to get the latest news on 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and 4th Cultivator of True Virtue from him. As for the sea turtle, it chose to rest at the Palace of Winter. The virtuous Lamia swallowed Scarlet Heaven Sword and returned to Song Shuhang's body. The virtuous fat whale and the white-haired man that was inside it were left outside. When Song Shuhang returned to the beast realm, he found that it was already dawn, and the sky was getting brighter. He remembered that when he had entered the inner world to prepare to forge the treasure, it was still evening. Unexpectedly, it was already the next morning. During that entire time, Kindness stayed in Song Shuhang's room, awaiting his return. When she saw Song Shuhang return, Kindness blinked, and happily said, "Senior Tyrannical Song, did you finish forging your magical treasure?" She saw that Song Shuhang had returned to his human form, and was no longer in the steel hands mode. This also meant that Senior Tyrannical Song had finished forging his treasure. Song Shuhang nodded with a smile. Yep, it was a success. Anyway, have all the patients who are in need of treatment arrived? Kindness said, the patients have already been arranged by Great Master Turtle and the branch head. They are just waiting for Senior Tyrannical Song to start the treatment. But this time, the number of patients has decreased. Our Black Horse branch is simply too remote, and many of those who have yet to arrive have already completely degraded into demons. Song Shuhang reached out and patted Kindness' head. We've already done the best we can, we have a clear conscience. In addition, the commotion the evil energy of the netherworld has caused this time is enormous. The forces of the beast realm will definitely take action. They will be able to soon figure out a way to deal with the evil energy of the netherworld. Kindness nodded. The morning sun rose, signaling the beginning of a new day. And so, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song Evil Energy Healing Center reopened for business. The patients entered Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's room in an orderly manner, and then left in the same manner after recovering from the infection. Because of Senior White 2's reminder, Song Shuhang was more careful when using the inner world to absorb the evil energy of the netherworld. Every time he drew out the evil energy, he would have the virtuous lamia wrapped around him. The light of virtue was an effective way to block curses. Even if it couldn't block it completely, it would at the very least be able to detect it. If he really did end up getting cursed again, he would immediately go back to the inner world and wait for Senior White 2 to remove the curse from him. The evil energy he obtained from healing others was happily accepted by the inner world for its expansion. Besides the evil energy, he would also get waves of forging materials which he would then store inside the inner world in preparation for the forging of the remaining 32 magical treasures. Together with all that, the virtuous lamia was constantly getting stronger with the small amounts of power of virtue he would get every time. The yield was definitely satisfying. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue sat behind Song Shuhang with one hand supporting her chin. She said, 7 Taoist, Tyrannical Song, you're simply committing a robbery here. When Kindness heard this, she immediately retorted, Senior Fairy, you've misunderstood. Senior Tyrannical Song is not robbing us, these materials were all voluntarily sent by us. We are very grateful to Senior Tyrannical Song for staying at the beast realm and curing people of this evil energy. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue pinched her chin. She fell into contemplation. Compared to Song Shuhang, wasn't her heavy metal sex way of robbing quite lacking? No, that wasn't it. The effect they wanted to achieve was to cause the customer's heart to rend. If the customers were grateful, wouldn't they have less fun during the forging process? While they were talking, another batch of 10 patients was admitted into the room. After the last patient entered, Kindness exited the room. Afterward, the virtuous lamia released her light of virtue and enveloped the entire room to prevent any eyes from peering into the room. Song Shuhang was just about to release the lotus tentacles as usual, but suddenly, the virtuous lamia beside him moved a little and silently alerted him. It seemed that one of the patients who entered the room carried a curse with them. Song Shuhang glanced over the 10 patients, and eventually locked on to a beast cultivator. It was a tiger-patterned beast cultivator, and the aura of his evil energy of the netherworld was different from that of the other 9 patients. While Song Shuhang was staring at him, the tiger-patterned beast cultivator also slowly opened his eyes. Its crimson eyes stared back at Song Shuhang's gaze. Oh, I was discovered. I'm really not good at disguises. The tiger-patterned beast cultivator smiled shyly and climbed out of bed. Greetings, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. The evil energy of the netherworld in his body made contact with the light of virtue and was constantly purified. However, more and more evil energy kept flowing out of his body. Has this guy completely fallen? No, it isn't that he has fallen. This guy was originally a creature of the netherworld. The tiger-pattern beast cultivator said, "My name is Tiger Soul, and I am the one responsible for this operation in the beast realm. Of course, Tiger Soul is just my code name, as my real name must be kept secret. I came here mainly to meet you, the person who has the ability to remove evil energy from others. I came to see what you look like and how you remove the evil energy." While speaking, the tiger-patterned beast cultivator suddenly attacked an infected person beside him. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, who had long been ready for such a thing, instantly made her move. Her long golden hair flew up, turned into a golden spear, and pierced the tiger-patterned beast cultivator. The tiger-patterned beast cultivator wasn't able to dodge it, and was penetrated by the golden spear. He lowered his head and stared at the golden spear that pierced his body as black blood poured out from the wound. Oh no, I'm going to die." The tiger-patterned beast cultivator screamed like an amateur actor, performing the most grandiose acting that he could achieve. After screaming, his body exploded with a bang. The evil and filthy evil energy of the netherworld flew in all directions and flooded the entire room. This evil energy also carried the aura of a curse. Song Shuhang immediately transferred Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, the virtuous fat whale, and the white-haired man to the inner world. At the same time, he also prepared to return to the inner world. But right then, over 10 liquefied tentacles extended out from the Defiant Whale Warrior glove on his right fist and shot towards all corners of the room. Each tentacle was condensed from holy light. This holy light was different from ordinary holy light, with not only having a bright and holy aspect to it, but also having a cold and deathly one. When the strange holy light reached the evil energy of the netherworld, it was as if a small flame had made contact with oil. The evil energy of the netherworld that had spread throughout the room burst into flames and transformed into raging holy light. The curse contained in the evil energy was quietly absorbed as well. Bzzz no. Song Shuhang, can you hear my voice? I am the loyal watch tiger of my master, and I have come to convey an important message from my master. Immediately return to the main world, otherwise your death will be inevitable. That is all, I'm ending the call. A voice sounded in Song Shuhang's mind. Watch tiger? Come to think of it. Could it be that unusually ugly white tiger that was captured by Senior White Dou? The white tiger that he had in his memory was a rather ugly one with a very long waist. Its waist was so long that it could twist itself into a U shape and bite its own tail. Hey! No! Song Shuhang, don't you go too far. The voice of the watch tiger sounded in his mind once again. F***ck, I was hurt again. This mental communication thing is really too unfriendly for people like me who aren't that good at concealing their thoughts. At least when it came to speaking, he could still withhold some words and avoid saying them out loud, saving him quite a few problems. However, ever since mental communication had become popular, he would sometimes think about things that would make him seek death. These thoughts would subconsciously flash in his mind. Sigh, it was really exhausting. While mental communication did indeed bring great convenience, it also brought him a lot of troubles. Alas, there were very few perfect things in the world. Song Shuhang nodded. Fellow Taoist tiger, thank you for your reminder. I shall quickly return to the main world then. Still, for how long can I stay here? He did not know what had happened over at Senior White Dou's side, but there was no time to think right now. If he had some questions, he could just wait to ask them when he got back to the main world. The white tiger replied, my master said, the sooner the better, and no more than 10 minutes. I understand. Song Shuhang opened his eyes. 10 minutes is enough. In the room, the holy light flame raged brightly, burning all the evil energy of the netherworld. The tiger-patterned beast cultivator had disappeared. Song Shuhang was pretty certain that the tiger-patterned beast cultivator had not died. He believed that what exploded before was a clone or something similar. At this time, Kindness' voice could be heard from outside the door. Senior Tyrannical Song, did something happen? Come in, replied Song Shuhang. Since Senior White Chu told him to return to the main world, immediately, he couldn't afford to waste time. Kindness, Great Master Turtle, and the branch head entered the room together. They stared at the raging holy light flame that was inside the room and tensed up. Kindness found that there were only 9 patients left out of the original 10. In addition, all the patients were now in a comatose state, and the evil energy of the netherworld in their bodies had yet to be removed. Something has happened. Kindness, Great Master Turtle and Branch Head felt the same. Song Shuhang simply replied, a demon of the netherworld mingled with the patients and tried to attack me. Great Master Turtle's complexion changed. Most of the patients were members of their human alliance, and for these patients, there generally was no problem with their background. As such, the patient in question was definitely a beast cultivator that was from outside their alliance. Great Master Turtle said, "My apologies, Senior Tyrannical Song. It's my fault for not screening them thoroughly enough and letting a demon get through." Song Shuhang waved his hand, and said, "You aren't to blame for this. There are simply too many patients, it would be extremely difficult to screen them one by one. Even I had failed to see through the other party at first. Also, I'm running out of time. While I was curing the patients, I was noticed by a particularly troublesome existence, so I have to leave the beast realm immediately." Great Master Turtle was startled. Even Senior Tyrannical Song can't deal with that enemy? Song Shuhang gravely said, "Just a while ago, the other party attacked me from afar and caused me to died once. If you look carefully, you'll be able to see some differences between the me right now and the previous one." The Great Master Turtle's heart shivered, and he carefully felt things out. Sure enough, Senior Tyrannical Song's current state was a little different from before. The Profound Sage Tyrannical Song in front of him right now gave him the feeling of a newborn baby. "Anyway, I must leave. I can only leave the matters of the beast realm to you." Song Shuhang touched Kindness' head once again and sighed. "At first, I told you that I would stay for at least 3 days, but now it seems like I'll have to leave in advance." Kindness nodded understandingly. "Senior Tyrannical Song, stay safe." Song Shuhang felt that he had some fate with Kindness, it was just that the time they had spent together was too short. If they really had some bond, perhaps they would meet again at a later date in the future. Song Shuhang said to Kindness, "Before I leave, I want to give you a gift. Do you want it?" Kindness blinked in confusion. Song Shuhang brought out the sage seal, and said, "Extend your hand. I'll stamp a seal onto you." Kindness was still confused. Great Master Turtle, who was at the side, quickly prompted her in the language of the beast realm while anxiously gesticulating. He explained the magical effects of the sage seal to Kindness. Great Master Turtle was an elder that imparted knowledge, so he was quite knowledgeable, and even had a good understanding of a profound sage's sage seal. And so, Kindness stretched out her arm and bared her small wrist at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang used the sage seal as a stamp on her wrist. "Farewell." After wrapping up the matters at the beast realm as quickly as possible, Song Shuhang took out the teleportation rune given to him by pet number 1, You're Busy T233. He clenched the rune and poured his true yuan into it. "Prepare for spatial jump, the destination is, Main World Earth China Wenzhou City Beijing Street, the starting point is, Beast Realm Black Horse Branch. The coordinate lock is complete and the spatial jump will take place shortly. 3, 2, 1, the mechanical voice of pet number 1 sounded in Song Shuhang's mind. In the next moment, Song Shuhang felt spatial power envelop him. After that, he was shot out like a bullet. F***CK, this method of spatial transmission is too violent. Under the branch heads, Great Master Turtles, and Kindness Reverent Eyes, Song Shuhang disappeared from the beast realm. Main World, China, Wenzhou City, Beijing Street. By the window of the 21st floor of Baihong Building. A beautiful girl was sitting in her dining room eating a healthy breakfast. Her dining room was facing the window. When the girl was gracefully taking a sip of her hot milk, Spider-Man appeared on the glass of her apartment window. Pfff, all of the milk in the girl's mouth was sprayed out. F***ck. Spider-Man cursed. After that, his body slid down the smooth glass. His posture was indescribably comedic. The girl leaped from the chair, hurried to the window, opened it, and looked down. Did Spider-Man fall to his death? Her house was on the 21st floor. When the girl looked down, she could no longer see Spider-Man. Strange, she frowned and looked puzzled. Damn, is something wrong? Her mother's voice sounded out. Damon replied, Mom, I just saw a guy suddenly appear outside our apartment with his body lying flat on the glass. Then, he began sliding down the glass. Her mother asked, What? It couldn't be that the window cleaner slid down, right? Did something happen? Damon replied, I couldn't see clearly, but when I opened the window, I could no longer see him. Mother said, Could you just have been seeing things? Damon said, Impossible, I even clearly heard the guy shout out F***ck. Daming's mother heard this, quickly walked to the window, and then leaned over the window while beside her daughter. She did not find anything strange. Daming's mother affirmed, You were definitely seeing things. Daming's mother calmly looked at the time, and said, Anyway, let me tell you something else. It's already 7:55, you're going to be late for work in 5 minutes. Daming screamed, Sheet, my attendance record. Daming's mother said, Tisk, since when did you even attend properly? Daming burst into tears, and responded, Are you even my mother? At this time, a figure emerged out of thin air in the corner of an empty street near Baihong Building. Song Shuheng sighed. Fortunately, I've already learned how to fly on a saber and perform simple illusions. Needless to say, that Spider-Man on the girl's window was none other than Song Shuheng. When he was teleported, he happened to appear on the glass by accident. Fortunately, he did not get stuck within the glass. Since he wasn't in his liquefied state anymore, would he have ended up cut apart? Song Shuheng took out his phone from his magical bracelet. As soon as his phone connected to the internet, a series of ding-ding-ding rang out. He first checked the date as the time on his phone was no longer accurate due to the influence of Crystal Clear Water Pavilion's Time City. He remembered that he was involved in the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion incident on the night of the 15th of September, and was then sent to the Beast Realm. After that, he experienced 6 sunrises in the Beast Realm. However, a day in the Beast Realm was obviously different from a day on Earth. So, what day was it today? After connecting to the internet, the date on his phone automatically updated. Sunday, September 22, 2019, 8 a.m. It was close to the time he spent in the Beast Realm, just 1 day extra. So, he missed a full week of classes. Song Shuheng murmured, This is the cruel world of cultivation. Sometimes, when getting embroiled in a major event, I might miss out on the classes I like. It truly is quite unfortunate for my attendance record. After saying that, he opened his chat software. Senior White, Su Clan 16, Tubo, Yangda, Gao Momu, and many others had sent him messages. Song Shuheng opened his phone and called Su Clan 16 first. However, 16's phone appeared to be out of service, and could not be reached. Song Shuheng thought, It's not in the service area? Could she be somewhere where there's no signal? After that, he called Senior White. The call quickly connected. Senior White laughed, and said, Hey, Shuheng. You're finally back. Song Shuheng responded, Yeah, and what I've experienced in the past few days really can't be summarized in a few words. Anyway, Senior White, where are you right now? I'll go look for you. Senior White replied, 16 and I are currently on an undersea adventure, but we'll be back by tonight. Our phones broke at some point. I'm talking to you using the reconstructed version of our phones. If you have the time, help us out by preparing 2 phones for us. Song Shuheng responded, so that's the case, no wonder I couldn't call 16 just now. No problem, I'll go and buy some phones and have you modify them at a later date. Senior White said, by the way, tomorrow is the 23rd. It's Doudou's wedding day. Have you prepared a gift yet? Song Shuheng said, F***ck, I forgot about that. Senior White said, well, you still have 1 day to prepare it. Song Shuheng said, I see. I got quite a bit of stuff from my trip to the Beast Realm, perhaps I can pick out a suitable gift from that. Besides, regarding Doudou's wedding, he was more concerned about who the groom was. Was it going to be Fairy Fleeting Life's older brother that was going to go up there? Or was it going to be Fleeting Life? Or could it be Fairy Fleeting Life's disciple? Or could an entirely different party take that spot? Doudou's wedding was destined to be a complicated drama. Song Shuheng worriedly said, by the way, Senior White, are Lady Onion and Little Kai all right? A week has already passed, I wonder if they've gotten through their inner demon tribulation yet. Senior White replied, Lady Onion has already stabilized, but she has shown no signs of waking up. As for Little Kai's inner demon tribulation, it has proven to be a bit more troublesome. A clone of mine is escorting them to Dharma King Creation as we speak. Fellow Taoist Creation is going to have a small concert soon, and several fellow Taoists who have recently been caught in the inner demon tribulation are being sent there. I hope that it really is as fellow Taoist Spirit Butterfly has said and that Dharma King's singing is able to vanquish inner demons. This inner demon tribulation was very troublesome, and no cultivators had shown signs of waking up. The fellow Taoists in the group could only grab whatever hope they could find in this desperate situation, and so they chose to go to Dharma King Creation. What if Dharma King Creation singing really was as Venerable Spirit Butterfly had said, and it had the effect of breaking inner demons? It wouldn't hurt to try, although it was a rather extreme measure. But if it was actually effective, sacrificing your ears to do so wouldn't be a problem. Senior White continued, anyway, since I had figured that you weren't coming back, I got Qing Wu to take your appearance and attend the classes in your place. However, Qing Wu was only able to get to Jiangnan area on the evening of the 16th, so you still missed a day of class. Song Shuheng's heart felt warm. Thank you, Senior White. Senior White had even considered such details for him. Having such a senior was truly his great fortune. Senior White said, it was nothing much. Anyway, did anything interesting happen in the Beast Realm? Looking back now, I was only able to go to the Beast Realm when I was a child. After that, I busied myself with closed meditation, and never had the time to go out and have some fun. Song Shuheng replied, a lot of very interesting stuff happened on this trip. I'll slowly tell you about everything when you get back home tonight. The battle at the crystal clear water pavilion, the big-eyed planet, the 33 divine beasts, combined magical treasure, all of these should greatly interest Senior White. Sure, see you tonight, then. Do you want to talk to 16? After Senior White said that, he handed the phone to 16. Su Clan 16 smiled, and said, hey, Shuheng. Welcome back. Song Shuheng responded, yup, I was at least able to come back alive. 16 asked, did you encounter dangers? Are you injured? Song Shuheng replied, it's more serious than just an injury. I ended up dying once. Fortunately, I had a life talisman. I'll tell you about everything when you get back tonight. Su Clan 16 said, okay, see you tonight. Do pay attention to your safety. Song Shuheng said, I will. See you tonight. Wait, 16, why do I feel like there's something wrong with the way we're talking to each other? He was getting the feeling that Su Clan 16 was talking like a virtuous wife. Su Clan 16 calmly said, there isn't anything wrong with it. If you aren't used to it, I can switch to a different mode next time. Song Shuheng asked, what? Switch mode? Su Clan 16 giggled, and said, I'm just kidding. Actually, I've had some fortuitous encounters over the past few days, and this has slightly influenced my way of thinking. However, Senior White checked it for me, this effect is short-lived, and things will go back to how they were in 2 days. Song Shuheng was relieved. Su Clan 16 seriously said, by the way, Shuheng, I've grown a bit recently. Would you like me to send you a video? Song Shuheng, PFFF, was this also a result of that thing that had influenced her way of thinking? Su Clan 16 said, do you not want to see? I've grown a little recently. It's the first time in 5 years. Song Shuheng, PFFF, Su Clan 16 seriously said, I can't record right now. Forget it, let's just talk again tonight. See you. Song Shuheng, Su Clan 16 said, also, Senior White said that if you're free today, you should go to Dharma King Creation. After all, Little Kai is your disciple, while Lady Onion is your monster pet. I'll be sending you Senior Creation's coordinates in a short while. Song Shuheng said, alright, if I'm able to catch up in time, then I'll go. In his inner world, Yi Si was similarly going through her inner demon tribulation. If he could get to the concert, he could also let Yi Si have a seat. After ending the call with Su Clan 16, Song Shuheng called his roommate Gao Mumu's phone. Senior White said that he got Qing Wu to go to school in my place, I hope that everything went well. Gao Mumu quickly answered the phone. F***CK, it's only 8 in the morning. Shuheng, why are you calling me so early? Song Shuheng said, it's nothing, I just suddenly wanted to talk to you. Gao Mumu replied, F***CKU. Have mercy on me, I was busy writing until 3 in the morning. Song Shuheng asked, you're still writing? You haven't dropped the novel yet? Gao Mumu replied, when did you see me drop a novel, huh? TSK, speaking of which. Shuheng, have you taken the wrong medicine these past few days which made you drop your balls? You've changed a bit too much, and we can't adapt. Huh? Song Shuheng suddenly got a bad feeling. Gao Mumu said, haven't you felt it yourself? You've become too effeminate these past few days, you even catwalk all around the place. Also, your voice has become very soft and you always seem to be bashful. In class, you even like to hold your chin up with one hand and smile charmingly from time to time. Yai has told me that you seem even more feminine than her. To be honest, both Tubo and Yangda have been given quite the shock from the huge changes that have happened to you. Song Shuheng burst into tears. F***CK. Qing Wu was a monster willow and also a female monster. Female monsters were inherently charming, so in daily life, it would be normal for her to instinctively show her feminine charm. If this kind of charm were to appear on a girl, it would be seen as something that could add to their beauty. However, if it appeared on a man, ugh. Song Shuheng suddenly started tearing up. His heart was now in great confusion. On one hand, he was very grateful that Qing Wu transformed into him and went to school for him, and that no one was able to recognize that she was just faking it the entire week. But on the other hand, what was he supposed to do about Qing Wu's giving others an effeminate impression of himself in school? Actually, it's not that I was trying to be feminine, Song Shuheng said seriously. The thing is that I've been acting for a movie recently, and there's this character in it that, because of the plot, will be displaying rather feminine movements. As such, in the past few days, I've been silently practicing how to play that role. So that's the case. You should have said so earlier, we really started worrying for you these past few days. Gao Mumu let out a breath of relief, and said, what's the name of the movie? Song Shuheng was preparing to make up a movie title. When Gao Mumu's cry came from the phone. Ah, could it be that? That hugely funded movie that is currently under development, My Reckless and Unrestrained Life? The male lead, Zilong, is portrayed by Reckless Tyrant. Could that person in the cast who's called Tyrannical Saber be you? Song Shuheng responded, huh? Gao Mumu asked, which role are you playing? It's a big movie, and many are looking forward to it. When is it going to be released? After senior brother Gao Sheng, what's the villainous image that you're going to construct this time? Song Shuheng replied, I'm not sure either. Wait, when did I ever sign up for senior thrice reckless death-seeking movie, My Reckless and Unrestrained Life? What role do I even have in there? Could Senior Spirit Butterfly have been trying to secretly get me into the movie? After ending his call with Gao Momo, Song Shuheng thought about it, and then called Soft Feather. Soft Feather's voice sounded from the phone. Senior Song, hello. Song Shuheng replied, haha, good morning, Soft Feather. Where are you right now? He had called to figure out whether Soft Feather was with Venerable Spirit Butterfly at this moment. If they were near each other right now, he wasn't going to ask his question yet. I'm currently flying to Senior Creations concert together with Senior Brother Lu. Senior Song, are you coming to the convert? Soft Feather happily asked. Song Shuheng said, we'll see. If I'm able to make it in time, then I'll go there. Soft Feather happily said, great, I recently heard that Senior Song has participated in many exciting events. After the Senior Creations concert ends, you'll have to tell me about your adventure. Song Shuheng responded, no problem. Soft Feather laughed, and said, then see you at the concert. Song Shuheng said, wait a minute, before he could even finish what he was saying, Soft Feather already hung up. Song Shuheng, well, I guess I'll just ask her about my reckless and unrestrained life after the concert. After the call ended, Song Shuheng remembered Li Yingzhu and Chu Chu, who were in the crystal clear water pavilion. When the crystal clear water pavilion was transferred to the beast realm, the Time City was left in the main world by Pavilion Master Chu. I wonder where the Time City is right now. Song Shuheng's consciousness entered the inner world and contacted Pavilion Master Chu, who was at the edge of the living spring. Song Shuheng asked, Senior Chu, I am back in the main world. Can you lock onto the Time City's location now? Pavilion Master Chu opened her eyes, and said, I'm unable to lock onto the Time City's coordinates in my current state. She only had her head left, and she was relying on the power left behind by slow-witted Song and the power of the living spring to prevent herself from dissipating. As such, she couldn't even leave the inner world. Song Shuheng smiled bitterly, and said, what about Chu Chu and Yingzhu? The two of them were still in the upper level of the Time City. With 7 days having passed in the outside world, the two of them should have already spent around 84 days in the Time City. Pavilion Master Chu said, relax, I left behind enough medicinal pills in the Time City, the two of them will be fine. Also, I'll just impart a formation to you, practice and master it when you have the time. When you master it, you can use this formation with the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion token to try and lock onto the coordinates of the Time City. As long as the Time City is not destroyed, you should be able to find it after a few tries. Song Shuheng replied, all right. Now that he was back at Beijing Street in Wenzhou City, Song Shuheng went home to see his parents. Since he wasn't able to go back home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, he could at least make up for it now. As he thought of this, Song Shuheng took out his mobile phone and called his mother. Mom, I'm free today so I'm coming back home. Are you at home right now? You brat, why was your phone down recently? Mama Song said. Anyway, I'm at home. Right, a guest came to our home early in the morning and said that you were their friend. They've been waiting for you all morning. There was a problem with my phone in the past few days, I was only able to have it fixed today. Who's the guest? Song Shuheng said curiously. Mother Song replied, it's a foreigner named Nicholas Dou. He looks handsome, very kind, has a neat smile, and he came bearing gifts. Song Shuhang, PFFF. Hearing the name, Song Shuhang immediately thought of Doudou. It couldn't be that the bride, who was going to get married tomorrow, ran away from home again, right? Wasn't heaven-shrouding hook Zhou supposed to be watching over him? Maybe Doudou is really just an expert at running away from home. If Zhou methods were already seen through, then he really wouldn't be able to stop Doudou. However, Doudou has yet to reach the 5th stage. If this Nicholas Dou really is him, did he use an illusion technique to assume a human form and talk to my mother? Song Shuhang said, I'll be heading there immediately. If it was really Doudou, why did he run all the way to Wenzhou City? Tomorrow was his wedding, and true monarch Yellow Mountain was definitely going to catch and bring him back. Even if he wanted to find Shuhang, shouldn't he have gone to Jiangnan University Town instead? With a belly full of doubts, Song Shuhang flew back home. After opening the door, Song Shuhang saw Mama Song busy in the kitchen. In the living room, a man with long blonde hair sat calmly. His facial features were a mix of Chinese and Western styles, and he had a gentle and deep gaze. The man was holding a teacup, and when he saw Song Shuhang enter, he smiled with a hint of bashfulness. Song Shuhang tried to feel out the other party's aura, but he could not sense a single trace of energy from this man. It was as if the other party was a completely ordinary man. Mama Song said, Shuhang, you're back. Entertain your friend while I go and make snacks for you. Song Shuhang nodded, and responded, all right. After that, he sat next to the blonde man, and said in a soft voice, Doudou? Woof, please call me Nicholas Dou right now. Song Shuhang, heavens, it really is Doudou. Song Shuhang said, how were you able to run away? Also, what's with this weird name? Doudou took out an ID card and handed it to Song Shuhang. I requested Cave Lord Snow Wolf to make a human ID card for me a long time ago, and this is the name that's on it. Woof, so that's what I use for situations like these. Song Shuhang glanced at the ID card, and saw the name Nicholas Dou on it. At one side of the ID, there was also a picture of a blonde man. Is this kind of name really alright? Cave Lord Snow Wolf couldn't have cheated Doudou with a fake ID, right? Song Shuhang asked, what's with your appearance? Aren't you a Pekingese? Do you have a mixed heritage? Pekingese was a Chinese dog breed, so was Doudou actually a mixed breed? Doudou flicked his long blonde hair, and said, I naturally have to transform into an appearance that fits the ID. When I got the ID, I wasn't able to assume a human form yet, so Cave Lord Snow Wolf simply got the appearance of a world-famous star and modified it a bit, resulting in what I look like right now. Song Shuhang asked, so, are you using an illusion technique right now? Doudou sighed, and said, yes, I'm using a special magical treasure. It's got a really realistic effect, and it can even conceal my aura. I've relied on this magical treasure to avoid Zhou Li's search many times, but he later figured out the trick to beat my magical treasure, so I didn't use it anymore. As technology and cultivation techniques had been developing and advancing, anti-tracking methods and tracking methods were continuously improving as well. Zhou Li had true monarch Yellow Mountain and an entire team as backup for his tracking methods. Doudou, on the other hand, only had himself to rely on while using his anti-tracking methods and magical treasures. As he thought of this, Doudou felt very tired. Song Shuhang asked, you ran away from home again? Doudou sighed, and said, not today. I asked stupid Yellow Mountain if I could go out for the day. At 6 o'clock in the evening, I have to go back. Song Shuhang said, so, why did you come to Wenzhou City? If I hadn't just happened to come back today, you wouldn't have run into me at all. Doudou rolled his eyes, and said, I didn't come here for you, I came here to see some old friends. After that, I remembered that your home was nearby, so I stopped by. In addition, I heard that Wenzhou City has a hospital that has introduced sex change technology from Thailand. I've heard that it's especially great, so I came to have a look. What? Sex change technology? Song Shuheng was dumbfounded. Doudou said, Shuheng, I'm getting married tomorrow. Song Shuheng nodded, and said, I know, I still have an invitation that I got from True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Doudou seriously said, I stared at my little Doudou last night and found that it hadn't disappeared yet. Song Shuheng was confused. Huh? Doudou continued, since I'm going to be marrying someone, and the one I'm getting married to is a male dog, I've been wondering if I was a female dog. It's possible that Yellow Mountain cast a magical technique on me when I was young, and after some time, I may become a female dog. However, I'm going to get married tomorrow, yet I still haven't turned into a female dog. Song Shuheng probed, so, you want to go to a hospital and get sex change surgery to become a female dog? Hee, how could that be? Doudou said. I was just thinking that in the case I do become a female dog, I could immediately head to that hospital to become male again. I really don't want to become a bride, it's going to mess with my views on life. Song Shuheng, after saying that, Doudou relaxed on the sofa again, and spun around the teacup that he was holding in his hands. His current form is just an illusion, so is he actually holding and spinning the teacup with his two paws? Isn't that quite difficult to do? This was the first time that Song Shuheng had seen Doudou this listless. True Monarch Yellow Mountain's marriage idea really made Doudou miserable. Song Shuheng asked, Doudou, do you regret making the stupid Yellow Mountain song? He remembered that it was at the hand-guided tractor competition, after Doudou played the stupid Yellow Mountain song in front of all the cultivators, that True Monarch Yellow Mountain had made up his mind to have Doudou get married. How could that be? I choose to grit my teeth and bear the consequences of my death-seeking actions. According to Thrice Reckless' famous saying, everyone is an adult, so we have to take responsibility, Doudou proudly said. If I could return to that moment in time, I would instead increase the volume for the stupid Yellow Mountain song by 3 times and make the song even more resounding. Yup, late-stage Thrice Reckless disease, truly incurable. After a short moment of excitement, Doudou became listless once again and lay on the sofa. After a while, he suddenly asked, Shuheng, are you my friend? Song Shuheng looked at the listless Doudou, and softly said, I guess. When he'd first stepped onto the path of cultivation, Doudou had been there and provided him with a great amount of help. Although he'd also brought him a great amount of trouble. Then Song Shuheng, as good friends, shouldn't we share our blessings and our difficulties? Doudou's eyes lit up. As such, on my wedding day, you should be the best man. No, that isn't right, be my bridesmaid. I refuse. You liar, didn't you say that we'll be friends forever? Song Shuheng replied, I'm fine with us being friends for life, but me being your bridesmaid is impossible. Doudou gritted his teeth. Seriously, I just can't rely on any of you guys. Song Shuheng said, when you came to Wenzhou City looking for your friends, were you trying to get them to be your best man? I mean, bridesmaid? Obviously, what else do you think I'd be here for? Doudou rolled his eyes. Song Shuheng pinched his chin and smiled. Aren't you going to revolt? Since he went to look for a bridesmaid, had Doudou already accepted his fate? Doudou proudly said, what good is there in resisting? Marriage is just a type of ceremony. Haven't you heard of that saying? Marry away a daughter is like spilling water. As long as I get married, that stupid Yellow Mountain can't control me anymore. When I get married, I can finally run away. But after his short triumphant state, Doudou returned listless. Was he that afraid of getting married? Or could it be that he couldn't bear to part with True Monarch Yellow Mountain? Anyway, this listless version of Doudou was really a rare sight. Song Shuheng could no longer bear it, and said, Doudou, have you ever thought, that your partner might actually be a female dog? Although it had been planned that Doudou was going to get married to Fairy Fleeting Life's brother, if things went well, it was likely that Doudou would end up marrying Fairy Fleeting Life. Hee hee. Doudou raised his head, and softly said, "A lot of my friends have already comforted me and told me that given stupid Yellow Mountain's character, it was impossible for me to get married to a male dog. However, I saw the groom yesterday. It was a powerful elder-level male dog of the Dog Sky Battalion. Song Shuheng, isn't that Fairy Fleeting Life's brother? I remember Fairy Fleeting Life mentioning that her elder brother was part of the Dog Sky Battalion. Anyway, I'm going to look for some more of my friends to see if anyone is willing to share these hardships with me and be my bridesmaid." Doudou stood up and put down the teacup. Song Shuheng suggested, "Doudou, you might as well look for a female friend, or true monarch White Crane. After all, when it comes to being a bridesmaid, normal male cultivators would definitely not agree." "Impossible," Doudou said quietly. "The only female cultivator who I'm good friends with is Chu Chu. I definitely can't tell her about me getting married." PFFF. Song Shuheng couldn't help but laugh. Doudou rolled his eyes. Song Shuheng said, "If you really don't have any other choice, you can go to the 9 provinces number 1 group and get few fairies to make up the number. Fairy Lychee, Fairy Firefly, Fairy Dongfang 6, and a few others should be willing to be your bridesmaids if you ask them." "I can't do that." Doudou shook his head, and said, "It's already shameful enough that I'm getting married to a man. If I were to go to them and ask them to be my bridesmaids, would only be ridiculed more." So, Doudou was actually looking for a large group of male bridesmaids to share this humiliation? Song Shuheng said, "Doudou, although true monarch Yellow Mountain said you were getting married to a man, can't you take the initiative to get a group of groomsmen instead and put up the front that you're the one getting a wife rather than you being the wife?" "Huh?" Doudou's eyes lit up suddenly. Although true monarch Yellow Mountain said he was going to marry Doudou to a man, Doudou was also male. There was no reason for him to play the part of the wife. "Shuheng, we're friends, right?" Doudou said. "Come on, just be my best man then." After Doudou finished saying that, he added, "If you refuse, our friendship will be over." Song Shuheng said, "Well, then our friendship is, alright, since it's best man, I've no problem with it." Doudou angrily said, "Shuheng, you were going to say, our friendship is over, weren't you?" Song Shuheng seriously said, "You heard it wrong." Doudou responded, "I'm a dog, a monster dog on top of that, my ears are very sensitive." Song Shuheng whispered, "She'll lower your volume, my mother is right in the next room." Doudou lowered his volume, and said, "You still haven't told your mother about cultivation?" Song Shuheng whispered, "I've never gotten the chance to talk to her about it." Song Shuheng had been busy every day since he entered the world of cultivation. Doudou rolled his eyes, and said, "You're already at the 4th stage, and you still haven't told her. If so, until when are you going to wait before telling her?" Song Shuheng said, "Although I'm already at the 4th stage, don't forget that I've only been cultivating for 4 months. "Doudou." The room suddenly fell completely silent. After a moment, "Ah, woof, woof." Doudou flew towards him and opened his mouth wide. "Let go. F***ck, pay attention to your image, and let me go already. You're going to lose face if you still don't stop. By let me go, I didn't mean for you to change the place you were biting. Are you a dog or something? Oh wait, I forgot that you really are a dog. Anyway, just stop biting me already. I'm telling you, I have all kinds of body tempering cultivation techniques, and my body is very hard. Biting me won't be of use." After a short while, footsteps could be heard coming from outside the living room, and Doudou promptly let go, seemingly very satisfied. He went back to holding the teacup and displayed a kind smile on his face. "Those body tempering techniques really weren't too bad, I mean that my dog teeth weren't bad at breaking those techniques. After Doudou said that, he grinned with pride. He didn't show it, but Doudou's teeth were actually hurting. Did Song Shuheng's physique become stronger again? My teeth really hurt. Moreover, I was biting him for so long, yet I was only able to leave 2 faint bite marks on his arm. Mama Song brought in some snacks and smiled. What are you chatting about that's making you both seem so cheerful? Doudou said, I was just inviting Shuheng to be my bridesmaid, no, my best man, and Song Shuheng agreed. Mama Song curiously asked, oh? Nicholas Dou, you're getting married? It was really rare to see someone this young get married already. Doudou replied, I'm getting married tomorrow. Mama Song said, so soon? Shuheng, have you made time for it? Song Shuheng said, Mom, you don't have to worry. I've got it covered. Alright, then I'll let you handle this yourself, and you two can continue to talk, Mama Song said with a laugh as she left the living room to give Song Shuheng and Doudou some space. When young people chatted, it would make it very difficult for them to speak openly if she were to stay with them. After Mama Song left, Doudou whispered, honestly, your parents have already missed the appropriate age for cultivation, so even if they were to start cultivating now, it would already be too late. The best way to deal with this is to do something like what Medicine Master did, look for life-prolonging medicinal pills and prolong their lifespan. Song Shuheng responded, I know. I have the Living Spring and the scholarly faction's Virtuous Golden Lotus, and these two have the ability to prolong people's lifespan by 100 years. He had already secretly used the Living Spring on his parents. As for the Virtuous Golden Lotus, there was no hurry. This thing was different from the Living Spring as taking it would cause one to develop powers. Song Shuheng said, in addition, Senior White is also planning to design a martial arts expert training system. When he finishes making this system, I'm planning on getting one for both of my parents. It looks like you've already got a plan for your family. Doudou licked his paw. Song Shuheng said, it's best to be prepared. No matter what it is, it'll be easier if you have a plan already. Good point, Doudou said. Then should we start thinking about our best men group? Our best man group? It's yours, not ours. I'm not marrying anyone. Song Shuheng cursed inwardly. Doudou asked, Shuheng, have you ever been a best man? Song Shuheng shook his head. Doudou mocked, so weak, you actually haven't even been a best man before. Song Shuheng retorted, I'm just a sophomore, alright? My friends are about the same age as me, and none of them have gotten married. How was I supposed to be someone's best man? Doudou worriedly said, then what do we do? You have no experience, and I have no experience, either. Song Shuheng chuckled and pulled out his laptop. In the era, if you need to know about foreign affairs, then ask Big Brother Google, while if it's about local affairs, then ask Big Brother Baidu. With a search, anything can be found. Doudou asked, how do we search? Watch this. Song Shuheng turned on the computer and opened up Baidu. Song Shuheng entered, what do wedding groomsmen need to prepare? A lot of content immediately appeared on the screen. Wait a minute, add that the groom is a dog and see what special things need to be prepared. Doudou took the computer and began typing. In the next moment, a page of new content appeared on the screen. Shocking news, people are really abusing single dogs. According to the news, a resident of Kunyi City by the name Huang and a good friend of theirs held a wedding for their dogs at a park. In this era of romance, even dogs are having a wedding and inviting guests to dinner. At the wedding, the dogs wore respectively a wedding dress and a small suit, and even got a special marriage certificate. The atmosphere was extremely romantic. The pair of dogs exchanged wedding collars under everyone's eyes. The whole process was pretty much no different from that of human beings. The scene was rather funny. Dissatisfied, Doudou said, this news is racist, I'm going to go and report it first. Song Shuheng, when he saw this news, he found the situation a bit ridiculous. Before seeing this matter, he felt that true monarch Yellow Mountain wanting to prepare a grand wedding as he married off his dog was a very normal thing, but now he found out that Doudou's wedding was pretty much the same as normal people holding weddings for their dogs. By the way, Shuheng, do you know of anyone who might be willing to be a groomsman? We need to find a few more guys. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too lonely if you were the only one with me? Doudou said while looking at the news. Song Shuheng said, don't you have several good friends in Wenzhou City? Can't you just look for them and have them be your groomsmen too? There's no point, Doudou said bitterly. With my character, when I go and ask them to be my best men, they will think that I'm deceiving them. They will think that I still want to make them my bridesmaids, just that I'm coaxing them with the title of best man this time. Song Shuheng remarked, you really are quite self-aware. Doudou proudly said, of course. Song Shuheng, Doudou reminded, just avoid getting thrice reckless to be a groomsman. I feel that if he and I are together, something big will happen. Song Shuheng, Doudou asked, do you have anyone in mind? Song Shuheng asked, do you mind if they're from a Buddhist sect? Doudou said, I don't mind, as long as they can make up the number. Song Shuheng continued, I'll make a phone call to Senior Brother Three Realms and Guogua. Guogua can act as a page boy, while Senior Brother Three Realms can be a best man. After saying that, Song Shuheng called Senior Brother Three Realms. Senior Brother Three Realms laughed, and said, hey, Shuheng, why are you calling me? Song Shuheng said, I have something that I might need Senior Brother Three Realms help with. I'm wondering if you're free these days. Senior Brother Three Realms replied, I should be pretty free these days, what do you need help with? Song Shuheng said, well, brother, would you be willing to be a groomsman? No problem, you're getting married? Senior Brother Three Realms asked curiously. Who's the other party? That little genius of the Su clan? Or could it be some other fairy from the group? Song Shuheng replied, cough, I'm not the one getting married, it's Doudou. Doudou wants you to be a groomsman and little Guogua to be a page boy. Senior Brother Three Realms, the air fell completely silent again. Song Shuheng said, hello Senior Brother Three Realms, what do you think? Senior Brother Three Realms responded, cough, what's this? Shuheng, my phone only has 99% charge left, I can't talk for any longer, I'll be hanging up now. Let's talk again some other time. Song Shuheng, 99% charge is pretty much fully charged, what's with the hanging up? Brother, next time you refuse something, at least use a good reason. It would have been better if you said that you had 1% left. Song Shuheng got a toothache. Senior Brother Three Realms responded, that won't do. Monks do not lie, and my cell phone still has 99% battery left, so I can't insist that it has only 1% left. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the precepts. Song Shuheng suggested, I'll give Senior Brother some time, then maybe you can think of a better reason to refuse? Senior Brother Three Realms replied, honestly, I only want to attend Doudou's wedding as a guest tomorrow, and I don't want to be a best man. The food in the wedding banquet is all going to be made by an immortal chef. There are going to delicacies from different places, just thinking about it makes me salivate. Song Shuheng said, aren't you vegetarian? Senior Brother Three Realms replied, I am a layman disciple, so I don't have to abstain from meat. Anyway, forget about me being the best man, but I'll send Guogua over to be the page boy when the time comes. That's that, see you tomorrow. After he finished saying his part, Senior Brother Three Realms couldn't wait to hang up the phone. Song Shuheng also hung up, and then looked at Doudou. I haven't found you another best man yet, but I got you a page boy. Doudou responded, I'm so tired. Song Shuheng retorted, I'm even more tired. By the way, I'm going to Senior Creation in a while. There will be many fellow Taoists there, Soft Feather, Rivoli Purple Mist, Senior White's clone, and also my disciple Little Kai and Lady Onion. Doudou, wanna come with me? Are you going to listen to Dharma King Creation's concert? Doudou's eyes widened. Are you tired of living as well? Why would you go and listen to Dharma King Creation singing? Song Shuheng sighed, and said, there's a reason why I must go. Yi Si was facing her inner demon tribulation, and she still had yet to recover. Doudou thought for a while and gritted his teeth. As long as you help me get a best man, I will be ready to lay down my life and accompany you. Song Shuheng and Doudou went to say their goodbyes to Mama Song, and then set off for Dharma King Creation's concert. During the flight, Song Shuheng tried to contact Senior White too. I wonder if Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and 4th Cultivator of True Virtue have been rescued. Senior White too said, what's the matter? Song Shuheng asked, Senior White, have you saved 4th Cultivator of True Virtue and 7th Cultivator of True Virtue? Senior White too said, yeah. However, I failed to capture that big-eyed planet. And, the beast realm is in for some big trouble now. Song Shuheng asked, has the biochemical crisis gotten worse? Senior White too said, no, the big-eyed planet ran to the beast realm. Song Shuheng. Senior White, you failed to capture it? Song Shuheng asked curiously. He personally felt that with Senior White too being the ruler of the netherworld, his strength was much higher than that of other immortals. The big-eyed planet was actually able to escape from such an existence? Senior White too depressedly said, that guy is smarter than I thought, and it refused to get in. My pet number 1 has yet to have its modifications completed, and although pet number 3 has recently been improving in terms of strength, it is still of little use when faced with that guy. As for my own strength, I have no way of directly using it in the main world. As a result, that guy was able to run away. If he'd had a way of getting the big-eyed planet to the netherworld realm, he would have taught it a good lesson. Song Shuheng curiously said, but why did it run to the beast realm? Senior White too said, to look for you. As Senior White too had concealed the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, the big-eyed planet changed its plan and went to look for Song Shuheng instead. It tried to lock onto 6th Cultivator of True Virtue's location, and then go look for the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber again. Song Shuheng trembled. He was shocked by how bad his luck was. His glabella had actually become so dark that existences like that planet were looking to knock on his door. Senior White too said, that was why I told you to immediately leave the beast realm. It was because that big-eyed planet had locked onto the beast realm to look for you. Besides it, that rival of mine also locked onto the beast realm at that moment, seemingly preparing to send you quite a big gift. Song Shuheng responded, heavens. Senior White too said, it would be best if you avoid going to the beast realm anytime soon. That place is simply like a minefield for you, and you would probably explode as soon as you get there. Song Shuheng nodded. I hope that kindness and the Black Horse branch can stay safe. Unfortunately, he had no means to communicate with the Black Horse branch, otherwise, he would have definitely told them to pay attention and be careful. Senior White too said, by the way, you're back in the main world, right? I'll reconnect with my avatar. If you're free, don't forget to forge a set of the 33 Divine Beasts combined magical treasure for me. Rest assured that I won't be unfair to you. Right, I will use my avatar to look for you and play that game when the time comes. Song Shuheng could not respond immediately. It wasn't until Senior White too had ended the call that he remembered that Senior White too was talking about the F***CK off game. It wasn't actually going to be fun, was it? Should I go and book a bed at Senior Medicine Master's place? However, Senior Medicine Master is still going through his inner demon tribulation. As for the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure, the materials at his disposal were enough to create another defiant whale warrior, as he still had some whale sage bones that could be used. He just had to contact Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue and request her to forge another set. This time, he was able to collect a lot of forging materials from the beast realm, a good number of which he could put to use for the 33 divine beasts' magical treasure. After a while, he should look at the blueprints to see what kinds of magical treasures he would be able to create with the materials he had. As he thought of this, Song Shuheng sank his consciousness into the inner world and contacted Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue was sitting and practicing in the Palace of Winter. Although she was still bound to the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, and had her realm suppressed, she had not stopped practicing. After sensing that Song Shuheng's consciousness was approaching, she stopped practicing and opened her eyes. She asked, "Little friend, 7 Taoist names?" Song Shuheng said, "I've come to tell you good news. Are 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and 4th Cultivator of True Virtue safe?" Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue's eyes lit up. Song Shuheng replied, "Yes. Do thank that senior of yours for me." Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue let out a breath of relief while marveling at the power of Song Shuheng's mysterious senior. She knew how domineering that big-eyed planet was, with it even having been able to send attacks that crossed through space and almost destroyed Song Shuheng's exclusive world. Despite that, that mysterious senior was able to save 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and 4th Cultivator of True Virtue from its evil clutches. His strength was truly exceptional. Song Shuheng asked, also, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, how is your state right now? Can you forge another Defiant Whale Warrior glove? Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue responded, are you going to use another whale sage bone for its frame? Song Shuheng said, yeah. After all, this second set of the 33 divine beasts' magical treasure is being made for that senior. Although he will only be getting it for his collection, he will definitely be dissatisfied if the materials we use are poor. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said, that makes sense, but I can't draw the 9 Virtues Phoenix Fire right now. Without it, I won't be able to use the whale sage bone in the forging process. The fire of the Palace of Winter does not suit my attributes, so even if I use it, I won't be able to refine the whale sage bone. She had just finished talking when she suddenly paused. In the next moment, she found that her connection with the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber had been restored. However, this connection worked only one way. She could borrow the fire of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, but she was not able to communicate with the saber. Song Shuheng asked, is there something wrong? Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said, my connection with the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber was suddenly restored, and I can now draw the Phoenix Fire again. Song Shuheng responded, ha ha ha, I know what's going on. Beep Beep 2 was probably peeking again. He must have heard the conversation between us and got the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber to establish contact with you once again. Fortunately, I didn't say any bad things about Senior White 2 just now, and it's especially fortunate that I won't be using poor materials to make his Defiant Whale Warrior. Song Shuheng said, then, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, can you build another Defiant Whale Warrior? I can handle the assembly of the components later. Unfortunately, the Defiant Whale Warrior that he had was only the right-hand glove. If Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue could make a left-hand glove version of the Defiant Whale Warrior, he could use it until he gave the completed combined magical treasure to Senior White 2. One Defiant Whale Warrior on the left hand, another on the right. Just thinking about it brought him great joy. After ending the talk with Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, Song Shuheng's consciousness returned to the main world. Shuheng, you were distracted just now, Doudou said. Don't pick up Senior White's bad habits and casually get distracted. One person falling down and causing huge explosions is already enough. Another one and people are really going to end up dying. Song Shuheng replied, don't worry about it, I was just talking to some seniors about something. Moreover, setting my mind to do two things isn't that difficult for me anymore. When I fly on my saber, it only takes up a part of my attention, a very small part. Doudou sighed, and said, however, when you separate part of your consciousness to go and talk to others, I get placed under great amounts of pressure. The sage seal on your body begins to become chaotic. Other than the sage seal, it felt like there was another terrifying will that descended. Song Shuheng froze. Was it that bad? Doudou complained, I almost cried for my daddy to save me. Now, do you understand how bad it was? Song Shuheng rubbed his eyebrows in distress, and said, that can't be helped. I can only barely suppress the aura of the sage seal, and I can't even fully control it yet. Some time ago, I didn't dare to return home because of how it would influence others to call me Tyrannical Song. Fortunately, my mom didn't call me the wrong name. As for the terrifying will that Doudou mentioned, could it be Senior White too? Is Senior White too really that terrifying? Doudou said, if you want to mentally communicate with anyone in the future, tell me first so that I can psychologically prepare myself. It was truly a tragic situation. Not only had Shuheng caught up to him in terms of strength, but now it was also being bullied by his sage seal. He couldn't bear it anymore. After this wedding ceremony, he'd strive to advance and break through to the 5th stage realm. Song Shuheng smiled, and said, I won't use that mental communication ability again. I'll go to the group and chat with the seniors. He had to contact Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. During their heavenly tribulation, Palace Master promised the puppet maiden to get the materials for her repair. He needed to make an appointment with him to get the materials and have the puppet maiden repaired as soon as possible. In addition, I haven't popped up in the group for a long time. It's best to appear every now and then lest the seniors in the group forget about me. In the 9 provinces #1 group. Today, the topics that the fellow Taoists in the group were discussing were all related to Doudou's wedding. Daluo sect's true monarch Rain Moon. Unfortunately, I might not be able to go to Doudou's wedding. There will be a big ceremony for me in the sect tomorrow. However, I'll make sure to send a disciple to give Doudou a gift. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, what gift are you guys going to give him? Northern River's loose cultivator, I'm still picking as I'm not sure what to send Doudou yet. If I really can't pick one, I'll just randomly pick. Feelings are what matter. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, regardless of the gift, I'll look forward to tomorrow. When the bright moon appears, fellow Taoist Phoenix Slayer, you know Doudou the best. Do you know what kind of gift would Doudou like? Young Master Phoenix Slayer was worthy of being Doudou's nemesis. He and Doudou grew up together, so when it came to what Doudou liked, hated, or even how he liked to escape, he knew it. If he was willing to replace Jolie and catch Doudou, it would not be as easy for Doudou to run away from home. Song Shuheng smiled. Speaking of Doudou's favorite thing, it's definitely Choo Choo. Send him a Choo Choo, and he'll definitely be very happy. Treasure Forging Heavenly Mansions Yang Xian curiously asked, what is a Choo Choo? Northern River's loose cultivator, if I remember correctly. Choo Choo is a name. True Monarch Yellow Mountain once mentioned that Doudou is a Choo Choo Khan. As long as they were named Choo Choo, it didn't matter whether they were a fairy or a female monster, Doudou would think they're cute. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, why does Doudou have such a strange fetish? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, who knows? After all, Doudou is a monster, and his way of thinking is different from ordinary people's. At this time, I feel that we should tag a certain fellow Taoist who should have the same ancestry as Doudou. At Cave Lord Snow Wolf, do you find Choo Choo cute? Cave Lord Snow Wolf, cute your ass. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, shocked expression, Cave Lord Snow Wolf, you find my ass cute? Your taste is really intense, screenshots have been taken. Cave Lord Snow Wolf, I'll go to China's Justice Department and plaster your wanted poster there. The crime you are to be convicted for is committing 23 robberies of people's asses. 1273 Sioux clans. No Thrice reckless Mad Saber was shocked. WTF, Cave Lord Snow Wolf, since when were you in contact with the Justice Department? Anyway, I'm unconvinced. What kind of crime is ass robbery? Cave Lord Snow Wolf said, robbery is a crime, and as long as it is committed, it constitutes a crime, even if what you robbed was only an ass. However, since you're unconvinced, then you can have me add more crimes to the list. I'll add them for you free of charge. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, Cave Lord Snow Wolf sent a smiley face expression. In fact, he was only interested in forging all kinds of documents, and he had never been in touch with the Justice Department. However, after seeing Thrice Reckless become depressed, he began to consider whether he should get himself another profession. Northern River's loose cultivator, you've gone off topic. Let's get back to the main issue. Doudou is getting married tomorrow. What gift should I give him? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, a choo-choo. Fairy Lychee, but you can't just grab a choo-choo and send her to Doudou. Fellow Taoist Phoenix Slayer's suggestion is rejected. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team, huh? Why wouldn't it be possible to catch a choo-choo and send her to Doudou? I just received information that there's a monster fish named Choo-Choo in one of my sect's rival sections. I can go and pay them a visit, and take Choo-Choo from them while I trample on their sect. I haven't had the time to do so in the past year, so I've actually been itching to act. Little Doudou, who is about to get married, yes, yes, yes. Fairy Lychee, Northern River's loose cultivator, Thrice reckless Mad Saber, true monarch ancient lake temple, huh? Little Doudou can go online today? Little Doudou, who is about to get married, I asked True Monarch Yellow Mountain to give me a day off today. We agreed that I can go out, but I have to be home by 6 in the evening. At Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team. I want that monster fish called Choo-Choo. Senior Tyrant Flood Dragon, if you send me Choo-Choo, I will be very happy. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team, then that's that. I'm going to make a mess over at that sect now. This time I definitely have to get them to call me father, ha 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 ha. After that, the True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon went offline. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon was really only going to send that Choo-Choo over? Fairy Lychee, Doudou, what gift do you want? Big Sister will give it to you tomorrow. Doudou said, Big Sister Lychee is the best. Actually, I want a cool immortal boat. I've wanted to drive one for a long time now, but True Monarch Yellow Mountain keeps on refusing my requests. No problem, I'll order one suitable for you to drive, Fairy Lychee said with a smile. Thrice reckless Mad Saber, Doudou, is there anything else you want? It would be better if you just made a list and let everyone pick from it. Northern River's loose cultivator, good idea. Little Doudou, who is about to get married, I want a modified hand-guided tractor, a jet plane, and a magical treasure that can completely hide one's aura. Also, I want an extremely fast flying sword, the faster, the better. Other than that, I also want a substitute puppet, a realistic one. In addition to everything listed above, I also want a lot of choo-choos. Northern River's loose cultivator who had the fastest hand speed was the first to send a message. I'll be reserving the modified hand-guided tractor. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, this penniless Taoist will handle the jet plane. It just so happens that I have a jet plane I can give away. Dharma King Creation, I'll handle the magical treasure that completely conceals one's aura. I have several such magical treasures on hand. By the way, fellow Taoists, my concert will start at 4 in the afternoon. At that time, it will also be broadcast live on the internet. I hope that everyone can watch it. The group suddenly turned quiet. No one dared to reply or even send a message, not even Thrice Reckless. Tyrannical Song, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, oh, little friend Shuhang is back, haven't seen you for quite a while. Tyrannical Song, I was at the Beast Realm for the past few days, my phone had no signal, and I only returned today. By the way, is Senior 7 Lives Talisman online? Pavilion Master 7 Lives Talisman said, I'm here, I'll be providing that super fast flying sword that Doudou wants. At Tyrannical Song, little friend Shuheng, I just exited closed door cultivation yesterday, where are you right now? Let's meet up so that I can finally give you the materials you need to repair that puppet of yours. Tyrannical Song, I'm on my way to Dharma King Creations concert. What about you, Senior? Pavilion Master 7 Lives Talisman said, are you tired of living? Dharma King Creation, Pavilion Master 7 Lives Talisman said, at Tyrannical Song, I guess I'll just see you at Doudou's wedding tomorrow. He was afraid that Song Shuheng might invite him to meet up at Dharma King Creations concert. Tyrannical Song, alright, see you tomorrow. Fairy Purple Jade, Soft Feather, Senior Song, are you not here yet? Senior brother Lu Jieni and I have already arrived at the Senior Creations concert. Tyrannical Song, I'm still on the way, Doudou is coming with me. Looking at the time, I'll definitely be able to make it in time for the concert. Fairy Purple Jade, Soft Feather, alright, Senior Song. My senior brother and I are in the first row, should I save a few seats for you? Rivoli Purple Mist, I got myself and Medicine Master some seats in the fourth row. By the way, do you want some earplugs? I've got some that are particularly effective, it's as if your ears were completely sealed when you put them on. Tyrannical Song, at Rivoli Purple Mist, Senior Sister Purple Mist, please leave a pair for me. Rivoli Purple Mist, we should chat in private, it's really embarrassing to be talking about this in a group where Senior Creation can see our messages. Rivoli Purple Mist, Shuheng, you really aren't giving Senior Creation any face. Tyrannical Song, Dharma King Creation, strange, little friend Shuheng, aren't you my fan? When I called you last time, weren't you secretly singing my song? Song Shuheng recalled that incident, and his legs suddenly went soft. Dharma King Creation, oh, I got it. You're preparing them for Doudou. Rest assured, I will arrange it so that Doudou will sit at the backmost point, while I'll make it so that you can have a seat in the first row. Song Shuheng froze. Should I head back now and skip the concert? Little Doudou, who is about to get married, fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, thank you very much. At Young Master Phoenix Slayer, what gift are you going to give me? Young Master Phoenix Slayer, I'm going to give you a bone. Doudou said, a bone? Tui, I don't have a friend like you. I'm telling you, if the gift you give me tomorrow doesn't satisfy me, things will go down. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, why are you targeting me? Doudou proudly said, hey, don't think that I don't know that you and Jolie were the ones who blocked my internet some time ago and isolated me from the outside world. Anyway, you better prepare a gift that will satisfy me. Otherwise, don't blame me for making trouble. You better believe that when I use everything I have in causing trouble, nobody will leave unscathed. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, B*TCH. Doudou said, thank you for the compliment. Song Shuheng silently looked at the 9 provinces #1 group where the fellow Taoists unceasingly sent Doudou gifts. So many gifts, and each of them is valuable. One can earn so much just by getting married. Honestly speaking, Song Shuheng was slightly moved while he was watching the chat. At this time, Su Clan 7 went online. Su Clan 7, at Tyrannical Song, little friend Shuheng, where are you right now, can you send me your coordinates? Senior 7 had begun transcending his heavenly tribulation of the 5th stage last week. Since he was online now, that meant that he had successfully gotten through it, right? Song Shuheng replied, Senior 7, I'm on my way to Senior Dharma King's concert, so my coordinates are constantly changing. I'll send you my coordinates after I arrive. Su Clan 7, are you tired of living? Why are you going to fellow Taoist Creation's concert? Dharma King Creation, Song Shuheng, Senior 7, did you successfully transcend your tribulation? Su Clan 7 replied, yep, it's finally over. Song Shuhang's eyes lit up. Senior 7, you were even able to get through the inner demon tribulation? All the practitioners who had recently gone to transcend their tribulation ended up getting stuck in an inner demon tribulation, leaving them unable to wake up. Even Lady Onion, who had clearly gotten through her inner demon tribulation, still had yet to wake up. All the practitioners in the universe knew that there was currently a problem with the inner demon tribulation. As such, those who were able to delay the coming of their tribulation did everything they could to do so. The contents discussed by the frenzied strength imparter Taoist priest Horizon in his Profound Sage speech were recently being used by many practitioners. Yet now, Su Clan 7 was able to succeed. What method did he use to get through the inner demon tribulation? Su Clan 7 replied, "My inner demons were eaten by someone." What? Eaten? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Inner demons were invisible and intangible, how could they have been eaten? Sun-splitting halberd Guada, cute Doudou emoji, sun-splitting halberd Guada, vigorously rubbed Doudou's head. Northern River's loose cultivator, I almost got baited and got my rubbed. Sun-splitting halberd Guada, 7, who ate your inner demons? Su Clan 7 said, it was an ancestor of mine who had long passed away. Su Clan's not. Fairy Lychee, what kind of Taoist name is not? Don't you of the Su Clan just add numbers after your surname? Island Master Tian Tian Kong, it said that people used knots to count before numbers came out. Vice Island Master Tian Tian Wei, and that means that there is nothing wrong with Su Clan's knot. Fairy Lychee, this nickname is really funny. 7. Your family's heritage is simply too interesting. Out of everyone, you're the one who is most unqualified to laugh at other people's Taoist names. Fairy Lychee, if it weren't for us being used to your fruit system Taoist names, we would have all burst out into laughter when we heard that your Taoist name was Lychee. Song Shuhang, how were they able to eat your inner demons? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, do you want to eat inner demons as well? Su Clan 7 replied, as to how ancestor Su Clan's not appeared, I have no clue. At that time, I was still in the inner demon tribulation, and then when the ancestor appeared, the inner demons were simply extracted from my body. The ancestor ate them as if he were eating cookies. When I recovered, the first thing I saw was the ancestor eating the inner demons. At this time, scholar Xian Gong asked, what is the principle behind that? Su Clan 7, how am I supposed to know? My ancestor finished eating the inner demons and left before I was fully awake. According to the records of my clan, that ancestor should have passed away a long time ago, even I did not expect that he would still be alive. Fairy Lychee said, 7, if you meet that ancestor of yours again, since he likes to eat inner demons, tell him that there are many delicious inner demons waiting to be eaten by him. Su Clan 7, let's not talk about that anymore. Song Shuhang, have you started to forge your life-bound magical treasure? I've got some materials that you can use, do you still need them? He still owed Song Shuhang some materials as he had previously said that he would take Song Shuhang to the Spirit River Secret Realm to practice, but he had not expected for Song Shuhang to grow so fast, so he had to change his part of the deal to materials. Song Shuhang said, I do. I've only forged a glove, there are still 32 life-bound magical treasures waiting to be forged. Su Clan 7, what? 32 life-bound magic treasure? Are you joking? 1274 Dharma King Creation has a dream when the bright moon appears. Little friend Shuhang, what magic treasure are you forging that it actually needs 32 kinds of treasures? I recall that even fellow Taoist and Northern River's 12 swords of the Milky Way only needed 12 sword orbs. That was already the life-bound magical treasure that needed the most components in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Northern River's loose cultivator started forging it when he was at the 4th stage, and was only able to finish forging all 12 sword orbs after reaching the 5th stage. 32 life-bound magical treasures. Just what magical treasure needed such a huge number of pieces? I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end. Oh, I remember a magical treasure that needed such a number. Song Shuheng, you couldn't be planning on forging the 32 holy swords, right? Young Master Phoenix Slayer quickly replied, that's impossible. Little friend Song Shuheng has no talent for swordsmanship whatsoever. What would he do with a sword? When Song Shuheng saw the message, he felt a pain in his chest. It was as if his heart was stabbed by a sword. Treasure forging heavenly mansions Yang Xian, but knowing little friend Song Shuheng, he'd probably only forge something like the 32 holy swords. The seniors within the 9 provinces number 1 group all found White Crane and young Master Phoenix Slayer's words reasonable. Song Shuheng sighed. What I'm forging is the 33 divine beasts combined lifebound magical treasure. Northern River's loose cultivator asked, is that magical treasure related to your 33 divine beasts technique? Song Shuheng, yes, it's the matching lifebound magical treasure. I've recently spent much of my time strolling around the beast realm to get the method for forging the combined magical treasure. Su Clan 7 asked, an item born from the combination of 33 kinds of lifebound magical treasures? Since you still need 32 pieces, that means that you've already successfully forged one? Song Shuheng said, yes, I was able to finish making the first magical treasure, the Defiant Whale Warrior glove, yesterday, and its abilities are great. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, you clearly wanted to practice the sword, but unfortunately only had talent for the saber. Yet, in the end, your lifebound magical treasure is actually a glove. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber concluded, a sabersman that practiced the sword turned out to be a fist master. Fairy Lychee, how insightful. Su Clan 7, how many forging materials are you still missing? I'll send some over when I have the time. Forging 33 lifebound magical treasures isn't an easy task, you have to be mentally prepared. Song Shuheng replied, thank you, Senior 7. I still need a lot of materials, let's just talk again when we meet up. Su Clan 7 then asked, are you doing alright in the forging department? You've only been practicing for a short time, have you already learned how to forge? Shuheng replied, don't worry, Senior 7, a great senior of mine helped me out by hiring an expert blacksmith. The only thing I need to do is to assemble the final product. Su Clan 7, that's good, then see you at Doudou's wedding. Pavilion Master 7 Lives Talisman, ditto, see you at Doudou's wedding. Fairy Purple Jade, Soft Feather, right, hasn't Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue already transcended his tribulation? Why didn't he show himself? Since her father was also on the verge of transcending his tribulation, Soft Feather would have liked to ask Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue about the specifics of the heavenly tribulation of the 8th stage. Northern River's loose cultivator, I'm also quite curious about that. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue has been out of reach ever since his profound sage speech. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, could he have directly closed up and gone to consolidate his realm? Song Shuheng said, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue got into a little accident, but he should be fine now. Northern River's loose cultivator, what accident? And how do you know? Because Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue was with me. The one who was hired to forge the magical treasures for me is also Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. Song Shuheng summarized what had happened to the Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue to the seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group. However, when it came to the 9 virtues Phoenix Saber, he didn't say much. The primordial treasure was a secret belonging to the cultivators of true virtue, so it wasn't something that Song Shuheng could share with outsiders. At this time, Senior White went online. Sage Monarch White, the world has changed a lot recently, and everything is in a mess. Everyone should pay more attention to staying safe. By the way, Shuheng, I've finished modifying your treasured saber. I'll give it to you when we meet tonight. Song Shuheng happily said, thank you, Senior White. He was soon going to get his railed treasured saber. Senior White said, I feel that after the modifications, the treasured saber is pretty good to ride. I heard 16 say that you wanted to open a shop in the scholarly faction that modified flying swords and treasured sabers. How about we partner up? I feel like it'll be a lot of fun. Song Shuheng, are we really going to open it in the scholarly faction? Senior White said, anywhere is fine, we can even open up an online store. As long as I make good use of my spatial talents, it wouldn't even be difficult to collect the money. We can even open up an online and an offline store simultaneously. Song Shuheng, no problem. When Doudou's wedding is over, let's go and pick out a store. Senior White said, okay, then let's go with that. My phone is quite unstable right now, I'll go offline first. See you tonight. I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end. Wait, Senior White. What kind of modification store are you and Shuheng going to open up? Can you let me join in? I'm also very interested. Fairy Firefly, I'm also curious as to what kind of modifications it's going to have. Fairy Lychee, wait, it can't be that, can it? Northern River's Loose Cultivator, I believe that it should be that. Fry's Reckless Mad Saber, adding guardrails to treasured sabers? I remember that little friend Song Shuheng mentioned this earlier in the group. They couldn't have really added a guardrail, right? Song Shuheng, ha ha ha. Yep, it seems that the guardrail was really added. Everyone visualized Song Shuheng riding his saber that had guardrails on its side, and their livers trembled. At Dharma King Creation's concert. Since this concert's main purpose was to deal with inner demons, the scale of the concert wasn't very large. It was set up at a branch temple of the warring Buddhist sect. Even if the number of people coming wasn't that high, Dharma King Creation still carefully arranged his concert. If his singing really had the function to deal with inner demons as a venerable spirit butterfly had guessed, then he would become popular in the world of cultivation in the future, and maybe even in the entire universe. Whether it was the cultivation system, the holy light system, the witchcraft system, the magic system, the beast cultivation system, or the other millions of ways of cultivation, none of them were able to avoid the great tribulation that was the inner demon tribulation. Although I've already garnered a decent reputation among ordinary people, even having acquired a group of fans, the world of ordinary people is ultimately the world of ordinary people. It will always be different from the world of cultivation. Dharma King Creation lightly plucked the strings of an instrument. Now, having concerts among ordinary people no longer satisfied him. Dharma King Creation had a dream. He desired to become a big star in the world of cultivation. He wanted to go on a tour all over the universe. Dharma King Creation murmured, so, for this concert, I'm investing 200% of my feelings. I shall let everyone feel the impact of my singing. Below the stage. Rivoli Purple Mist held Medicine Master's hand. Medicine Master was still facing his inner demon tribulation and had yet to wake up. Soft Feather, do you think that fellow Taoist Creation's singing is really effective against inner demons? Rivoli Purple Mist felt a little uneasy. Soft Feather replied, it definitely is. When I was in my inner demon tribulation, it was thanks to Senior Creation's song that all of those inner demons collapsed and disappeared. That is my personal experience with it. Rivoli Purple Mist gently nodded. While they were talking, fellow Taoists continuously arrived at the site of the concert. There were some fellow Taoists that came in groups. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple arrived carrying 2 disciples, who appeared to be stuck in their inner demon tribulation, while Great Master Profound Principle arrived carrying a small monk. After seeing Soft Feather and Rivoli Purple Mist, they greeted each other and sat down. There were also some fellow Taoists they didn't recognize. They should be guests invited by Dharma King Creation. They similarly brought disciples or friends who were stuck in their inner demon tribulations. Everyone was coming with a give-it-a-try mentality. Who knew, perhaps Dharma King Creation's singing was really going to work. Soft Feather curiously asked, Senior Song hasn't arrived yet? Just as she said that, Song Shuhang and Doudou descended from the air. At the same time, Senior White's clone also arrived together with Lady Onion and Little Kai. Shuhang, you're already here. Senior White's clone waved after seeing Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang greeted him. Senior White's clone said, It's good that you've come. I'll hand Lady Onion and Little Kai over to you while I return to my main body. Song Shuhang responded, Senior White, you aren't going to stay and listen to the concert? I'm just a clone. Senior White's clone waved his hand, and said, A clone needs to save energy and avoid being wasteful. Since I've already returned Little Kai and Lady Onion to you, I won't continue to waste my main body's energy. After saying that, Senior White's clone dispersed. Doudou remarked, I feel that Senior White's clone didn't want to listen to Creation's concert, so he ran away. At the same time, Lu Jianyi beside Soft Feather heard this logic, and his eyes lit up. That was exactly how he felt. While one was still alive, they should save energy and avoid being wasteful. Song Shuhang received Little Kai and Lady Onion. Fortunately, they were very small, and Song Shuhang was able to hold Lady Onion in his left hand and Little Kai in his right and bring them into the venue. Senior Song, over here. Soft Feather stood up and waved happily toward Song Shuhang. When she got up, her two long legs especially stood out. She was in the first row. When Senior Creation started singing in a while, the first row would definitely be hit the hardest. Doudou said, Shuhang, I think it would be best if I went and took a seat somewhere at the back. Doudou, aren't we friends? Song Shuhang asked with a smile. Friends need to share their blessings as well as their difficulties, right? Doudou, he wanted to reply, no, to Song Shuhang, but when he thought of how Song Shuhang was helping him out with his best man group, Doudou just couldn't say it. In this manner, Doudou was forced to stay in the first row with Song Shuhang. Senior Sister Purple Mist, Senior Ancient Lake Temple, Great Master Profound Principle, Senior Brother Lu, nice to see all of you here. Song Shuhang greeted the entire group, and then sat down beside Soft Feather. Rivoli Purple Mist giggled, and said, likewise, Senior Tyrannical Song. Song Shuhang, Rivoli Purple Mist handed over 2 pairs of earplugs. For you and Doudou. Thank you, Senior Sister Purple Mist. Song Shuhang received the earplugs. Soft Feather asked, Senior Song, what exciting adventure did you go on after shooting that previous film? While she spoke, her 2 legs were stretched out flat, causing them to be especially pleasing to the eye. When Song Shuhang and Lu Jianyi sat next to Soft Feather, how short their legs were compared to hers was very apparent. After the filming for the last movie, I experienced a lot of things. First, I went back to the forbidden area we found out about in the Chu family's secret room, inside which was the ancient heavenly city's Palace of Winter. There we met quite a number interesting monster beasts, and similarly a great number of dangers. Song Shuhang began explaining what he had experienced in the Palace of Winter. The news about the resurrection of the Great Northern Emperor was omitted. The Emperor was currently into hiding, so the news about his resurrection had to be kept secret to avoid bringing him harm. Soft Feather listened with great interest, and she wished she could have participated in the Palace of Winter adventure together with Song Shuhang. It was a pity that she was stuck consolidating her realm and practicing the flying sword technique, and missed such an exciting trip. Woof. At this time, Doudou, who was beside Song Shuhang, said, Song Shuhang, don't you feel that your legs are especially short? You're now over 1.8 meters tall, yet your legs are still much shorter than Soft Feather's. Song Shuhang, what's up with such a comparison? Why are the legs of a big man like me being compared with those of a cute girl? In addition, hit people, but don't hit their face, cut people, but don't cut their kidneys, expose people, but don't expose their shortcomings. Doudou, why can't you understand such a simple thing? Soft Feather laughed, and said, Doudou, Senior Song's legs would look strange if they were the same as mine. Imagine my legs with Senior Song's body on top of it, it would be ridiculous. Doudou visualized the image in his brain, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Song Shuheng lightly patted Doudou, lifted him with one hand, and then pointed his finger at Doudou's little hind legs. Doudou, shouldn't you look at your own legs before talking about the length of other people's legs? Stupid Shuheng, I'm a puppy. Why are you comparing my legs with those of a human being? We're of completely different species, what's the point in comparing? Whose hair is softer and cuter, mine or yours? Song Shuheng, Doudou continued, but Shuheng, compared to your legs, Lu Jianyi's legs are. While Doudou was in the middle of talking, Lu Jianyi interrupted, you guys continue chatting, I'll go smoke a cigarette first. Soft Feather curiously asked, Senior brother, you smoke? For smoking, one would need to spend time to buy cigarettes, and then they would even need to take out the cigarette and light it up. In addition, when one smoked, they would have to breathe. For people like Lu Jianyi, who were too lazy to even breathe, smoking was too much trouble. Lu Jianyi sighed and wanted to say something, but after pausing for a good while, he stooped and said, I'm too lazy to make excuses. Alright, I get that my legs are short. Doudou, you can continue talking about this topic, but don't include me in it. Just leave me alone for a while. The corner of Doudou's mouth twitched. It had to be noted that it was quite difficult for a Pekingese to make the corners of its mouth twitch. Soft Feather asked, by the way, Senior Song, what do you think about live streams? Song Shuheng responded, I used to watch live streams, but most of them were about games. I also do live streams now. Senior Song, if you have an account, you better follow me. Today, I'm going to start my third live stream. Soft Feather took out her phone. Song Shuheng was shocked. Are you going to broadcast Senior Creations concert? Yeah. Soft Feather nodded. Song Shuheng took out his mobile phone, entered Soft Feather's live stream room. Before the live broadcast, remember to tell your fans that only veterans should stay in front, while those with low combat power should withdraw so as not to get accidentally hurt. Soft Feather replied, Senior Song, don't worry, I know. I made an announcement early on that the third live stream will be broadcasting Dharma King Creations concert. In addition, there are only a few hundred people who follow me, and there shouldn't be that much of an impact. Only a few hundred people? Song Shuheng pinched his chin in contemplation. With Soft Feather's beauty and her overbearing figure, she was only able to get a few hundred fans after 2 live streams? There had to be a conspiracy here. At this time, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, who was in the row behind him, asked, when is fellow Taoist Creations concert going to start? Soft Feather raised her hand and said, I know. It's going to start at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple said, there's still quite a bit of time left. Had I known earlier, I would have come later. Normally, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple would have passed the time by silently practicing, but he was soon going to have to listen to Dharma King Creation singing. How could he possibly have the mood to cultivate? He felt like he was a death row prisoner who was about to be executed. Him having to die was already horrible, but what was even worse was that he was going to be tormented before he was put to death. Rivoli Purple Mist suggested, wanna play some games, perhaps a round of werewolves or something? Soft Feather said, alright, but I don't know how to play. Lu Jianyi said, too troublesome. I'm going to rest, don't include me. Song Shuheng responded, I've only heard of it, and I never got the chance to play it myself, so I'll watch the game from the side first. Doudou remarked, count me in. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple replied, I'll join as well. Great Master Profound Principle, silent meditation really was quite a troublesome thing. How was he supposed to play the game without talking? It was a pity that Medicine Master was currently in his inner demon tribulation, so nobody could translate for Great Master Profound Principle. Like the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group, the other invited fellow Taoists were also idle and bored. As such, they chatted together in groups of 2 or 3, closed their eyes and meditated, or playing with their phones. Song Shuhang could hear 2 practitioners, who were to his right in the 3rd row, chatting about a popular game. Sitting on the left was a young Taoist priest, while on the right was a middle-aged Buddhist great master. At this time, the young Taoist priest was complaining about the results of the battle he had the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday, I was in the 7th district, and I had a group of pig teammates who ended up getting me killed. Even if I were God, I couldn't save the situation. Luckily, we were also faced with a pig teammate that I killed 5 times in a row. I even recorded everything. The great master smiled, and said, coincidentally, I also play that game and was at the 7th district. However, I'm still a novice and haven't played it that much. Great master, you should add me. Next time, I'll carry you through the game. By the way, do you want to see the video of me killing that guy 5 times? While saying that, the young Taoist priest took out his phone and played the recording. The great master moved closer to the Taoist priest and the two watched the video together. After the video started, the young Taoist priest said, if my teammates were a little stronger, or if the other team was all as bad as this vertical cloud guy, I could have really turned the tide. The great master nodded silently. The young Taoist priest said, Great master, what is your game ID? Since we're both in the 7th district, we should play together next time. The master stretched out his hand and pointed to the vertical cloud player that was constantly being abused on the screen, and said, my game ID is vertical cloud. The young Taoist priest's hand trembled, and his phone almost fell to the ground. The young Taoist priest asked, this vertical cloud? The great master gave a loving smile and spat out a word. It's fate. The young Taoist priest almost started crying. WTF, this is so embarrassing. The fate of Buddhism truly is scary. Rivoli Purple Mist took out a deck of cards, and the fellow Taoist of 9 provinces number 1 group, plus a few fellow Taoists, gathered to start the first game of werewolves. Soft Feather knelt on her seat and turned around to play the game. Song Shuhang had never played this game, so he simply watched and learned about the rules. At this moment, his inner world slightly shook. It had completed the first phase of its expansion. Song Shuhang then sank his consciousness into the inner world. Since the evil energy of the netherworld was insufficient, the amount it expanded by wasn't that big. However, there was no need to worry about it. As long as evil energy was provided to it, it would continue to expand. Moreover, a field had appeared at the edge of the living spring. It wasn't a grassland, just a large field. Song Shuhang thought, is it for planting things? Now that he thought about it, he actually had some things that he could grow. Not long ago, he purchased a batch of spirit plants from the immortal farming sect, which intended for a medicinal bath. However, he advanced too fast and later got the more effective Demodragon medicine, so he never got to use those spirit plants. Song Shuhang had even picked some spirit plants and prepared to plant them inside his inner world. However, he couldn't find the time to do so in the end. Moreover, he had never planted a spirit plant before, so did he know how to plant it either. Besides the spirit plants, Zhengde of the immortal farming sect had also given him a seed of the 7 colors wonder fruit, requesting him to notify their sect after he'd killed young Master Hai so that their hatred could be appeased. This seed was a treasure. After it was cultivated, it would produce a fruit that could relieve the damage dealt by the heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang wondered, can these spirit plants be directly planted into the field? At this time, the sea turtle appeared beside him. The sea turtle said, is this the extra area that appeared after your world upgraded? It looks like a medicinal field, but if you want to grow something, it would be best to fertilize the field first. Song Shuheng asked, Senior Turtle, why are you here? The sea turtle said, I was sleeping, but I was woken up when your world suddenly shook. Fairy Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue is still forging those magical treasures, so I didn't disturb her and simply went out to have a stroll. Song Shuheng inquired, Senior, where can I get fertilizer? Heavens, please don't ask me about that, said the sea turtle. It couldn't possibly give its crap to Song Shuheng, right? The sea turtle then said, by the way, what are you doing right now? I'm a little bored, and I want to go out for a stroll. Song Shuheng replied, I'm going to listen to Senior Creation's concert, which should be starting in a short while. The sea turtle asked, oh? A concert? It's just singing and dancing, right? Then let me go out and watch with you. Alright, I'll bring Senior out. Song Shuheng consciousness then returned. When his consciousness returned, he saw Soft Feather looking a little restless. Soft Feather said, Senior Song, you've been staring at my legs for too long. I feel very uncomfortable. Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng coughed lightly. I'm sorry, I was distracted. As soon those words came out of his mouth, Song Shuheng felt that something wasn't right. That was quite ambiguous, wasn't it? At the side, Doudou said, don't be uncomfortable, Soft Feather. Be confident, be proud of your long legs. With such long legs, it's very normal for Shuheng to look at them and become distracted. Heavens, Doudou, does your explanation need to be so timely? The corners of Song Shuheng's mouth twitched. He'd originally wanted to defend himself, but as soon as Doudou interjected, it was as if yellow mud had fallen onto his crotch. It wasn't sheet, but it definitely looked like sheet. No matter how he explained it, it would give a sense of sophistry. It's not that I'm not confident, said Soft Feather as she giggled, waved her little feet. However, it is the first time that Senior Song stared at my legs. It's because there was a problem with his preferences before, Doudou said. Shuheng used to think that women's legs weren't good-looking. He believed that men had their own legs anyway, and that women's legs were simply wider and longer, and that was also why he was never able to understand the reason his roommates were obsessed with legs. Song Shuheng gaped, and said, F***ck, how do you know that? I've never mentioned that to Doudou, have I? Does Doudou also have mind-reading techniques? No, I never even thought about this when I was in Doudou's presence. Doudou proudly said, when that last movie was being filmed, I heard your roommates bring it up while chatting. Hee, your roommates really lack vigilance to a cute Pekingese. I simply lay down beside them and listened to their conversation. Senior Tyrannical Song, your previous thoughts were very dangerous. Fortunately, you didn't become obsessed with men's legs. Rively purple mist covered her mouth and chuckled. The purple light in her eyes flickered, making her look particularly devilish. Song Shuheng responded, Senior Sister Purple Mist, please don't call me Senior Tyrannical Song, and we're still good friends. Rively Purple Mist smirked, and said, if not Senior Tyrannical Song, do you want me to pronounce that first word twice in a trembling voice? Soft Feather curiously asked, pronouncing the first word of his sage name twice in a trembling voice? What about it? Doudou said, you don't know about this matter, Soft Feather? When the first word of Shuheng's sage name is read in a trembling voice, it sounds the same as the Ddy song in Mandarang, which makes it particularly interesting. Song Shuheng seriously said, I don't have a son like you, Doudou. Doudou responded, huh? F***ck. Tyrannical Song, do you want to fight? Doudou flew up and then bit Song Shuheng's arm. Song Shuheng shouted, let go. Otherwise, I'll use the steel hands technique to destroy your teeth. I'm going to count to 5, if you don't let go by then, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, he swung his arm around, but Doudou was biting his arm so hard that it seemed like he wasn't going to release his grip unless he died. And so, Doudou was swung up and down along with Song Shuheng's arm. It turns out that it's indeed a homonym for daddy. Soft Feather squinted and smiled. She then thought of other possibilities. If she had a chance to ascend to the 8th stage one day, it would be nice if she was able to have a sage name that was a homonym with mama, such as Fairy Mama or something of the sort. As soon as others called her by her sage name, they would get trolled. Nope, that would be seeking death too much. I would have to pay a high price for it, and I don't want to die just yet. Soft Feather would occasionally do interesting things and make big news. However, before she made such news, she would consider the price that she might have to pay after doing it. This was a good habit that allowed her to always restrain herself and avoid engaging in major incidents. Meanwhile, Song Shuheng was finally able to fling Doudou off of his arm. At the same time, he looked around the concert venue. The concert venue is already filling up. Is Senior Creation really going to start singing at 4 o'clock? While he was talking, he got a bad hunch. He felt that Dharma King Creation was likely going to cause a ruckus. There were many that had prepared a pair of strong earplugs when they came to the concert. For example, Rivoli Purple Mist prepared earplugs that could completely seal one's hearing. If Dharma King Creation were to sing at 4 o'clock, which was when everyone would have already taken out their earplugs, wouldn't the effect of his singing be weakened greatly? As such, was he going to conduct a surprise attack on everyone and start singing in advance? Just as this thought emerged in his mind, 8 beams of light suddenly shone on the stage. Subsequently, the other lights in the entire venue were all turned off. The venue was originally in a sealed space. After the lights were turned off, the entire place became dark, leaving only the 8 beams of light on the concert stage as a source of light. Heavens, Senior Creation is really going to conduct a surprise attack. Song Shuheng hurriedly took out the earplugs. At the same time, he willed it and summoned the sea turtle from his inner world. Senior Turtle had told him that he wanted to listen to the concert, but he got caught up in this conversation with Soft Feather and forgot to bring it out. Nevertheless, the timing was just right. Senior Creation's concert was just about to start, so Senior Turtle wasn't going to miss the grand concert. The sea turtle said, "Yo, I almost thought that you forgot about me." Song Shuheng replied, Senior Turtle, the concert is about to start, so the timing is just right." Clang, 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 the heavy sound of iron meeting iron sounded out. Subsequently, 8 small aircraft directly appeared above the beams of light. These should be magical treasures made by Dharma King Creation. The concert is starting? Wasn't it said that it was going to start at 4? Perhaps it's a rehearsal? It isn't 4 o'clock yet. There should still be people on their way here. It's impossible for the concert to start this early. I heard that large-scale concerts still need to take some time to adjust the lighting and so on. Fellow Taoist Creation has recently mixed in with the music industry. Although this one's a rather small concert that's just for us, the lighting and the other stuff probably still need to be checked. All kinds of audio equipment and electronic equipment have to be prepared in advance. Concerts really aren't simple. Comforting voices sounded out one by one. When everyone heard those statements, they felt that they were very reasonable. The concert was only going to start at 4 o'clock. It was normal for the lighting and audio equipment to be checked before the actual thing began. At this time, Song Shuheng quickly plugged the earplugs he got from Rivoli Purple Mist into his ears. As soon as he put on the earplugs, he felt as if the entire world had gone quiet. He could not hear a single sound. Phew, Song Shuheng let out a breath of relief. In a while, when Dharma King Creation sings, I'm going to be able to remain completely calm regardless of how much he sings, as none of it will reach me. Ha ha ha. Dong, 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 a series of noises could be heard as the beams of light brightened up the stage. Within the beams of light, a total of 8 figures appeared. The figures in the 4 light beams on the left half squatted down on the ground as if they were Terminators. The figure and the four light beams on the right rested their chins in one hand as if they were meditating. Every one of them had naked upper bodies, with their muscles bulging, and their figures full of raw beauty. Wait, am I seeing things? Are there 8 Dharma King creations? Song Shuhang's eyes widened. The 8 figures in the beam of light are all senior creations. Could it be a cloning technique? A puppet technique? Mirror images? No matter what technique it was, one Dharma King creation was already enough to send people to heaven. As for 8 Dharma King creations, they were probably enough to destroy the world. However, after the 8 Dharma King creations appeared, they did not sing, and they simply remained motionless. After a moment, the beams of light dimmed and the 8 Dharma King creations disappeared. It seems like it really was just a lighting check. The fellow Taoists who had taken out their earplugs and were about to put them in their ears were secretly relieved and lowered their hands. However, what was the deal with the 8 Dharma King creations just now? There were some that were worried about their earplugs. It was merely a single set of earplugs. Was it really going to be able to prevent the power of Dharma King creations singing X8? Uneasiness welled up in their hearts. A fellow Taoist said, could it have been some kind of technology that's able to project 3D images or the sort? I've seen similar technologies before, but I don't remember it being perfected. The 3D projection technology used by Dharma King creation seems to already be very complete. It was as if there were 8 Dharma King creations that had come to life. A fellow Taoist said, if it really was just a projection, then that's good. I was afraid that Dharma King creation had put together 8 clones and was getting ready to summon Shenlong. A fellow Taoist said, it isn't easy to create 8 clones, unless they were all puppet clones. However, puppet clones would be very different from the main body. Even if they were to sing, they wouldn't have the lethality of the main body's singing. There's no need to worry. While they were talking, another beam of light shone on the stage. This light beam was thicker and larger than the ones from before. Within the beam of light, countless light particles appeared. The light particles dispersed, and a Dharma King creation in a white suit appeared, his long hair fluttering. He didn't speak, and had his eyes half closed and his hands raised. The eyes of all the fellow Taoists in the venue were drawn over, and they couldn't help but stare at Dharma King creation. A voice was transmitted into Song Shuhang's mind. The light particles from when fellow Taoist creation appeared are a simple spell that can attract people's attention, and belongs to the magical techniques of the charm category. It was true monarch ancient Lake Temple's voice. Song Shuhang quietly looked around him. Other than Soft Feather and Lu Jiani, the other fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group had already put their earplugs on. Sure enough, everyone had guessed Dharma King creation's thoughts. Soft Feather did not put on her earplugs, because she and Dharma King creation enjoyed music of the same kind. She honestly felt that Dharma King creation's singing was nice and beautiful. As for brother Lu Jiani, perhaps he was just too lazy to put on earplugs? Or perhaps it was to save face for Soft Feather. At this time, Dharma King creation snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a cheerful accompaniment of musical instruments sounded. He strode forward and the lights gathered on his body. As he moved around, the clothes on his body changed. Bursts of light converged and dissipated. Subsequently, Dharma King creation, who was wearing only a pair of leather pants, appeared in front of everyone. In his hand was a silver microphone. As the wind blew, Dharma King creation's hair fluttered along with it. Ready? Go! Dharma King creation vigorously waved his hand. Behind him, the 8 beams of light appeared once again. The 8 Dharma King creations that had disappeared a while back reappeared, and each of them also had a silver microphone in his hands. 1277 Ha! The sound of nature? Heavens, it's Dharma King creation X9. Song Shuhang couldn't help but grip his earplugs. Was this thing really going to be effective? The sea turtle looked at Song Shuheng doubtfully, and transmitted its voice to ask, "The opening special effects weren't bad, but why are you wearing earplugs?" Song Shuheng was getting ready to transfer "Ye See" over from the inner world. After hearing Senior Turtle's question, he replied, "The impact of Senior Creation's singing is relatively strong, and since I'm not strong enough to withstand it, I wear earplugs to dampen the impact." "What concert did you come to listen to? Were you looking to suffer?" The sea turtle got a bad hunch. Song Shuheng replied, "It's because Senior Creation singing has the effect of destroying inner demons. Since my ghost spirit, disciple, and monster pet are all stuck in their inner demon tribulation, I brought them over to see if this could help them." While they were talking, Dharma King Creation already began speaking on the stage. Dharma King Creation shouted, "The first song, 7 Death Song, is dedicated to those dearest to me. Come, don't immerse yourselves in the old and decayed music of the past, follow my songs and enter the hell of singing." Violent guitar strumming sounded out. Dharma King Creation loudly yelled, "Die! Die! 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 Die!" He shouted every word with his soul, almost spitting his lungs out. Every time the word "die" came out of his mouth, sound waves visible to the naked eye would propagate from him. That series of "die" created shock waves akin to a nuclear bombs. At the same time, the Dharma King Creations in the 8 light beams jumped up and flew to the aircrafts. The aircrafts took them to the sky, allowing them to surround the entire arena. In the next moment, the 8 Dharma King Creations simultaneously shouted, "Die! Die! 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 Die!" Each of the Dharma King clones was like a loudspeaker. With all of them singing, their voices were transmitted from all directions, and the sound waves filled the entire closed concert venue. Dolby Atmos had entered the stage. There were some cultivators who had not brought earplugs, and so were not even able to handle the first line of the song. Their bodies went soft, and they could no longer move. They couldn't even beg for mercy. At this time, there were no longer any thoughts in their mind other than the word "die," which continued reverberating in their heads. Each time Dharma King Creation shouted the word "die," their bodies would twitch like how a fish would when thrown onto shore. Die! The cultivators without earplugs twitched alongside the rhythm. Die! Their bodies twitched once again. Die! And again. This infinite loop gave birth to a strange scene at the concert. At this time, Lu Jianyi, who was at the first row and not wearing any earplugs, had collapsed right where he was, his mouth foaming as he almost fell unconscious. However, Lu Jianyi's eyes showed a happy look. He was too lazy to wear earplugs. In addition, he did not resist Dharma King Creation singing. Lu Jianyi was not as immune to the singing as Soft Feather was, but he was willing to accept the consequences. Dharma King Creation singing could make people weak, leaving them unable to move and paralyzed on the ground, but this was the state that Lu Jianyi dreamt of being in. His whole body was weak, which meant that he would not need to move nor consume energy. He could simply lie down and rest in a fair and decent manner. Well done, well done. The feeling of weakness ran through his entire body. He remained motionless, and he could not feel any of his energy being consumed. Although he was about to faint, he was very happy nonetheless. Because that meant that he wouldn't even need to think. The sea turtle, who was also in the first row, shook violently. The impact of the song was so violent that even its 9th stage body was affected. It subconsciously retracted its head back into its turtle shell. After all, its shell was different from that of ordinary turtles as it had been modified to protect its entire body. But after it did, it regretted it greatly. Now, its turtle shell was like a sound resonator and vibrated along with the singing. The turtle shell that was supposed to protect it from harm became the accomplice of Dharma King Creation, causing double the damage to its owner. The sea turtle felt weak and its limbs went soft. The sea turtle cried, "Song! Song! Shuhang, I can't take it anymore. This concert is too dangerous, transfer me back into your inner world." But at this time, Song Shuhang did not have the time to care about Senior Turtle. When he moved Yi over from the inner world, Dharma King Creation had already begun singing. The earplugs couldn't hinder Dharma King Creation's singing at all. His singing directly went through every pore of his body, reaching even his brain and his soul. This was a genuine singing storm. The Soul King had begun singing, and it was time to listen to the wonderful voice of hell with your soul. The effect of the earplugs was only to delay everyone's death for a small bit. There was only one person in the audience who remained unaffected. Soft Feather waved her arms excitedly. She held a selfie stick in her left hand and was performing a live broadcast of the Soul King's deadly and hellish concert. The several hundred fans who were watching her live stream were now undergoing the baptism of the hellish sound. Soft Feather's right hand waved a glow stick, and she sang loudly along with Dharma King Creation. Die 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 die. Honestly, Song Shuhang could not understand the scene in front of him. Were Soft Feather's nerves too thick? Or were her hearing organs just different from everyone else's? Or could it be that her ears had their own filtering function, making it such that the hellish singing of Dharma King Creation that rang in everyone's ears was filtered into heavenly sounds in Soft Feather's ear? In addition to Soft Feather's personal live broadcast, there was also Dharma King Creation's official live broadcast. He was now a man with tens of millions of fans all over the world. In the countries with larger populations, he would have 200,000 or 300,000 fans that would attend his live concerts. So as soon as he began the live broadcast, nearly 10 million people went online to listen to the sound of his hellish singing. Dharma King Creation continued to roar, "Die die die. Unfaithful men, should die die die. Unfilial men, should die die die." This time, his 8 clones synchronized with him and began to yell, "Die die die." 9 times the damage plus a critical hit. White foam appeared at the corners of Song Shuhang's mouth, and Doudou who was right beside him was already on all fours, looking up with his eyes that had rolled back the faces of True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple and Great Master Profound Principle, who were behind them, had also turned ugly. Rivoli Purple Mist said, "I underestimated the power of Senior Creation singing. 9 times the damage, fellow Taoist creation truly does not want to let us leave this place alive. I choose to die. Senior Creation is really going to kill us this time. I'm going to die. My earplugs can't handle it, I'm going to collapse. Does anyone have extra earplugs? I need some assistance over here. Die 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 ha ha ha, everyone is going to die. The fellow Taoists at the front have already gone mad. Die 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 die, damn, I just saw the entrance to hell all over the place." The cultivators wearing powerful earplugs used the secret sound transmission method to transmit their inner sorrows at this time. Someone asked, "Has anything happened to the inner demons? Were they destroyed?" Song Shuhang immediately looked down at Yi, Lady Onion, and Little Kai. The bodies of Lady Onion and Little Kai twitched continually, foaming at the mouth. With the two having low strength and being in the first row, they were the ones who were the most affected by the singing. Yi was lying there calmly, motionless and temporarily unaffected by the singing. Is Dharma King Creation singing really effective? While he was thinking about it, Song Shuhang felt his pocket shake. He took out his phone and looked at it. It was a call from a stranger. In addition, there was a remark below. This number had been marked as a scam by 168 people. He, it's a scam call. Brother, you sought death yourself today. Song Shuhang pressed the answer button without hesitation. A voice came from the phone. Hello, is this the owner of 18x×x×x phone? Congratulations, you got the lucky number of the raffle of the Love My World program. The prize is 300,000. Ah, my ears. I surrender, please let me off, ha ha ha, die. It was a pity that Song Shuhang could not hear his voice clearly. After a while, the call had still yet to end. It seemed like the other party had passed out. Song Shuhang shakily extended his hand and hung up the call, and then kept his phone. He felt like he was almost at the limit. He was currently dizzy and so nauseated that he felt like vomiting. The froth at the corners of his mouth was out of control, and his legs were already quite soft. "Hello Shuhang, where are you?" At this time, another sound rang in his ear. It was Senior White Chu's voice. Song Shuhang replied, "Senior White, I am currently listening to Senior Creation's concert and I will crash down in 30 seconds. Please contact me again in the evening." Senior White Chu said, "Creation? The one who suddenly started singing when you answered the phone last time? Wait for me, I'll come over to you right away. I missed the last concert in Los Angeles, but I'm not going to miss the one today." In the following moment, his clone appeared right next to Song Shuhang. He was in a state where only Song Shuhang would be able to see him. Senior White Chu softly said, "Is this the live version of the song?" Song Shuhang responded, I'm going to die. Senior White Chu said, "Previously, when it rang out from your phone, his singing was full of explosive, destructive power. But after listening to it live, I discovered that is the sound of nature." Song Shuhang asked, "Huh? What? The sound of nature? Is there something wrong with Senior White Chu's head?" Senior White Chu said, "You are the one who's got something wrong with your head. Are you really unable to appreciate the sound of nature that's deeply embedded into his singing? It seems that the only one who can appreciate his singing here is that girl over here." Song Shuhang glanced at Soft Feather, and then at Senior White Chu. Sure enough, there's something wrong with Senior White Chu's head. 1278 The transformation of the inner demons. If there wasn't anything wrong with his head, how could he possibly think that Dharma King Creation's singing was nice? Senior White Chu said, "Do you think I won't dare to extend my fingers and crush you like an ant?" His voice went directly through Song Shuhang's earplugs, and even overwhelmed Dharma King Creation's singing. Wait, were Senior White Chu and I in a mental chat just now? Heavens! It's really unfortunate for me to be in a mental chat with a great expert. Experts were especially powerful when it came to self-control, so when they communicated with others using their mind, the other party would only be able to hear what they wanted them to hear. On the other hand, for the weaker party, the experts would usually be able to hear everything that they were thinking about. Senior White Chu said, "Forget it, it seems that if I don't let you experience it firsthand, you won't be able to understand the sound of nature contained in this song." After saying that, he stretched out his finger and said to Song Shuhang, "Don't resist." Song Shuhang wiped off the foam that was at the corners of his mouth. As Senior White Chu pointed his finger at him, he felt a hum in his ears. It was as if all the filth in his ears had been cleared out, leaving him inexplicably refreshed. This kind of feeling was similar to when he first opened his ear aperture. Senior White Chu said, "Take out the earplugs and listen carefully." Song Shuhang said, "After removing the earplugs, won't I get instantly KO'd?" Senior White Chu said, "Even if you had not taken off your earplugs, you were on the verge of breaking down earlier. So, there's no difference whether you collapse now or later. Actually, wouldn't it be better if it was sooner so that you don't have to experience any more pain?" Senior White Chu's words are too reasonable. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and reached out to remove the earplugs. Dharma King Creation stomped with great force on the stage, grabbed the microphone with both hands, and roared, "All unfilial people should die. Sound waves that were visible to the naked eye rippled in all directions. At this time, the 8 Dharma King Creation clones that surrounded the venue yelled synchronously, "All unfilial people should die. The fellow Taoists at the venue were in great sorrow. Even with the reinforced earplugs, more than half of the survivors got KO'd, gazing towards Dharma King Creation who was on the stage with their blurry eyes. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple, who was in the rear, said, "Little friend Shuhang, have you gone crazy? Why did you remove your earplugs?" Rivoli Purple Mist thought for a moment, and said, "Perhaps little friend Shuhang's approach is right. After removing your earplugs, you won't have to suffer as much. Wearing the earplugs will only extend the amount of time that we're tortured by the singing." Although she said that, Rivoli Purple Mist did not make any attempt to remove her earplugs. As the fellow Taoists of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group thought that Song Shuhang was going to pass out. Shuhang's face showed a strange expression. The expression on his face was one of surprise. Then, it turned into a relaxed expression. Eventually, his eyes slightly closed, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple curiously said, "What's going on?" Great Master Profound Principle pointed to the brain, and then shrugged. Could he be saying that Shuhang's brain went into shock because of the singing? Rivoli Purple Mist asked, was he brainwashed, or did he go crazy? Song Shuhang said, "I see, so this is the sound of nature." Sure enough, Dharma King Creation's crazy roaring hid the sound of nature within. When Senior White Chu pointed at him, he allowed his ears to hear the sound of nature within the singing. The sound of nature wasn't the roar coming from Dharma King Creation, but rather the indescribable sound that was hidden under his roaring accompaniment. The sound was perfect. Song Shuhang could not think of better or proper words to describe this sound. It could only be said that this sound brought one the ultimate audiovisual enjoyment. It was as if you were crawling in the desert with your throat parched, and right when you were about to die of thirst, a glass of water suddenly appeared in front of you. Or as if you were extremely famished and a piece of fragrant bread was suddenly placed right in front of you. The sound of nature brought one such a kind of extreme enjoyment. Kill, 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 kill the heartless. Kill the unjust. As Dharma King Creation got to the climax of the song, the sound began to rise. And the pleasant sound hidden in his singing voice also rose in volume. Goosebumps suddenly emerged on Song Shuhang's body as the song was just that good to listen to. Song Shuhang couldn't help but lightly shout, "Kill, kill, kill, kill the heartless. Kill the unjust." After lightly shouting those few phrases, he found that such light shouting was not able to satisfy his emotions. Therefore, Song Shuhang involuntarily waved his hands. He then sang loudly along with the song. Die, 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 those who defy the heavens shall die on their knees. Soft Feather's eyes lit up next to Song Shuhang. Die, 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 those who defy the heavens shall die on their knees. Senior Song is really the best. I always knew that he was different, and that he would be able to appreciate the charm of Senior Creation songs. On the stage, Dharma King Creation's eyes focused on Soft Feather and Song Shuhang, and a moved expression appeared in his eyes. Die, 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 those who defy the heavens shall die on their knees. Little friend Song Shuhang and little friend Soft Feather are truly my loyal fans. In the 9 Provinces No. 1 group, little friend Song Shuhang was the first fellow Taoist who agreed to listen to him sing an entire song. After that, he even quietly sang his new song. As for little friend Soft Feather, nothing even needed to be said. After listening to his songs, she was the one to spread his music everywhere. Having such fans, Dharma King Creation was extremely moved. Those two could really appreciate his singing. Unlike ordinary people who wanted to experience death through his songs, little friend Song Shuhang and little friend Soft Feather could truly understand the wonders of his music. I shall write a song for each of you, Dharma King Creation secretly thought to himself. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple said, I think little friend Shuhang lost it. Rivoli Purple Mist affirmed, yep, he definitely lost it. Doudou struggled to turn over. But, why is he suddenly immune to Dharma King Creation singing after losing it? This doesn't make any sense. Perhaps if something breaks in one's head, they would no longer be influenced by the singing? Maybe his ears can no longer hear the sound. Maybe he awakened some special ability. I'm going to die, I don't want to die yet. I want to see whether or not my disciple has recovered from his inner demon tribulation. Otherwise I won't be able to die in peace. The hearts of many cultivators suddenly moved. Right, they didn't cross thousands of miles to listen to Dharma King Creation singing. They had relatives, friends, fellow Taoists, and fellow disciples stuck in their inner demon tribulations. They came to see if Dharma King Creation singing really had the effect of dispelling inner demons. As Dharma King Creation singing reached the climax, the sound of nature accompanying his singing also erupted. Afterward, some of the cultivators who were stuck in the inner demon tribulation began to tremble. At this time, a cultivator who had been stuck in his inner demon tribulation suddenly wailed, Die. Those who defy the heavens shall die on their knees. No, I'm not going to die again, don't. Another cultivator who had been stuck in his inner demon tribulation groaned, I surrender, don't kill me, take me away from here, Bleg, take me away. As if there was a domino effect, another cultivator who had been deeply trapped in his inner demon tribulation opened their eyes. One led to two then led to three, and three then led to many more. The cultivators who had been deeply trapped in their inner demon tribulations woke up one by one. They uttered heartfelt whimpers in various languages. Soon, their mouths frothed as they listened to Dharma King Creation's terrifying singing, and then their bodies went soft and lost all power. Did Dharma King Creation singing really have the power of driving out inner demons? At this time, Dharma King Creation singing on the concert stage gradually subsided. The 7 Death Song was coming to its end. Song Shuhang, who roared for a long time with his hands high, finally calmed down. Heavens, what was I doing just now? Was I actually singing along with Senior Creation's 7 Death Song? Soft Feather happily said, Senior Song, from today onwards, you and I are both soul mates of Senior Creation. Song Shuhang laughed. Ha, if Senior White Chu had not helped him, he would not have been able to hear the sound of nature in Dharma King Creation singing. Then, he turned his head and looked behind him. Little Kai's wings were stretched out as she lay on the ground with her legs constantly twitching. However, she had still not recovered from her inner demon tribulation. Lady Onion, on the other hand, was now awake. She was holding her onion sprouts with both hands and was unceasingly hitting a seat. Ah, it's Dharma King singing. Ah, I don't want to hear it. She covered her onion sprouts with her hands and hit the backrest of the seat with all she had in her. However, the backrest was soft, so she didn't really feel much pain despite how hard she had tried to hit it. Lady Onion cried, Die, I'm going to die. Song Shuhang reached out and grabbed the enlightenment stone. Lady Onion had finally broken free from her inner demon tribulation. Save me, Shuhang, I don't want to listen to songs anymore. I will be obedient in the future. If you tell me to go east, I will not never go west. Save me. Lady Onion burst into tears. The onion juice rolled down her onion sprouts. You're the one who said that, so you'd better keep your word. Song Shuhang smiled and transferred Lady Onion and the enlightenment stone into the inner world's garden. In the end, his eyes fell on Yi Si. Yi Si was still quietly lying in her seat, unaffected by Dharma King Creation singing. Song Shuhang frowned slightly and looked around again. About 1/3 of the cultivators who had been deeply trapped in their inner demon tribulation had woken up, and they were making various kinds of wails, but their demons had been dealt with. The other 2/3, like Little Kai, were twitching, but they were still stuck in their inner demon tribulation. Song Shuhang said, Senior Creation singing really has the power to destroy inner demons? Could it be some hidden effect of that sound of nature? Senior White Chu responded, accurately speaking, the effect of this song isn't to destroy the inner demons, but to transform them. Song Shuhang curiously said, Transform them? Senior White Chu said, inner demons are intangible, ever-changing. Their existence approaches that of thoughts. In addition, since they can amplify the weak points within a cultivator's heart, they are especially difficult to deal with. However, what if an inner demon took shape, assuming a fixed form? It was difficult to deal with inner demons due to them being ever-changing and intangible. Because of that, one wouldn't be able to beat them with normal methods. Within the inner demon tribulation, the inner demons never had a fixed form. They could be a stone, a grass, a familiar person, a stranger, an enemy, an animal, or a monster beast, or even darkness, a bright moon, or the rising sun. As long as there was a single weakness within a cultivator's heart, the inner demon would be able to take that shape. It was the editor, the director, and the actor that cooperated with the cultivator to complete a big show, a show in which it handled pretty much everything. Some fools had the special ability to pull the IQ of the other party to a level that was the same as their own. After that, they could use their rich experience to defeat the opponent. Inner demons had a similar ability. They were able to pull the cultivator into a battlefield where they reigned supreme, and then used their rich experience to kill the cultivator. However, what if the usually ever-changing inner demons took a fixed shape? There was no need to project the materialized form of the inner demon to the main world, it was enough as long as the form was fixed. As long as the cultivator had a firm will, they would have a good chance at eradicating this type of inner demon. As a result, the chance of success they had at transcending their inner demon tribulation would increase greatly. Making their form fixed? Song Shuheng pinched his chin and thought. Senior Tyrannical further explained, for example, the sound of nature can set this venue as the background of the inner demon tribulation, while the inner demon could be Dharma King creation himself. Song Shuheng immediately pictured it inside his head and couldn't stop himself from laughing. PFFF forcefully replacing an inner demon, eh? It was quite interesting thinking about how all of the cultivators who were affected by the sound of nature suddenly had their original inner demons transformed into Dharma King creation's concert. Suppose there was a cultivator who had just been emotionally hurt, and whose inner demon tribulation happened to be the person he loved. As they were discussing their feelings, the lover suddenly turned into Dharma King creation. And then, the scene of the concert would take over, while his lover, Dharma King creation, would begin to sing loudly. Inner demons, tribulations, everything would be forgotten, and the cultivator would definitely try to get out of that place as soon as possible. Song Shuheng said, no wonder every cultivator who had woken up from their inner demon tribulation was calling out for help and surrendering. They probably had to experience Dharma King creation singing for quite a while. While they were talking, a foaming young cultivator, who was caught in his inner demon tribulation, suddenly sat up. Save me. 10,000 Dharma King creations are singing. Mommy, save me master, save me, I don't want to attend such a concert. No, master, how did you become Dharma King creation? No, everyone is becoming Dharma King creation. As soon as the young cultivator sat up, he saw Dharma King creation roaring on the stage and the 8 Dharma King creations surrounding the venue on aircrafts. Ah, there are Dharma King creations here as well, please let me go. I'm not transcending the inner demon tribulation anymore. The eyes of the young cultivator rolled up and he fell to the ground weakly. Song Shuheng, Senior Tyrannical laughed, and said, it seems that we underestimated the power of this concert. Can you imagine that? 10,000 Dharma King creations singing together? Song Shuheng remarked, that inner demon is simply too terrifying. However, the effect of the sound of nature was very strong. At this moment, several cultivators were able to struggle out of their inner demon tribulation. Song Shuheng affirmed, Senior creation is going to be a big hit, his success will only be limited by the vastness of the universe. Although it wasn't an ability to directly destroy inner demons, Dharma King creation singing could greatly increase a cultivator's chances of getting past the inner demon tribulation. Song Shuheng said, I have a hunch that Dharma King creation's next recording is going to sell well. Senior Tyrannical said, recording? That stuff won't have any effect. The effect of the sound of nature is strongest when heard live. If it's heard over a recording or a mobile phone, it has nearly no effect at all. One would only hear the hellish sound of that violent roaring. It would be the kind of sound effect that could cause a person's body to go weak and make them feel desperate. When Dharma King Creation sang to Song Shu Hang through his mobile phone previously, even Senior White Chu hadn't noticed the sound of nature that was hidden in the singing. The sound of nature was only audible at the concert venue wherein Dharma King Creation was singing. Recordings and mobile phone broadcasts won't work? Then why was Soft Feather able to get past her inner demon tribulation while listening to Senior Creation's music? Song Shu Hang looked puzzled. He quietly glanced at Soft Feather, who was still cheering. Sure enough. Was this girl really just different from others? I'm afraid that even Senior White Chu might have guessed wrong. Soft Feather might not have actually heard the sound of nature hidden in the song. Instead of that, she was simply able to appreciate the hellish sound in Dharma King Creation singing. Now, Dharma King Creation was taking a short break after having sang the Seven Deaths song. He softly said, "The next song is a new song that I wrote quite recently. The style of this song is completely different from my previous songs. I define its nature as a lullaby before bed. It's a very gentle song that everyone should be able to appreciate." What? A gentle song? One similar to a lullaby before bed? Behind him, True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple struggled and said, "Ugh, I dare to guarantee that the effects of fellow Taoist Creation's lullaby will be absolutely great." As he was a 6th stage True Monarch, he was able to barely resist until now. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple was the youngest 6th stage realm cultivator in the 9 provinces number 1 group. He was of the same generation as Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, and Sioux Clan 7, but was the first one among his peers to reach the 6th stage. Woof, a violent lullaby, woof, one where one has no choice but to sleep. Doudou's body twitched continuously. Song Shu Hang glanced at Doudou in surprise. Doudou, you haven't fainted yet?" "Woof, I've already passed out twice," said Doudou before tilting his head and passing out once again. Song Shu Hang asked, "Should I move you into my inner world?" However, Doudou could no longer respond. Song Shu Hang remembered the sea turtle and asked, "By the way, Senior Turtle, should I bring you away from here?" However, the sea turtle was not able to reply either. It had shrunk in its shell, and did not even dare to breathe. It seemed super scared. Song Shu Hang looked puzzled. Senior Creation singing was this powerful? At this time, on the stage, Dharma King Creation took a few steps back, while a light that came from the sky enveloped his figure again. As the light dispersed, Dharma King Creation's attire became that of an ancient sunshine boy. This song, "The Warmth of Touch," is dedicated to everyone, Dharma King Creation said in a soft tone. Interestingly, when Dharma King Creation spoke in a soft tone, his voice was very crisp. The accompaniment sounded again. This time, the accompaniment was a very soft piano sound that made people feel calm. Dharma King Creation lowered his volume, and slowly sang, "Fleeting time that passes without notice, what does it reflect in my eyes? The moonlight descends upon me, gently caressing my face with its soft fingers." This time, there were no strong sound waves, and there was no hellish sound. As his singing became softer and deeper, the cultivators that were still alive seemed to experience an auditory hallucination. They seemed to hear a song from the distant sky, one that came to them and passed through their ears. The sound was very natural. No, it was the sound of nature itself. It was just that the sound was very hazy and quite indistinct. True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple subconsciously said, "This can't be Creation's voice." Rivoli Purple Mist, who had regained consciousness, said the same. Senior Creation cannot possibly sing such a song. Great Master Profound Principle shook his head hard. This was definitely a fake Dharma King creation. As he continued to perform, Dharma King creation was getting better and better. This was the first time that he sang a song that was as gentle as this, but he had never expected it to be this amazing. At the same time, the 8 Dharma King creations on the aircraft opened their mouths and gently sang the warmth of touch with him. Dharma King Creations Song X9. Everyone was immersed in the singing, to be precise, everyone was looking for the strands of the sound of nature in the singing, trying to catch them. At this time, Song Shuheng suddenly yawned. Drowsiness overflowed his mind. He was different from the other listeners. He was the one who was able to sense the sound of nature most intuitively. This time, the sound had something like a strong hypnotic effect. After a few breaths, Song Shuheng could no longer stand it, so he sat down right where he was, and slept sweetly after tilting his head. Only Soft Feather was in the same situation. She rubbed her eyes vigorously to resist the drowsiness. As the true #1 fan plus soul fan of Dharma King creation, she wanted to use her will to resist this drowsiness so that she could at least listen to the entire song. However, as the song was halfway through, she was no longer able to keep up. The charm of sleep was simply too powerful, and even her powerful will could not resist it. No matter how hard she rubbed her eyes, it didn't have any effect at all. As such, she stopped resisting, took a step back, and sat back in her seat. Before she went to sleep, she turned to look at Song Shuheng. Senior Song has gone to sleep too? Other than her and Senior Song, nobody else seemed to be affected. Soft Feather yawned once more before stretching her hand and subconsciously bringing out her size-reducing purse. She then pulled out a blanket. After that, she draped the blanket over her body, leaned her head back on her seat, and slept sweetly. Song Shuheng slept soundly. His consciousness soared high up into the air, flying around. It was unknown for how long his consciousness flew, but suddenly the scenery around him changed. He found himself at the edge of a small lake surrounded by hazy mist. Song Shuheng's body moved towards the lake uncontrollably. In a few steps, he was able to discern the silhouette of a beautiful woman sitting by the lake. The beauty supported her chin in one hand, making it so that only less than half of her face could be seen. At this time, Song Shuheng found himself saying, "Whoa, this fairy is so beautiful, I'm going to go and have some fun with her. WTF, why the hell do I have a woman's voice?" 1280 Kissing with background music? This involuntary action and speech. Am I in the dreamland again? The dreamland came quite suddenly this time around. As such, Song Shuheng had no idea whose life he was experiencing. However, it seemed he was dreaming the life of a woman this time. As such, he recalled the women that had a fair bit of contact with him recently. Crystal Clear Water Pavilion's Pavilion Master Chu? Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue? Kindness from the Beast Realm? These were the only ones he had been in contact with in the past few days, but none of these seemed to be the kind to go and play around with other fairies. So, who was the person he had become in this dreamland? While he was in thought, the subject of this dreamland strode toward the fairy that was by the lake. Sensing the movement of the subject, the fairy by the lake turned around. She had fair skin without flaws. She had vertical pupils, and there was a conspicuous mole below the corner of her right eye, which made her look very charming. She seemed to have just cried as her eyes were reddish and teary. It was the virtuous Lamia, fairy at #%times. Song Shuheng recognized her at a glance. With them being together day and night for so long, it would be strange if he couldn't recognize her. The woman by the lake was fairy at #%times, so the subject in this dreamland was definitely fairy Chenglin. He had become Chenglin this time around. It was his first time dreaming about the life of an immortal. There was one time before when he thought that he had become Chenglin, but he was just drawn into a dream by some alcoholic immortal and immortal master ivory trigram. Am I experiencing Chenglin's past? When did this happen? Could it be before the era of the ancient heavenly city? During it? Or maybe after it? Fairy Qinglin strode closer to Fairy at #%times. Fairy #%times looked at Qinglin with some vigilance. Obviously, in the setting of this dreamland, Fairy #%times did not know Qinglin yet, and had yet to fall in love with her. Fairy #%times asked, "Who are you?" Her voice was flustered, and she looked like a frightened bunny. At this time, Qinglin sped up her strides towards Fairy at #%times. She reached out and skillfully caught Fairy #%times' chin, and then said in a very gentle tone, "A beauty in tears would cause everyone to pity her. Miss, why are you crying alone here? Why in the world do you seem so skilled at this?" Song Shuheng complained inwardly. When the two fairies were communicating, they used the language of the ancient era, but as Song Shuheng was in the dream state, he could fully understand what they were saying. At the same time, he could experience the same things as Qinglin's. He could sense everything that she saw, heard, smelled, and touched. Song Shuheng could see Fairy at #%times' panicked face, hear her light breathing, smell the faint floral fragrance of her body, and feel that delicate and soft sensation at Qinglin's fingertips. Fairy at #%times anxiously said, "Who are you, and why are you here?" She wanted to get rid of Qinglin's fingers, but Qinglin's strength was clearly higher than hers. The latter's fingertips followed Fairy #%times' movements and kept pinching her chin. Qinglin smiled. "Miss, my name is Qinglin, and my Taoist name is Qinglin as well. How about you, miss?" Sure enough, it was her. I'm not going to tell you." Fairy #%times stood up and took a step back. Fairy #%times in this setting was like a cute little flower. Seeing her would make you pity her, while the mole at the corner of her eye made her look pure with a touch of charm. "Sister, you're so mean, but the meaner the woman, the cuter she is." Qinglin squat down, and held her cheeks in both hands before looking at the panicked Fairy at #%times and blinking. Fairy #%times, I'm not kidding. I saw that you were crying by the lake, so I came over to comfort you. Sister, you can tell me what's making you sad. Anyway, it's not like we know each other, so you don't have to be afraid of losing face when telling me about those things. I'm very free lately, and since you're a beautiful lady, I can help you for free if you need my help. If someone makes you cry and you need me to teach the other party a lesson, I can also give you a 20% discount. It seemed Fairy Qinglin was trying to sell her cuteness with this type of posture, because Song Shuheng found that his head was swaying from side to side. Fairy Qinglin would look pretty cute with her hands on her cheeks and her head swaying from side to side. However, if it was a big man like Song Shuheng who was squatting on the ground, holding his cheeks in both hands and swaying his head, he would probably be discriminated against. Fairy #%times said, "Why you are contradicting yourself. In the first sentence, you said that everything is free, and then in the next, you say that you'll give me a 20% discount." Qinglin giggled, and said, "Sister, you really are quite mean. I'm going to help you for free if you can't handle a matter. On the other hand, beating others up is a completely different matter. Beating others up is very dangerous, and it is quite a bad thing to do. Helping you is good, but fighting for you is bad. Of course it would be different. However, it looks like someone is hurting this sister. Do you want me to beat them up?" Fairy #%times blushed and shook her head vigorously. No. Qinglin giggled, and said, "Big sis, your thoughts are plain on your face, it's really easy to guess." After saying that, she stood up and clapped her hands. "Well, looking at your beautiful face. Sister, if I fight for you, I can give you a bigger discount." After Qinglin stood up, Song Shuheng discovered one thing. After she stood up, her eyes were at the level of Fairy at #%times' chest. In other words, her build was very short at this time. No wonder she was shameless enough to call #% Big Sis. Qinglin proudly said, "Just say it. Big Sis, who is the person that you want to get beaten up? Despite how small I look, I am very strong. Within 1,000 miles from here, only 2 old men can defeat me. As for the rest, I can easily beat them until they cry." Fairy #Times' eyes lit up. You can beat them until they cry? When Song Shuhang heard this, his heart suddenly moved. In the ancient era, it was claimed that there was someone who had been beaten up until tears flowed down their face a good number of times. It was also said that this person had shed hundreds of precious tears. That person was slow-witted Song. Since Fairy Qinglin was good at making people cry, could it be that slow-witted Song was the one she was going to beat? Big Sis, who do you want to cry? I'm telling you a secret. I have a special method, a set of combos to be accurate, that make it such that even if the opponent's will is as strong as iron, or their entire body is made of iron, I will still be able to make them shed tears, Qinglin said with an eager look. Fairy at #% happily said, anyone is fine. Qinglin responded, as long as it's anyone other than those 2 old men. I'm not in the best state to go against those 2 old men. I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat them. Fairy at #% said, okay, apart from the 2 ancestors, are you really able to beat anyone up until they start crying? Qinglin patted her chest. Big Sis, just tell me who you want me to beat up and tell me what they look like. I'll make sure that you can see them crying in minutes. While Qinglin patted her chest in affirmation, Song Shuhang's palm felt a soft sensation. Although the volume wasn't large, it was very elastic. Mere words couldn't describe the sensation. Song Shuhang, what is this? An unexpected benefit? I hope she won't sense what's happening in the dreamland. Otherwise, perhaps that method of hers that could make even a man of steel have tears streaming down the face would be experienced by him firsthand. However, immortals seem to be very sensitive to these matters. Whenever he dreamt of something related to an immortal, it would attract the attention of the said immortal. This time, he directly possessed Fairy Qinglin's body. Things could go south pretty soon. Song Shuhang was a little panicky. Fairy #% took a breath, and said, the person I want to have beaten up is right in front of me. Her name is Qinglin, can you please make her cry? Qinglin, Fairy #% said, didn't you say that apart from those 2 ancestors, you could make anyone cry? Are you going to go back on your words? Qinglin giggled, and said, Big Sis, you are so bad, but I like it. She raised her finger, and said, Big Sis, it's a deal then. Huh. This time, it was Fairy at #%'s turn to be surprised. Qinglin said, the price to make Qinglin cry is 10 kisses from Big Sis. A 20% discount will make it 8 kisses, while the further discounts for you will bring it down to 6 kisses. The transaction is completed. After that, she stretched out her hand and gently patted her arm. She began to cry bitterly. Her wails were extremely sad, and the tears seemed like they would never stop falling. While she was crying, she leaped forward and plunged into Fairy at #%'s arms, wetting the other party's clothes with her tears. Song Shuhang felt that his face was buried in 2 soft round objects. Another sudden benefit. Big Sis, now it's your turn. Give a kiss, one that's sweet. I don't want it if it isn't sweet. Qinglin raised her head and looked at Fairy at #%. It isn't easy to have me cry, but I can cry for you as much as you want. There are many ways to cry, and I can change my style at will. Sniffle, I can go on until the customer is satisfied. Fairy #% panicked, and her small face paled in shock. Song Shuhang, I never thought that Qinglin would be this kind of person. Big Sis, are you going to renege on the deal? Qinglin raised her head, tears unceasingly streaming down her face, but the corners of her mouth rose in a smug smile. Fairy #% was helpless. I'll owe it to you first. Cheng Lin proudly said, okay, then so be it. After that, she reached out to wipe away her tears. Fairy #% could not help but let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Cheng Lin made a sudden move. She raised her head and leaned towards Fairy at #% lips. Fairy #%'s eyes widened in disbelief. Song Shuheng's eyes widened as well as he watched the red lips in front of him get increasingly closer. As he watched the lips of the two people get closer and closer, a deafening sound began playing all around him. It was the sound of violent guitar strumming. Kissing with background music? No, that's not it. Song Shuheng had a bad feeling.